is to be left for us. My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. Yeah! I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not to
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now, it's only memories. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Looking onto a life that can never be. What did you believe? Believe you would find. And so you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering without. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. So we'll die and we'll fall here. We'll lie torn and broken. Die but will not be forgotten. We remain and we stand here. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. So we bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek.
Hello and welcome to the LPL Spring 2024 Finals. Now, both of our teams might have qualified for MSI, but the regional glory and pride is on the line. In front of around 10,000 1,000 fans in the arena, and countless of us watching from home, only one of these two teams will lift the trophy and claim the LPL title. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the analyst couch area, lounge. Whatever. Jamada this time around, and Trouble. Thanks for joining us, by the way.
Yeah,
you can fly.
I missed out on last week. Thank you. Yeah.
This is the only compliment I'm giving you for the rest of your
that's
life.
why I'm soaking it in. I'm happy to be here. LPL finals, it's always a special one. And I missed out on last year's summer, so very happy to be here.
It's still spraying.
Yeah.
Trouble, you're back. Okay, this is off to a great start, Trouble.
Guys, I'm back.
Hey, thank you so much for being back here. So we have a little bit of familiarity on the desk, but let's jump straight into things because MSI 2024 is around the corner, and we have 12 teams from 8 different regions that are going to be competing for that international title. There are a little bit of differences because this year around, if you are the winner, that means that you will automatically qualify for Worlds 2024, and if you are the second best rated team in the finals, that also means that you will add 1 extra slot to your region. But you know what? You don't have to take it from me. You don't have to trust me. You don't have to actually listen to what I say because we have our lovely Dagda breaking down the format for MSI 2024.
The flip of a coin could just decide it all! This man refuses to lose!
Chengdu, here we come. MSI is back with an updated format. 12 teams will compete their way through 2 rounds of double elimination battles, and the stakes have never been higher. For the first time, the winning team will secure a spot at Worlds 2024, adding a slot to its region's count. While the second best placed region will add a slot to its own count. To succeed, they will need to evolve faster and surprise everyone, even themselves. It's time to become the unknown. Here's what you need to know. This year, MSI will host 12 teams. LCK, LPL, LEC, and LCS will send 2 teams, while LLA, CBLOL, PCS, and VCS will send 1 team. We're keeping last year's format of featuring 2 double elimination stages, playing stage and bracket stage, continuing the success of last year's tournament and keeping the stakes high for every single match.
R7 will survive the storm that was GAM.
Play-ins will kick off with the second seed from LCK, LPL, LEC, and LCS, as well as the top seed from LLA, CBLOL, PCS, and VCS, being drawn into 2 best-of-3 double elimination brackets. The winners and runners-up of each bracket will advance to the next stage to join the top-seeded teams from the LCK, LPL, LEC, and LCS, and will then be drawn into 4 matches to kick off a single best-of-5 double elimination bracket, culminating in the grand final on May 19th to determine the MSI 2024 champion title. You can watch all of the action May 1st to 19th on lolesports.com, and be sure to log in to collect drops and be eligible for watch rewards in your region.
Everyone say thank you, Dagda, for that wonderful, insightful explanation. Thank you. I appreciate it. But LPL particularly is what we're covering today because we have both of our teams ready for MSI. But when we're looking at the LPL particularly from a historical perspective and their performance at MSI particularly, it's a very positive win rate.
Yeah, the number is 56% overall. Over half of the MSI tournaments they have attended, they win. So this tournament is typically just very LPL dominated, and you know, no one is really looking to stop that. And as you can see right now, 3-year win streak at the minute at the MSI.
Absolutely, and a lot of these titles do belong to RNG.
Yeah.
Huge legacy and name behind the organization, JDG as well. Unfortunately, this time around, they will not be able to attend to defend their title. However, we might have later on some players that will be able to defend their title.
Yeah, but
MSI.
that's what's really important here. Defending your title, but also claiming new ones because we're looking particularly at BLG up against Top Esports, and these are the 2 teams that we're sending. BLG last year second, going up against JDG. Top Esports their first time going to MSI particularly. But exactly how did we get here? Because this is not the first nor the second time that we're seeing both of these teams going up against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look over at Game 10, they did play the upper bracket final, which resulted in a 5-game banger series. And I feel like, Jamada, we're talking a little bit back and forth about this. It could have been Tess's game as well, but I feel like the fact that they have made finals and they are going to MSI is huge for both of these teams' histories. Tess coming with a huge burden from last year, not making internationals, right? And of course, BLG being the favorite child for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, look, the last series between these two teams in that upper bracket final, I've been here before. It looked like, yes, Top Esports realistically probably should have won that series. Guess what? BLG were in the same boat last year in the exact same matchup, just reversed against JDG. So I'm kind of hoping that we get a repeat in terms of 5 games, in terms of the outcome, whilst I'm a little bit more convinced by BLG. I at the very least hope that Top Esports will bring more to the finals this spring compared to what BLG brought last spring.
Yeah, when we're looking particularly at Top Esports and how far and how many times they've played BLG this time around in 2024, they are yet to beat them. So what an incredible feat it would be to do that in nothing else but the finals. But I want to go back towards that 5-game series that we saw, because yes, it was an absolute banger. But before we do so, just to refresh your memory in terms of what you can be expecting today, let's have a look.
我享受欢呼，享受挑战，享受打得完美的样子。也输过，但没什么，哪里跌倒就哪里爬起来，反正最后总是我打爆你。
去年就赢了你8次，这一次也不会例外。
没有人比我更热爱这个游戏，也没有人比我更能坚持下去。
走到这里，没有人不是因为热爱，但是冠军要的是实力。
去年决赛的时候，在台下看到对手举起奖杯的那一刻，很不甘心。但今年我们不一样了，
不会再有不甘心。
这是我的第1个总决赛 ，LPL 会迎来一个新的冠军中单。
一个冠军，一座山 ，Cream 要夺冠，你要先翻过我这座山。
我和 Elk 也没有拿过冠军，但我一直相信我们是 LPL 最强的下路双人组。
我出道就站在山巅，上山易，下山难，这一步我会更加认真。
Jacky Love 一直是我很欣赏的 AD， 我会陪着他，拿到属于我们俩的一个又一个冠军。
我变了 ，BLG 也变了，坚如磐石，所向无敌。
每个人都为了胜利做出了改变，让我们把冠军再次带回滔博。
那就看看谁是这个春天的王者。
谁将会捧起银龙杯？
Top Esports up against BLG, the spring 2024 finals of the LPL, in front of thousands of fans, family, friends, but also countless of us watching at home. And only one will lift that trophy, the final hurdle on the way for both of these teams, which brings the question, does history repeat itself?
Oh, I mean, you'd like to hope not, right? It's been a while since Top Esports have claimed the title, and of course BLG, well, after last year, they're going to be feeling very sore, right? Finishing 2nd in spring, then 3rd, not even making it to finals, despite everyone kind of expecting them to do so. So, you know, at the very least, one of these teams will claim that title, so there's going to be a repeating of history. Only for one.
Only for one, yeah.
That's how competition works. And I'm hoping that, at the very least, even if, you know, for example, BLG go again, another split without picking up a title, they'll be able to feel good about moving it to MSI.
Yeah, we're looking at this series particularly, and it's something that we've seen before. But when we're looking at BLG up against Top Esports last time around, Trouble, it was so difficult to pinpoint a particular matchup that we really thought could make or break the game. Yes, bot lane was the name of the game, but it wasn't the only one.
I thought that's crazy, actually. We were sitting down trying to break this down with Namera in the pre-show. We're like, so who do we highlight top lane? yes. Jungle, yes. Mid lane, yes.
Absolutely.
Bot lane, absolutely. And it was like, we really need to highlight every single one of them. However, I will say that in this series, it was all about the bot lane. I feel like whichever bot lane managed to skyrocket the lead in the early game, the LPL teams are so good at capitalizing through these leads, through vision control, through pressuring, through bleeding their pressure with the items throughout the side lanes. So it felt like once one team snowballed through bot, they just ended the game.
Yeah, when push comes to shove with these two teams, when they're playing against the other upper echelons here in the LPL, they are bot-centric teams. Elkanon are considered by many to be one of the best bottom lane duos, if not in the league, in the world right now.
Yeah.
And as far as Jackie Love and Mako are concerned, they've been performing exceptionally well, and this series was a lot about the bottom lane because they function quite heavily on your Varus, your Kalista, your Draven. They need these early game leads to actually function in the mid game.
And it's very funny because it was all about the bot lane for the first 4 games.
And then it wasn't.
Until it wasn't,
Exactly.
because Giga been right here on the TF. I think he had like 7 or 8,000 lead at this point. Ends up completely ending the game through a backdoor. A lot of people will want to call this Expeke. However, I think Bin gave it his own flair in terms of name. And I feel like had this not been the case, Top Esports really had a huge chance of just taking the series.
Yeah, no, it wasn't impossible to say the least. Top Esports really gave them a run for their money, and even though, yes, Top Esports are the 2nd seed, BLG had been so dominant. It's the record-breaking split, of course, from the regular season. No one really expected Top Esports to push them to 5 in the nature that they did. So, for Top Esports, looking for a repetition, but actually taking down the Nexus 3 times instead of just the 2, and BLG need to be a little bit more on their guard.
Or not getting backdoored by a TF.
Yeah.
You know, that
All
also
about
can be on the list of things you would want to achieve or not happen to you. But Top Esports are looking to live up to their name, particularly when it comes to their performances so far. They've been very top tier and they've been doing really well. But also when we're looking particularly at players to highlight, we're looking at 369 and Knight. Both of these players have had a dominant 2023. But what's really important here to highlight is the way the rivalry plays out, because 369 had some very interesting words for Knight.
Oh, absolutely. He claimed that the only titles Knight had gotten were because of him, right? Because he carried him through that top side of the map. And we did mention at the top of show that JDG will not be returning to MSI to defend their title. However, 369 and Knight will be returning to MSI to defend their own individual titles at MSI 2023, whilst Knight going for the 3rd LPL title back to back to back, and the 4-peat, of course, for 369.
Yeah, it's about carrying on the spree domestically for both of these players.
It's about adding another medal.
Exactly, and they'd spent so much time together, and that JDG
369
roster.
the general of the LPL.
I mean, he's working on it, right?
Yep,
So, to me, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of internal rivalry, but at the end of the day, they're both happy to be playing against each other more than anything else, and trying to maintain, like you said, Trouble, the MSI title moving forward as well in May.
Yeah, it also highlights the caliber of the players that we're looking at and the rosters in general and how well they slot together so far. You're going from players who have multiple international titles, and then you're getting into players like Krem, for example, who is still waiting to claim one. But that is, again, something to really look forward to. When you're looking particularly at individual players that have had a phenomenal story, a resurgence, so to say, Tian is one that really does come to mind.
Yeah, Tian definitely, more than anyone almost on this rift today. He suffered a lot throughout his career.
Hey, we did too in 2019.
Yeah, but do you know who wasn't suffering in 2019? Tian. So, he's been to many finals, right? In total 6, only picked up 1 title out of those. Very, very close to retiring. There was, of course, the very, very heartfelt interview during that period. I'm not sure how many losses he was in when that happened, but, it does a lot to a player when you get so close and you kind of trip up on that last hurdle. Here again, against BLG, and it's kind of funny, you think about kind of the contrasts of last year where Top Esports was supposed to be a super roster that never quite ended up delivering. BLG, also similar, but just a kind of a different tangent on the story. They were more or less trailing JDG the entire time, whilst Top Esports were trailing the other 2. So now finally, with no JDG, it's just these 2 teams to battle out. It's Tien, who finds himself in a final to hopefully pick up his 2nd title.
And I feel like it means the world to him, right? He was having an interview with 369 literally after they qualified for these finals. And as you can see on your screen as well, he says that he will be in 6 finals, and so far he's only won once. And it was really heartfelt because he was crying while saying these words. He really believed in his ability, almost quit, like Yamada said 2 years ago. things happen for a reason, and they did fall into place with Tien getting onto top esports, you know, getting onto these finals yet again. I feel like he's really proven himself in the LPL as one of the GOATs for a reason.
Yeah, always a bridesmaid, never the bride. But that could change. That is something that 369 particularly is also looking to change, to make Tien the best jungler in the LPL, which then brings the question, how do you make a player like Tien the best jungler in the LPL? Do you want to put the player on more aggressive junglers, early ganks? Do you want to put a player on tanks? What is it that makes him shine?
It was really funny because there was an interview again with Tien and 369, and 369 was like, listen, I can beat top lane on my own, I can beat Bin on my own, I don't need you to gank for me. And Tien just turned around and he was like, thumbs up, it's fine, I'll play my Maokai and I'll be going bot lane.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, it's kind of one of those things where Tien will very happily sit on these tanks, and I think, to me, you know, Genie, you asked the question, what kind of can make you the best jungler in the league? It's about fulfilling your role, understanding what you need to provide for your team. That's kind of what the jungle role has evolved into over the years. You can see the draft history from the previous series, and pretty much when top esports performed, it was when Tien was on the tank. But of course as well, a lot of specific highlighted picks here from both these teams, because as far as the draft is concerned, they got relatively creative throughout a lot of that series too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We had a lot of lane swaps, different champions like the Twisted Fate top lane. We had Veigar in the mid lane. But I feel like a lot of the issues that came through this draft were predominantly red side drafts. I feel like there's been such a huge resurgence on blue side wins. And I feel like one of these teams will have to break the code on red side, because specifically for top esports, they have so many bans they need to throw over to BLG, like the Kalista that Elk is undefeated on, like the Ari from Knight, like the Nico and the Vi, and this is just 4 bans. There's even more, and they only have 3.
Yeah, and that's the issue, so to say, when you're looking at the red side. You don't necessarily get to dictate how the draft is going to be playing out, but when we were looking at top esports particularly, it felt like they were comfortable throwing curveballs to BLG in the last series, although necessarily might not have stuck in terms of 3 total games. It did get them to a point which potentially we could see a repeat of today.
Yeah, I feel like even though red side, it feels a little bit cursed, right? No matter how you end up splicing it. That's kind of the conclusion we come to. I feel like in this series, in the microcosm, top esports should feel fine. I feel like on the red side, they're able to get a counter in either solo lane, which I think is huge for Cream. I think it's huge for 369 in terms of trying to mute Bin, but also on the bottom side, being able to get, you know, a support on 3 and then ban away 2 supports. I think there's a lot of benefits for top esports specifically, because this will be a series which is so heavily dictated by lane matchups.
Yeah, and lane matchup particularly is something that we've seen is, the new rage. Well, new rage. Again, it's back again, you know. Fashion comes in and out all the time. It is lane swaps particularly. We've seen it on different regions. We've seen it primarily here at the LPL, started off with NIP, but it's back. And that was an answer that we did see from top esports come out.
I feel like that was very creative, and I don't want to sit around and talk a lot about the lane swaps because we've seen them a lot. Yes, it is to counter kill bot lanes. Yeah, it is to get your top lane out of an unfavorable matchup. It's generally just to avoid unfavorable matchups and getting killed. However, I wanted to highlight how BLG responded to those lane swaps coming in from top esports. As you'll see right here, BLG will move as a unit. If we look towards the top side of the map and the top quadrant of the map, they'll just drop a ward down at red buff, which is a very normal ward that you drop down just to track the jungler later on to see where they're going. However, what I want to showcase here is that the second, if we pause it right now, the second that top esports gets spotted on that ward, swapping their bot lane towards the top side of the map, and if we play the clip, you see Elk and On do a 180 and sprint it towards the top side of the map. I want to highlight Bin's Ghost as well being popped just to make sure they go towards the bot side. However, top esports had the first shove on bot lane, and on top lane they managed to crash the wave, which then again, if BLG was gonna fall behind, it was gonna be here, because they have to reset, they'll be behind in Tepo. However, what they did, because Twisted Fate also doubles as an AD carry, they only transitioned their support towards that bot side of the map, which means both their Twisted Fate and their Kalista did not end up losing any experience or gold, which resulted in Bin on an 8k gold lead, finishing the game through a backdoor.
Yeah, and it's one of those things as well where just on kind of the small micro things, TF doesn't lose too much gold because it's passive, so he feels pretty fine about it.
He's the creep though, right?
Yeah, he does need the creeps at the end of the day, but he doesn't lose so much because of passive, and yeah, Kalista gets to get a little bit further ahead in terms of XP as well.
And that is a scary situation to be in, but we're talked about the red side. we're talking about the drafts, we're talking about the lane swaps particularly, but now I also want to talk about expectations in terms of this series. I mean, we did highlight that this is the third time that these teams in spring 2024 are matching up against each other, and both times it wins in favor of BLG. So if you're asking me, I'm gonna be like, yo, BLG have proven themselves twice, can't hurt to prove themselves a third time, but some people might say third time's the charm, because you particularly, Jamada, were like, well, it could have been Top Esports.
It could have, but you can see on the screen.
It could have, but 3-1 BLG, Jamada?
Look, I've been to this rodeo before.
You want some impressions on socials?
No, it's nothing to do with the impressions. I saw what happened in 2023 spring when BLG was in Top Esports' position.
You scarred for life?
A little bit, yeah,
okay.
if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
They pushed JDG to 5 games. They effectively threw a game in that series as well. And then they came into finals and it was a complete wash. I'm not saying this will be a complete wash for BLG, but I just have a feeling that BLG will be more on their toes. They saw what Top Esports brought to them in the upper bracket matchup, and they're not going to be caught off guard as much as they were in the previous series.
And with that, we're ready to head into the first game of the LBL Spring 2024 Finals. We have BLG going up against Top Esports, so let's head over to our beautiful opening ceremony and see what all the players got for us in store.
血红接个粉金血王会逼了 Elk 的一个闪现 ，Elk 这个位置非常的危险，有一个机会就在他反手间秒到了 Lucky， 我有亲到 Q 杀有金身有吃点屎的盾，但是这个位置还是要死 ，Night 这边的话看一下又是打成了一团，两边的前排搅在了一起，卓哥这一波感觉已经是没有办法走了。 直接融出之神的召唤照出来，闪现给二段 Rookie 瞬间被击杀在了原地，要一波了，就想拼 R 下来龙抢到了，小奶油，大边又续上了，主人还在输出，但是一个人面对4个人实在打不动了。369这个去年站在他身边的上单，这一次一刀把他的人头拿下来，4杀落袋，难道河道跟剑魔就这么有渊源吗？要跟他换命了，牙膏最后一下被杰克拉姆给点掉，两边打了波1换1，同时2个残血，杰克拉姆闪现一枪，再一枪 Q 技能 Jackie Love。
欢呼声与掌声，有请2024 LPL 春季赛总决赛的参赛队伍登场。 有请汤普电子竞技俱乐部。BLG 上单 B。汤普上单369。BLG 打野勋，汤普打野天。BLG 中单 Night， 汤普中单 Prime， BLG 下路 Elk。汤普下路 Jackie Love， BLG 辅助 On， 汤普辅助 Mako。现场和屏幕前的召唤师们，这里是2024 LPL 春季赛总决赛的现场，这里即将迎来 BLG 与滔博的巅峰对决。在这个无限热血的时刻，今天2024 LPL 春决来到佛山，幸会武术之乡，一决高下，与有容焉。春回大地，万物新生，春天的魔力即将迎来蜕变的时刻。BLG 与滔博的对决即将开始，让我们共同期待两支战队的精彩表现。LPL 五位新巅峰。
Welcome one and all to the battle for the Silver Dragon Cup. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nightmara, and what a day it is. Our second finals in a row, but a banger nonetheless. BLG versus Top Esports.
And I mean, you know, we're going straight into draft. We're not wasting any time, and big things to note. Red side was a big problem the last time that these two teams faced off. It was 5 blue side wins in a row. A lot of that was because of first pick Callistas from BLG. That's been banned by Top Esports. We have ourselves a very different bot lane matchup. Jackulov going back towards the center particularly.
And he is undefeated on that pick right now. It would be really interesting to see as they change to a more scaling draft with some more onus on Tien to have that momentum for them.
I have to say, I love the team fight from both of these teams, and that's my favorite thing because here in the LPL, we love ourselves some full contact team fighting. Throw all your spells at the enemy team and see what hits. Of course, we have reset potential from the Viego, but when you have Elcon Lucian, fantastic player of that champion too, he can be helped out with the Talia wall, changing the terrain, the Maokai ult, corralling people into the right position. I think that bot lane, whichever one gets ahead here, if the center survives or the Lucian gets ahead, that can be a huge factor in this game.
And that has been the factor that has made the difference when these two teams faced off against each other just a few weeks, I guess a week ago. It is a situation where it was very back and forth, but very one-sided through all the games, even though it went all the way to 5. So now we have to see these different strategies for game number 1 and how they play out with that early aggression that TES is going towards.
I'm glad that we've already seen ourselves some adaptation from the last series. They had to have learned. They had 5 games against each other, and here now in the grand finals fighting for that Silver Dragon Cup. So important to see them come out of that series and get themselves some learning from it.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting thing, and what we were really looking at coming into this one is how will they adapt? How will they change? Because blue side was completely dominant the last 2 times. The last time these teams have faced off. But we're getting into game number 1 now, and it is all on the line. The final best of 5 in our LPL spring split. The final best of 5 to see who walks away with the Silver Dragon Cup. Top Esports have made a resurgence through that lower bracket to make it here to re-meet and revenge against BLG. But BLG, they're in their 2nd finals ever as an organization, and they're looking for their first win. We're getting into game number 1 now, so let's hear those Gios get loud. There we go. Stadium in Chengdu has come alive. And as it does, BLG versus Top Esports kicks off. The most important thing is to see how this early game goes, especially because we've seen dominant early games lead to wins in the series before.
Now, we have been, of course, kind of warning people, doing that quite quick weather check, say that sometimes we do get ourselves some lane swaps. With the way that the bot lanes are positioned right now, doesn't look likely, but with these wards into early river, and particularly with, you know, Tian and Shun walking towards that top side as well, they're just scouting out the fact that there isn't going to be one, importantly so. Knight now getting a ward into the enemy jungle, very, very important. One of the strongest factors for Top Esports is how Tian, when he's off vision, can just control early vision control and get himself onto the map early. So getting that ward down helps BLG fight back.
And he's going to be a primary candidate to getting these late game win conditions online. He's going to have a lot of aggression in his pathing here, and I think he's one of the biggest brain junglers we have in the LPL. I'm very excited. I know he was very emotional about making it to finals, making it to MSI again. Tian being 1-4 so far in his finals, but now trying to make it 2-4.
Yeah, he's had 5 attempts, 1 success, and now he's got himself another one to see if he can improve that record. He's on the Viego, of course, going to be a big part of this team composition. If he gets himself onto the map early, of course, you can flash in with that Spectral Maw for a stun, very powerful gank tool. Of course, the team fights later, that's where you're really looking to see whether the Top Esports jungler can do something more about that.
Taking a trip to Reset City? Or
yeah, maybe. You know, I've heard that happens occasionally here. It's been a pick that's really been big in the LPL this split. Other picks which have been really big, though, are the 2 that we're seeing on the screen right now. That Lucian Nami gets the early shove in, and that'll help Shun get himself onto either side of the river that he really wants to go towards.
And that's who I want to talk about next, because we've talked about all the avenues, the ways forward for Tian, but for Shun, he's on the facilitation. He's on the Maokai, spacing around team fights, setting up for the rest of the team.
And particularly in this case as well, one of the big things about Lucian Nami is that they hate playing against the Maokai, so it was a takeaway, but it also helps when, you know, you're pulling all the ultimate triggers. When we get later into the game, that can be really, really important, but we'll have to wait for that point. Have to see how much gold they have in pockets before we even reach that. We can see right now, BLG, it's pretty common for them to have a lot of pushing early lanes. Last year, there was an interview from a couple of different players saying that playing as BLG, even in the early game, very, very difficult because every single lane plays very aggressively. Right now, Knight pushing in mid, there's 2v2 pushing in bot lane as well. Now we'll have to see what BLG will do with these pushing lanes.
I think priority is the name of the game here in this series, because we saw it lead out to boons for both teams in their last one. We do see Tian coming down here. We had opposite side pathings for both junglers. He's just going to visit mid and look at top side.
I love what Tian's doing there. So Knight as a player occasionally does take very hard trades in mid lane just to secure that push, but it means he's occasionally aware of ganks coming through. Now Shun on the bot side, he's walking in, he can at least drop saplings, he has a ward to put down as well. Realistically, how much can they go towards? Top Esports Knight need to be afraid of a dive here.
They've got a pretty big wave here. All right, here we go. First blood on the table here. BLG trying to execute. They do have the juggle going. Oh, Jackie Love gets out, but no. First blood goes over to Elk, and it is traded right back.
Okay, the root lands onto the tree. Ain't that apparent and topical for this one. Jackie Love walks away with at least an assist. Mako, of course, is the farming one in this lane. He at least gets himself the ability to stay in lane. Still, though, kill over to Lucian. One of the big things we talked about is that, hey, Lucian, pretty strong when we get into mid-game, but we'll see how much gold he has. This is already a good start, and BLG showcasing once again that their ability to dive bot lanes is very, very powerful. Immediately, 3v3 bot side. This has been their bread and butter the entirety of this split. And Shun gets himself on the board.
It does indeed, and being able to get a little bit of gold early in the bot side has led to so much success in this series in the past. The early kills bot lane literally led to victories in their last best of 5. We'll see if that does remain the same here. A bit of a different style from Top Esports this time around, but we got to look at the objectives now. We have both the Grubbies coming up as well as the Dragon. We'll see which side is favored for either.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got the winning bot lane, you almost assume you're going to go towards that Dragon. I'm trying to think about split push potential with the Grubs after as well, because if you have something like the Azir on the side of Top Esports, reminder, this is the tank Azir because they have that grasp. They won't be going towards the Nash's Tooth, which means that if Top Esports were to get the Grubs to round this point off, it wouldn't necessarily be the same victory for them if they had themselves a Nash's first pick in that mid lane to make the use of hitting those towers.
And we're starting to get to the point where we're getting level 6s. Knight on the Talia is going to need to roam out on the side. Tien is the one that's going to start the Dragon right now, and it is going to be the opposite side trades.
I was about to say, so typically when you're diving bot lane, you expect to be able to stick around and maintain pressure. Not to be the case. Viego's going to get himself first Dragon of the game for the Senna. Senna typically is not a champion which has a lot of Dragon priority. For Top Esports, they take the opportunity when it's given to them, and it's BLG who get themselves all 3 of those Grubs on the top side of the map.
And so far, we've seen ships passing in the night between Tien and Xun. In the last series, it was very much, let's go where each other is and let's fight.
Yes.
This time around, they were really taking a different approach, at least in game number 1. And I think the late game win condition for BLG is setting up those big team fights, and maybe getting those Grubs can help you springboard off that afterwards.
I mean, they already have the Talia ultimate in terms of a global to help them be in side lanes, hit turrets, and then move somewhere else to start a fight. So yes, them having Grubs, it can help with that as well. We'll see if they can finish off the set of 6. That's when it becomes a really big issue.
The Grubageddon?
A Grubageddon. The full house. Yeah, we'll see if that ends up happening. The Zerg Rush is one of my favorite things to watch in this particular season.
How do you translate that into League of Legends?
You know, well, there is, of course, the Void kind of terminology.
Okay,
they haven't necessarily capitalized on that just yet.
True,
I'm waiting to see if there's anything they'll do with that one in future patches as well. We're seeing that Tien heading towards the top side, Wave pushing out for Bin, so he's just going to drop himself a ward in that river. So C369 maybe taking a hard trade.
Tien was up this way. Not going to end up going. He goes for the Krugs anyway. Has been very quiet on the home front of the jungle in a matchup where we expected both these two guys to be very aggressive in their pathing. I think Tien obviously was very confident in his approach against Xun, saying, you know, you're still going to be winless after this. You're still not going to have a championship, and I'll have it all.
I mean, apparently these two, they were kind of coordinating before the trash talk came in, before that finals, to say, you know, let's just go all out, both these players. They know each other very well. They've fought each other an awful amount of times. So many of these players have. And you see that right now, Tien not really looking into the enemy jungle in real earnest, just looking to get some vision and just see where the enemy is. Battle warding, as we like to call it.
Battle warding. Yeah. Also with the move from Knight, going to be a little bit difficult to add on to that a little bit. Now, we are just getting to a point where you had a little bit of an advantage bot side, but for BLG, I want to talk a little bit more about them continuing to get that lead, because you're going against the Senna, you're going against Jackie Love's undefeated Senna, and you've got to have a solution in that mid game to make sure you don't get to 30+ minutes.
That's a good point, because I think if you're going like straight front to back, of course the Senna has really big value when you've got someone stood in front of you, you can heal and shield them. I will say you don't have a traditional tank in the way that you would do with something like an Ornn or even something like a Cassante. I mean, the Renekton helps, particularly when you're at level 6 to level 11, when you're around that kind of mid-game spike. And the Tahm Kench can help a little bit too. It's not quite the same though. It's like unkillable frontline, as we've seen from other Senna compositions, so they do need to be wary. This isn't an instant win front to back. You need to be very careful, particularly once Elk starts getting towards 2-3 items.
Ooh, Jackie Love taking an extra shot from the turret there, about half health on the other end, but we have BLG hovering down this way. Actually looking for a little angle, just going to get some wave clear here. Now you also have Tien coming down the long way here.
Is he off of vision? No, he's not. He walked over a wall to get there, so BLG would have had advanced warning on that. Again, so much about this game and the way the playmaking happens is about the vision control which leads up to it, because if you know something's coming, you can prepare for it a lot easier. Kreen gets himself a momentary push in this mid lane. Knight, however, does have ult. You can get out of that lane, so feels like both these teams quite reserved for game one. Actually, we had the first bot lane dive, which that's the BLD special. They just always dive bot lane.
We almost had one top side, but it didn't work out.
Almost had that. But on the whole, it's been fairly quiet. Now we're
Yeah.
waiting to see when that next fight's really going to come through. Got a Dragon in a minute and a half. We've got the Grubs coming up in 30 seconds. If BLG do get towards 6 Grubs, that's a big win for them. If Top Esports on the other side of things, though, get themselves 2 early Dragons, that's a big objective win for them as well. So maybe we'll start to see some more openings at that point, particularly with some big ultimates on the table.
What I find so curious about this is very reminiscent to game number 5 in their last series, where it literally was just quiet until it exploded. And it feels like both these teams taking a lot of reservation, but also respect into their opponent in a grand finals. I know there was a lot of trash talk, but we actually see now a bit of a lane swap coming down.
A little bit. We've got ourselves rotation towards the top side. Now, of course, this is really to fight about those grubs. Grubs are things which some people overlook, but if you give over 6, that is a big, big problem. BLG not going to be first to the play, but they will be there in force.
369's like, oh, that's not the corner I want to walk into. Okay, BLG moving in. 369 going to slice and dice his way out. Dominus his pop. Tidal Wave coming through. I don't think he has a way of getting out of that one. He's healing so much. He gets out with the Devour. There's the invade by Tien, too. He gets the kill of the Shun. They are in the pit. The Grubbies aren't even the focus anymore. He gets one back, and now Tien has hit those resets. He's looking for more. He flashes out of that Q sweet spot. Ben's going to go down, too. That seismic shove is not enough, and BLG, they try to fight, but they can't keep the fight going.
Oh, Top Esports, wonderful response to BLG. Not quite landing their engage in the right way. It will not be 6 grubs over to BLG, which we said would have been a big win for them. It's a denial of them, and Top Esports come through, and with that, they find themselves as an organization at the LPL. 9,000 total kills. Big moment in this early game. Top Esports getting a really good early fight, particularly shout out to Mako with that Devour, reset things incredibly well, and now BLG, they're not going to have that same gold lead which we said they can run away with so easily. I don't think this part of the fight is bad. You get the flash out of the Renekton, very important thing. This is where things go a little too far though. I think that shouldn't just overstay his welcome. We can really see the value which Mako has had as well. Mako, of course, been such an addition to this roster. Massive first player of the game for him in this all-important grand finals.
Jackie Love and Mako, tried and true duo you never thought would happen, but it has been incredible, and honestly the way they played on the back of that fight was insane. BLG having a little bit of trouble keeping it together here, and they are that early game composition, at least more so than Top Esports, but they have so much advantage now. You have Mako with a huge lead, and Tien's going to take a second dragon.
Yeah, and so just capping off these early game objectives, the things that we were talking about, saying, well, okay, if you give an over 6 grubs to BLG, big moment for them, split push threat. But if Top Esports get 2 early dragons, that's big for them too. It's going to be a Cloud Rift. It's not necessarily the biggest thing, but now cross-map potentially on the other side.
They're a little scared to move forward. Okay, there's the double as... Oh, he has damage. Oh, Jackie Love. Okay. I was going to say, you had flash. Make sure he uses it. The heal not going to go down just yet, but BLG looking to make plays on top side.
Yeah, they tried to go for a cross map. It's not the cleanest. They forced the flash out of the center, though, and that's a small victory, I suppose. However, CTN on Fog of War.
They're in the bush.
What's happening here?
Oh, he catches him. I don't know if he realized that On is right next to him. He does have Cream coming over. And nothing else can go. They don't get to walk mid, though, and they'll lose a plate because of it.
Of course, you've got the 3 grubs now on Top Esports. They have some extra tower damage to bring to bear at the same time.
Fog of War,
again, Tien just being a blocker towards this mid lane. Has he gone too far? He does have himself...
Oh, the flash from On! Oh my goodness, Tien just mind gaming him.
Yeah, uses the ult to get out. So one of the big things about Viego, very hard to pick him off. He can just ult backwards, ult away from the play because he goes unstoppable. And it means that BLG, they've been trying to snatch and grab at a couple of plays for the last few minutes. They haven't quite found themselves a big advantage just yet, though. Top Esports really answering well in this early game, despite that early dive being a big bonus for BLG.
I think that just shows that there's been a lot of growth for Top Esports, not only through their JDG series, but back here in the finals against BLG, who they faced before. Mako and Jackie Love realizing we just go with things that work for us, and they go with the Senatom Kench that has been so dominant for them.
Yeah, no, they banned away that Kalista. It was a big thing as well. They kind of got themselves apparently into a bot lane matchup, which is working better for them, at least around these skirmishes. They get themselves a plate from this top side. Again, if you've got the Lucian Nami, particularly Elk and On's Lucian Nami, you don't expect the enemy bot lane to be walking around getting plates. They've gotten themselves something there, though, and now it really goes to show how good these players are on the side of Top Esports as well. BLG, realistically as an org, they've never come into a split as favorites. This is their first time, but it does not mean they're going to be without contest.
They will absolutely contest you every time. This is, again, would be their first finals win if they do take this best of 5. But going back to the Mako point, if you know, you're tuning in now for the first time, if you're here catching the latter half of our playoffs, maybe Mako looks a little bit different. Maybe he's not in a black and white jersey this time around. It's his first split off of EDG, and he has absolutely shown that he was the crux of that team, and he has been a beautiful influence on TES.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that. You know, make up 1,100 games thereabouts for EDG over his career. Moves to top esports, and in this first game of the finals, you understand exactly what he brings to a team. So that BLG, they try to go towards that Herald, top esports, they move people up in numbers, and kind of force them away from that. BLG not having an easy time with this early game. They're going to have to find themselves a way back in.
And we do have those first item spikes really coming up, and it feels like top esports want to utilize that. As Ben will see a roaming Tien going towards bot side, but it has really been about Tien kind of bodyguarding top esports this entire game so far.
This is a classic for Tien, right? He's so good at kind of setting up that framework for the rest of the team. You can see that BLG now, though, they are starting to get some saplings into the enemy jungle, some wards as well. This is where the game is going to get very, very interesting. BLG did not explode the early game. Top esports, they've answered well. They have themselves a slight gold lead, and they have themselves 2 dragons as well, potentially getting up to an early soul point in just a few minutes. Need to see BLG use their mid-game power. Talia ultimates, the Lucian Nami stuck in this mid lane as well with a bit of vision control to start going forward aggressively, and of course the Maokai as well, to see if they can start accelerating this game before, as you mentioned, you know, the double long-range carries of the Azir and the Senna starts to stack up as well and become a real problem in the late game.
It's going to be curious how BLG try to approach this, because Elk is going to have some hands on him, at least to dodge out in these team fights especially. And some of that...
He's an Elk, he has hooves, you know?
True.
It's worked very hard to get to this point. Yeah.
You know, well, maybe he'll just use his weight, swing it around a little bit. You know, an Elk weighs almost 1,000 pounds. It's almost...
That's nasty.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez. I think maybe it's top esports who needs to be careful becoming roadkill on the other side then.
All right, we're looking back mid now, though. We have some collapse from Shun, who isn't going to pull the trigger on anything just yet. We have those objectives coming up, at least the Dragon in 50 seconds. So I expect BLG to try to maneuver some vision down that way.
But as it stands right now, you can see that 369 on the Renekton versus the Aatrox had the run of the lane. As you tend to, it's not a big lead, but it's something we can keep pushing in the mid lane. Elch starting to put out some damage, but Jackie trading back just as well. It is really hard. And what that means is that it's hard for BLG to get themselves a good entry towards the bot side of the lane.
And that's a second item spike for Elk. You weren't able even to chunk Jackie Love to half because of the sustainability that Senna brings. So that is the curious spotlight for me, because both bot lanes have been so crucial to these two teams.
Huge moment as well. We talked about the Lucian power spike, big moment there, but particularly Profane Hydra, not Propane Hydra, make that mistake all the time. Profane Hydra being brought up by Bin. Now Bin can be a huge flanking threat. He has himself a teleport, this gets himself the first point, and can't start and jump forward again.
So this is the kind of gameplay you expect from Lucians in the LPL. Fog of War gameplay is how Elk will stay in this game.
Thing is, despite the fact that Elk has done some good damage here, it doesn't buy them access into bot river. So we were talking about, can BLG set up towards bot side? The answer is no, they can't, despite the fact that they had the Aatrox with that first item spike. So BLG choose to cross map instead. They did return to that Herald earlier, they picked up that objective, gonna get some gold on tonight. Knight in their last series wasn't necessarily the main character of the 5-game win that BLG had, but on the Talia, getting extra gold in pocket, you can't count this guy out either. This Talia may be a difference maker in the big playmaking we see later into the game.
Yeah, you might think of Knight as just that mechanical mid laner, the golden left hand, can dominate 1v1s, but he has shown that he has a lot of that flexibility here. We're seeing 369 hover over mid.
You see that everyone's hovering over mid, though. It feels like everyone's got eyes on it. It is, but for who? And who's going to get surprised by this one? 369 has himself a Dominus, has himself a flash. Here's the teleport.
Top esports are the one to pull the trigger here. Going to try to get an angle. There's a nice little root coming in from Jackie Love. Just going to get the TP out. So honestly, BLG will take that.
They will, because I mean, BLG, they just took a top lane out of turret, and top esports, it's not like they had themselves a cross map going somewhere else while they're angling towards that mid lane. So it is just a teleport. There is no extra trade available for this one. I guess what they do is they stop BLG potentially making a wave crash play onto mid lane with its Talia ult, because of course once these mid lane turrets go down as well, the game changes an awful lot. In fact, BLG, as soon as they take down those outer turrets, particularly with that Talia ultimate, very, very strong at finding ways of these snappy engages in the way that BLG have really become specialized towards the top esports. Need to be very careful now that BLG is starting to get more proactive.
They're actually going to try to move on this top side. Knight's going to burn his flash. Shun trying to tank it up, though. There's a lot of damage from those rocks. 369 going to go right back in. Here comes Ben. He's able to join the fight here, but is it too little, too late? 369 not able to get the close down on Shun, and he just goes down to Knight.
And Tien tries to make something happen, but they can't get the reset. The Viego doesn't get that value. At least top esports get themselves a counterplate. They have themselves the Azir with the demolish in the bot side. 3 grubs ticking on that. It's going to be a tower, at least a tower for kill. All in all, not going to be a massive explosion, but again, testing the waters. BLG is starting to get to the point where top esports cannot disrespect their damage.
And I think we're starting to see what the side lane can offer here as well. Knight versus Cream, an interesting matchup nonetheless, but we got to take a look at this top side play.
No, just before this, we saw that Cream used his teleport on bot side. He can't teleport towards that top side. It's a pretty strong play onto the Maokai in terms of the initial damage, but they can't finish it off. And then the flash after this. Great response from Shun. Stops the second part of the Renekton coming through. That's why it looks a little bit awkward. If 369 had managed to connect with that slice, would have got an extra bit of mobility, but Shun manages to outplay.
Really close-knit fights in that top side of the map to get BLG back in a little bit of the driver's seat. The thing is now, though, they're already down 3 dragons. The decision-making is not in their hands.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. So BLG, they need to find themselves some ways to potentially break this mid lane outer turret and then the bot lane outer turret as well. Once they have fallen, and they can get these saplings into the enemy jungle, a couple of wards as well. I think that's where Top Esports can maybe be pulled apart. I think Top Esports very, very good in straight front-to-back fight.
Dude.
But Elk on this Lucian, look at this item spike. So disgusting here in the mid lane.
God, it's been so nice to see Elk feel a lot more confident over these last couple years. Now it's an engage from Cream trying to get the angle there for the Emperor's Divide, but he can't do it. Now Top Esports left wanting a little bit. A couple ultis used by BLG. They want to follow him up. Devour from Mako saves Cream's life.
All of this starts with just the fact that Elk and On are bodying this mid lane in terms of the trades. And now here comes the Taliyah wall. It's just going to be zoning off for the turret. Mid lane, outer turret. Most important objective in the next few minutes for BLG has been claimed. Big moment for them, and it comes from the AD carry.
And a big conversation about BLG has been, do they know what to do if they don't have a lead past mid-game? They're showing us that they have some fight left to give, even if Top Esports have had control of this game so far. Now they have gold lead. Now they have that pressure in the mid lane that's gone, so they can go into this dragon fight a little bit more confident.
And it's just in time as well, because if they weren't finding this right now, then it would be a threat of, okay, what happens around this dragon? Now, of course, there's going to be a minute until that happens, but with BLG taking the mid lane out of turret and taking this fight at a time where their ultimates will largely be back in time as well, means that with mid lane out of turret, bot lane out of turret taken in one fell swoop. Once again, BLG just run roughshod over the map and start claiming a lot of territory. Big moment.
That'll be all 3 outer towers now. Top Esports trying to answer back a little bit of top lane pressure themselves, but gotta wonder if there is going to be enough gas in that tank for a second fight around that dragon. But it is also a position where I said Top Esports has decision-making power right now. They could choose just not to go after that one because they have the Senna. They have those scans. They can force BLG to make those decisions.
That's a very fair point, but whenever I look at BLG getting this kind of map control and stuff like this, you get that little hair up the back of your neck, a little bit of that sort of thing. Oh no, what happens if we don't close the game now? Because BLG are so lethal when you give them angles into a game. Very close in gold. Elk jumping forward again, has himself that culling if he wants to pull it. Top Esports need to be very, very careful with the 3-item Lucian.
Dragon in 5. Top Esports getting called to the back there. Jackie Love not having any health left. Oh my god, Elk is going forward. He is going to get the Dawning Shadow back and a ton of damage in his backside too. That is going to be the Dragon started up by Top Esports.
Okay, Top Esports get themselves into River and huge chunk back onto Elk makes this fight even again. BLG, they have the flank though. Bin, again, he has the flanking build.
The Bin flank could be the world ender here. Here comes the Weaver's wall across. Shun is in the pit. Shun gets it. He denies the soul. The Devourer going to save out Cream yet again. They have a front to back that looks really good for Top Esports from here. Bin can't get out of the back of the pit just yet. Finally dashes over and things settle down a little bit.
Oh my gosh. So we get ourselves BLG, a really important moment for them. They delay the soul. Close run stuff, though. I really thought they were going to give over 1 or 2 kills. But we have to keep in the back of my mind, you give over, 1 kill. What happens with the Viego? Viego starts to reset. This is a big win condition. At that point for Top Esports, Elk jumping forward again.
Oh my god! Okay, that damage spike is there. Lord Doms has been completed, and a 3-item Lucian has come to town.
Yeah, just in case anyone's complaining about Lucian as a champion, like, oh, no one can play this champion. Welcome
Watch
to
the LPL.
Welcome to LPL. We don't even get to see the chunk before this from the AD carries before this point. Cream tries to jump forward onto Elk, and then the flash, fantastic. Very hard to flash out of his combos on the whole, but just to make it happen.
It's been a couple times now. Cream hasn't been able to make that lockdown happen. Again, the newest member of Top Esports with Mako, obviously, in 369, but also the youngest of all these guys and the least tenured. Being a youngin' around 4 goats is definitely difficult, so we'll see if he can do it here.
Absolutely. I think Cream has gone from strength to strength. This game's been not the cleanest for him so far, but again, first game on a final stage, can't necessarily blame
First game
him
in your
necessarily.
first finals, it's all right.
Yeah, I'm not. But the thing is, right, you can understand why, but for this player, he's got to stand up. He's against Knight in that mid lane as well. Knight, one of the greatest mid laners that the LPL has ever produced on an MVP spring.
I was about to say, our MVP for spring. Now, BLG we're looking for. This is the style that BLG need to find. They're looking for seismic shoves into the damage from Elk.
You see what Top Esports are doing right now? Remember all of the damage that Elk was doing in the last couple of minutes? Top Esports said, we don't like that. It's not great for our health.
Fun. I don't like it.
Medical insurance is not recommended that we stand in front of this. So what they say is, well, what if we send every single person in the mid lane so he has to all into ever? You see, that's how you do it. That's what they're trying to do. Overload numbers in the mid lane to stop Elk taking over the game. Huge item spikes. Could be what BLG used to fight their way back into the game even more. Again, remember, Top Esports actually had a very good early game, considering the composition which BLG have, the pushing mid, the pushing bot. Top Esports won that first fight. It has been Elk, really, with this Lucian power spike, which has given BLG a fighting chance, and now an advantage in the mid game.
And I think a quiet factor that's really going to start coming to a head here is how Ben and 369 affect the backlines, right? If 369 gets on Elk and there's no peel, he's dead. The same way for Ben on Jackie Love. So I think now that we're getting to the point where these guys are going to have such an influence, it's rightfully so that it's Ben and 369.
These players, they've not necessarily been the focus of the... Oh my god, this...
Dude! Oh my god. Well, I said that's the combo they wanted to do, and they definitely did it. That's a dash forward from Elk, and not the shot gonna land, but that is bread and butter, what they want to do.
That is so dangerous. They give up vision around the mid lane, and Elk, once again, shows off how sharp those antlers are. They're going to push in towards this mid lane in a turret. I think Top Esports are very lucky this isn't a Baron going with it.
I cannot believe we've gotten to this state with such a tough climb for BLG in that early game. They have come alive, and it's off the back of Elk, a guy who has made his name on BLG, who has made his name with On even since his time on Ultra Prime.
Here comes the Taliyah ult. BLG just pushing the pressure ever forwards.
Top Esports, they can't get out of here. They're stuck between a rock and a tower. As now Cream going to show up to do a little bit of that long-range poke damage. He's on 2.5 items now, but they're actually going to survive under this tier 2 down here. Tian is right around the corner.
This fog of war.
Oh god, Elk is just so deadly, man.
The fog of war is nasty. Now it's the Maokai ult again. Ult after ult.
There we go, tidal wave. Bring all your nature masses as they will affront Top Esports under turret, but Mako able to make the difference there, able to tank down some of that. But you see some of that spacing that BLG can use.
Oof, again, I'm really quite surprised that no one died there, Mizel. That's happening like, oh, again, it's another combo, it's another ult. BLG, they have a number of tools to really punish Top Esports when they're kind of stuck in this one area of the map, whether it's the Maokai ult with the tidal wave of the wall. The ability to change space on the map is so important, and this is the play which really broke open this last phase of things. Knight and Elk catch the combo. Catching both in the shove is what makes this play. Otherwise, the Devour comes out and the center ends up living. Because it catches both of them, the positioning a little too close from Mako, Knight punishes so hard with Elk backing up with damage.
Really good combination so far, and Elk sitting at 3-1 now, almost on 4 items on the Lucian. We said that this can be a big carry for BLG, and he is.
Okay, so we got ourselves 20 seconds until Chill Dragon, but Top Esports have elected to not put any vision towards bot side of the map. Well, they've been pushing on the bot side anyway for the last few minutes. Not like they've had themselves that option, but here goes Shun.
Okay, Shun going in. The Bramble Smash not used yet. Elk getting some damage out, but look, 369's on Elk now, and everybody's found the connection, even with that twisted advance there by Tien. And so they do find the fight. Now they'll move to the Baron.
Doesn't matter that they're on Soul Point. They go towards top side instead and take 2 huge kills. Top Esports, this should be the Baron. What hero plays have we got left from BLG?
Gonna try to get in. Shun is not there for the steal, but a lot of damage can be done. Weaver's Wall used already. Throw some of those rocks. Top Esports just gonna commit to it right now. Ben is on the other angle here. About 4,000 on the Baron now. We're getting low as it should just go down. Top Esports gonna pull away from it. They do end up securing the objective. Nice seismic shove there. Q sweet spot. Spin trying to fight back, but nice Emperor's Defied from Cream. They do end up fighting one back onto him, but it's Jackie Love who's gonna come up clutch on the other end of it. Ben on the other side though, trying to go at Jackie Love. Oh my God, Ben, you monster! He doesn't find Jackie Love though, as he does with that Q sweet spot. It's not gonna be enough.
Such a frantic Baron. Have we got any other place to look towards? Well, the big thing is now Top Esports have been delayed so much at retreating towards the Baron. They're not going to get themselves sold. They're going to have to give that one up towards the side of BLG. But the fact they get that Baron against the run of play, it felt like, is still huge. Both of these teams throwing plays back and forth against each other, picking off the carries in important moments. Means that this game maybe has a couple of twists left back and forth. Jakulov survives with the Baron buff. Important for him, means that he'll have one lane of pressure at least.
Bin sticking in that fight is insane. The man is a boxing legend in League of Legends, apparently, as we take a look back at it.
And even in game one, feels like we've got multiple rounds with some heavyweights. Shun goes too deep. Again, feels like a similar kind of play towards the grubs we saw earlier in the game. Gives over an early reset. I think Elk's position here as well is very, very ambitious. If you're bursting the first target, yes, it's great, but they don't win that first kill. Turns things around, so Elk and Shun, not really well positioned. Top Esports punished well, but there's still a lot of damage left from the side of BLG. Even with their AD carry down, really does feel like Knight and Bin managed to play out the spacing of this fight very, very well to at least put Top Esports into a difficult situation. Come back to 11. Cream's hats of Sonya's.
Oh my goodness, he's on the other side of the wall. There's the Emperor's Divide, his own wall going up, but the culling not going to be enough to take him out. He is out of the fight now, though.
Close run stuff. Cream can teleport back into things if he really needs to, but I don't think he feels necessarily pressured to. There's no objectives up on the map just yet. So, reminder, Top Esports still do have some Baron buffs because they just about survived. They've been delayed in using it, but they're going to use that to push down mid lane. BLG, they're forcing them to be grouped up right now and respond to this push.
They do end up getting the final outer tower now. Top Esports feeling a little bit more confident. Also coming into their comfort zone. Something we talked so much about is Jakulov on the Senna. Yes, he's undefeated, but he's also the late game scaler right now. And that damage from Cream is going to really start coming online now that we're getting to 2-3 items.
Even in that last fight, there are you start to see some of the reasons why Jakulov is so famed for his Senna. He's had a couple of highlight plays from this playoffs already. They're continuing to push forwards with the Baron buff. BLG, they can't really flank in the way that they want to. They're looking for combos. They're not cleanly finding them right now. Shun, can you throw an ult across?
Go for it just yet. Turret getting low. Okay, we got a 1v1 between Ben and 369. Oh, 369's got that all day! Come to the king and you better not miss. 369 with a solo.
Oh, and he ults in with that Dominus and gets himself a very important solo kill. It felt like BLG were maybe looking for a big play in the mid lane. They can't now. They don't have been able to look for a flank teleport or anything like that. Huge moment from the top laner of Top Esports as the remainder of this Baron buff gets 2 mid lane turrets for them.
The stark contrast between this game one of this series and the entirety of the last series we saw between these two is insanity. The fact we're getting such back and forths and these two guys going at it yet again.
Ben elects to go for this trade as well. That's what we're really highlighting in this replay. He comes out of the brush, tries to chunk him out. Now you understand why. If you end up forcing the Renekton back, then he can't keep up that lane of pressure with the other Baron buff which Top Esports have, but he loses his life for it and ends up kind of just doubling down on a bad decision for them. It's still within touching range of gold at the end of this. Top Esports, they have themselves the gold advantage, but it's not that much. The advantages they do have, though, are the fact that they have an Azir getting towards critical late-game tank mass, which is really nasty. And you have the Senna as well starting to stack up. So the next team fight we go towards, just look to see how obnoxious it is to try and take down those long-range carries.
And I think a saving grace for BLG is that they did deny the soul for a second time in a row. If they were already on the Elder count, I think it'd be a lot more difficult to approach this game right now. But the fact that they've been able to delay Top Esports is huge. They'll need to continue capitalizing on that.
Well, so BLG, we said they're kind of on the back foot. They don't have themselves a lot of vision control now. No wards actually even into the river for Top Esports, which means that it's very difficult for them to mount a defense. 2 minutes until the Dragon, though. They have some ways to weasel there into whatever area of the map they would like to do so. But when they are doing this, just have to keep in mind that on the other side, there is a lot of ability to now one-shot the carries from BLG. When Lucian jumped forward earlier, he was taking chunks. When he jumps forwards now, he might just straight up die.
And I'm taking a look at the builds for BLG on the other side as well. About 4 items for both Knight and Elk. Almost a 5th there for Elk himself. It is that Morello's that was completed for Knight.
It is, and it's just nice for a little bit of extra flat pen and just the ability to potentially stop some of that Senna healing being the difference maker in something like that Renekton Q. Just taking the edge off of that can be the extra inches you're fighting towards in these plays. So a minute until Dragon now. How Have we seen any advances from BLG? They managed to claim some vision in their bot side jungle. A little bit towards the bot side of the map. I think they get themselves that bot side scuttle as well. That's important. It means that they're not playing completely blinded. They don't have to play into Fog of War from top esports. And now we get towards the point, one mistake potentially ends the game. You have resets on the side of top esports, but on the side of BLG, if you give even, the resets to World Ender and Aatrox, maybe that move speed ends up ending the team fight as well. So both of these teams, no mistakes allowed now.
One slip-up can make the difference between a Game 1 victory and a Game 1 loss. Tien on the other side actually has an angle. Cream misses the engage again, but Tien, he has the angle here on the other side. He's trying to get it, but he gets damage right back to him. Going golden is Cream, who went right back into the fight under the Sun Disc, but he dashes his way out with those shifting sands. Nobody dies yet again, but we have the tussle we've been getting all game.
You can see the damage numbers from Elk. He almost throws the life for it again. We were saying if he jumps forward, good chance he dies now. Now we see 369 caught on the flank angle. Might have to ult early.
Oh, Ben's trying to get a little revenge on him here with a little help from Knight too. 369 going to slice his way out of that one. Has the rest of the team coming down the other side. Actually, BLG chasing them down, but they'll take primary position over the Dragon.
But it also means double teleport off from top esports. They've recovered from that mid lane fight and get themselves into the front to back position. No flanks available just yet.
All right, Tien is here. There's the Weaver's Wall to block off the Dragon. They need to try to burn this before they can get it, but Tien's right on the other side of the wall. The Weaver's Wall goes down. Top esports right back to the fight. Ben is looking on the angle here on the other side, but can't get anything over. Dragon is just going to be secured by top esports. The fight after, though, On gets chunked, and here comes Jackie Love. He flashes forward. Ben can't find the angle on the other side. He does go in. He gets the flash Q, and now BLG can find the fight. Big seismic shove there as well. They're going all the way in. Kring uses the Emperor's Divide, but they can't get Shun. Nature's Grass coming back, but look at Tien the whole time. Reset City was approached, and it is a tussle to be loved by BLG and top esports.
Top esports walk away with the soul, but BLG walk away with more souls of enemy champions at least. It's a, 4 for 3, all things said and done. BLG walk away with more kills, and Knight in particular, alongside Bin, being huge difference makers in that fight in terms of the fighting potential. But now we have Elder unlocked. Now we have that soul over to the side of top esports. We really need to see whether that will be a huge combat difference maker later on.
And I think this situation is so intense. The resets for Tien are what you're looking at, but Knight did almost 8,000 damage in this fight.
Oh my gosh, Knight on the Talia. He is a late game monster. This champion has done so much work for him. See that Jackie Love doesn't quite get the finishing kill on. It's a big moment. He ends up kind of putting himself out of position, which then allows them to play without that AD carry, but they are still playing with resets. You have all of these moving pieces. Resets, AD carries down, but of course, at the end of it, Knight really ends up picking up the damage that they need, and they go towards the Baron now.
And now BLG are the ones to take their step forward. The Baron already getting burned. Can Tien get over the wall and steal it? Is this the difference maker? He's in there, and he does not get it. He will not die after as the Devour comes in. Last second clutch. BLG get away with the big purple worm.
Okay, so I think really a lot of this comes from the ending of that Dragon, because top esports lose the fight, they lose control of the map, which means that BLG get the Baron. Now we need to see whether they can use this to wrangle the map into their favor before stuff like the Elder comes on the table. Yeah, it's been such a close game in this game.
Really
I love this because we had a 5-game series between these two teams in the upper bracket just before this. And of course, coming down to this as well, it does come down to a flip, but I think Tien was always putting himself in harm's way to go towards this. It is a 50-50. It comes down to a 50-50. He just about gets away with it.
Elk comes out the better for it. He is now on full build, having completed that Bloodthirster final item. Get a little bit sustained so he can keep up with Jackie Love.
And that's really important because we've seen time after time, Elk will jump forwards, but someone's managing to turn some damage back. If he gets himself some sustain, maybe it allows him to take those chunks, walk back, hit a minion wave, and then fight again. With the Baron buff coming in, BLG, what are they going to look towards to really turn these screws? They're going to get themselves this inner tower towards the bot side. Top esports, do they have any teleports to use? Not quite yet. They can't do flank teleports. They might just have to try and just weather this storm.
The storm do be a brewing. They try to collapse over bot side. There's about half health on that tier 2 here. We have mid lane pressure coming out from Knight. Doesn't have the Weaver's Wall to move over to the side lane. They aren't going to go for it just yet. But again, we got to watch the combos. The Tidal Wave, the Nature's Grass, plus the Weaver's Wall.
See particularly that Mark.
Oh my god, Elk is just stepping up into all 4 members of Top Esports and being rewarded for it. Tidal Wave on top of it, Nature's Graph, everything, and Mako's already gone. Cream gonna join him soon. He can't get the sweet spot though, but that is a huge siege on bot side, inner turret.
How do you defend a siege against these ultimates? Well, the answer is you don't, apparently, for Top Esports. It's going to be multiple synced waves heading into the base at once. The Baron block is massively turning the screws into Top Esports base.
Top Esports came in with a different strategy. They got that undefeated Senna for Jackie Love. They wanted to take the scaling. Now they got to fight their way out of this one. 369. He's on the back line here. He does have a little bit of damage to be done, but the rest of BLG pulling away very nicely. And I think we've seen this time and time again from BLG. They know when to pull back.
Just about. I mean, it's very important to do that in this game, particularly against the Viego, because the Viego gets one reset, as we're saying for most of it, particularly late game. You know, I would take any of these champions on the side of BLG, just pick up that corpse and say, I'm going to use those regular abilities. Anyone there could be a team fight difference maker. Top Esports, they survive, but their base is broken. 2 inhibitors down. They need to be wave clearing very heavily now. Something about the Tank Azir build, the big difference between this and the full AP, Nash's Tooth, everything, is that you do lose out on some wave clear for that. And now you're still going to be able to wave clear. You're in a Z. Let's be honest. You're still able to wave clear. But it's not quite the same ability to just play wave defense and maybe give themselves some breathing room on the map. Top Esports, how do they overcome BLG, who have control of the map?
There is no breathing room. There is no saving grace right now. Elders in 1:20. You're getting barreled down your top side here. And Elk is just putting the shots right into your head every single time. That's a tier 2 down.
This is textbook Lucian play. Use the Fog of War, you jump forward with your ultimate, with your teammates nearby if you can help it, and you just take those health bars down. Top Esports, they back off from that turret. They have 2 inhibs down already. They might be facing the tutorial League of Legends where you take down every single inhibitor. Beyond that point, can they survive to the Elder, though, is the important thing. They just need to survive towards that. Maybe they can go for a Hail Mary around that objective.
Elk, known by the Chinese community as the husband of the league, but definitely known to me as a carry right now on the Lucian. It's really nice to see him thriving with On, where I feel like they were so good together, but maybe not the brightest when they were apart. Now we see Elk stepping up, but maybe too far. Cream can't get it again! How many times have we seen this game?
Fantastic disengaged play from BLG. He's really tried, folks. It's not for lack of trying, that's one thing for sure. He's been trading flashes for flashes, but not able to get that key pick onto the carries. Really has felt like BLG are all locked in when it comes to the micro. However, Top Esports, they have managed to survive just about over to the Elder. They're teleporting in. This is their moment if it is going to happen.
Try to find resets for Tien. Keep Jackie Love peeled 4 and try to take a front to back. Oh, he doesn't really have a way out, so they're just going to go right back in. Culling is used. There's the Emperor's Divide. 369 has found the backline, but he has been right on him, and they're going to try to take him out. That is already Shun down, so the Elder Dragon is up with no jungler from BLG.
369 has teleport. Big thing here means that he can teleport back in after having his HP bar shredded. And yes, the smite being down means that BLG, they can't go for a 50-50. They'd have to look for a fight. Top Esports, they had to survive the wave so far.
TPs. They have TPs. If they commit to the Elder Dragon, they could try to end the game.
Game 5 was ended by a TP backdoor around an Elder. Can we see it again? Game 1 of the finals.
Game 1. They actually found an angle here. Elk is so confident on this Lucian. He has stepped up every single time.
You can see that right now, BLG, they lose their jungler, but they can just keep threatening the fact that Cream doesn't have teleport. Now it's Top Esports being bullied out on the bot side of the map, despite the fact they got the kill on the jungler. It's back to the Elder we go, potentially.
And Shun's going to be up soon if they can delay the fight. 369 getting caught inside. They have rest in Top Esports. BLG, you have to commit to this and get out or you are done for, as they are getting completely collapsed on. Elk is the one they try to engage on. He puts damage right back into Mako, as Bin has now found the flank angle yet again. Can't find that Q sweet spot in the end. BLG will back away, but they bought enough time for Shun to come out towards this Elder.
Oh my gosh, the mind games and the vision control, the player on teleports is all making sure this fight towards the bot side is so slow. Elder started again.
We have Shun coming up the side. All right, we got a 5-on-5, a decider for this game number 1. Elder does reset. 369 trying to get on the other angle here. Tien was looking for a potential flank, but realizes he needs to be in the pit.
Bin doesn't have World Ender, but he has a flank position. What can he find? He's spotted out by Mako. It's not going to be shut down just yet. Wave slowly pushing its Top Esports, and the Elder's going down.
They have to be really careful. There's the Nature's Grasp. Are they going to use the Tidal Wave Express? Oh my god, they got Mako. BALG, they're moving forward. 369 has found Elko, and maybe they get the damage there as now, Burst Divide not going to hit anybody there. Elder is getting low. 369 on the other side, but he can't keep it going. And Ben has made the difference. Tien, is he going to do it? No, he gets shut down by Elk with a couple double taps. And Jackie Love getting chased down by the wings of the World Ender as Ben comes up clutch. BLG come up clutch, and they'll look for a Game 1 victory.
They only needed 1 corpse for a reset, but they end up giving and donating 5 corpses to BLG. They fall in Game 1.
This was a boxing match for a Game 1. It was not one-sided whatsoever, and this is a 5-game series I can get behind.
We walk away after Game 1 in the grand finals. These teams have played 6 games against each other. You want to know how many times Blue Side has won? You want to hazard a guess?
100%.
I think it's a 100% win rate. I mean, credit to Top Esports. They tried to come up with something different. They banned away the Kalista on the red side. They wanted to go towards the center, try something different, because that was their downfall in the first series between these two. They can't quite make it happen. Still, great series of skirmishes. I really like what they did, particularly around those early grubs. They just couldn't quite manage to control the map as soon as all those outer turrets went down.
Yeah, and I love that the story continues to be bot lane. Whoever got the kills early, I'm just saying, it took a long time to get there. Elk got first blood. But bot lane has been so important. I think there was a bit of an adaptation from Top Esports in this game number 1. We'll see if they try to continue that, I guess, in game number 2. But BLG, they're fighting strong, and their form is good. We'll see you in game number 2. We'll see you at the lounge.
Welcome back to the LPL, where BLG have turned the tide in that first game and secured themselves a one-game lead in this best-of-5 series of the Grand Finals for Spring. I'm Ginny, joined once again by Jamada and Trouble. And honestly, when we're looking at that game, particularly at the very start, it genuinely looked like Top Esports had found a way around that red side draft question that we had, but somehow they still managed to lose the lead.
Yeah, they're picking up objectives. Everything felt like it was going to plan, right? The only thing that kind of went mildly askew was the bottom lane dive that BLG were able to pull off, but it didn't really stunt the bottom lane scaling. And across the map, a lot of plays are being made. TN was really the driving factor in a lot of those plays as well, and we was kind of picking up questions of whether or not we were going to see TN on carry and or facilitators rather than carries. We got a carry jungler out of him in this Viego, and it didn't look bad.
It's okay, again, we got it out the way. Now he can go back to Maokai.
Now he can go back to
Maokai. Yeah, and you know, it did look great, but again, it feels like BLG are kind of taking up the mantle of JDG from last year, where it doesn't matter if you put them 2, 3, 4,000 gold behind or in a really awkward looking game state, they will just out teamfight you in mid game.
I feel like they did break the code in terms of we're gonna ban Kalista. Let's see what happens when we do ban Kalista. What else is there? Well, the Lucian is there from Elk, which has been banned in previous series. 76k damage in this particular game.
Just another day
Absolutely
in the office.
absurd. You know what? If the champion was not there, I would say that this is probably Zeri from like a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah.
100%. However, I feel like the whole Kalista ban did open up a lot of other options from the side of BLG, but that level 3 dive from Shun, every single game, you know, if he has a push in bot lane, Shun is gonna be tower diving you level 3, and unfortunately there was no reply to that. We said in the previous series, the AD carry bot lane that gets ahead in the early has won every game between these two teams so far, and it still keeps going.
Yeah, we were talking about how this can definitely be a matchup where both teams will default to playing through the bottom lane. When you end up playing against top teams, that's kind of what ends up happening. TN pathed away from the bottom side, and whilst I think sometimes in isolation that can be fine, the fact that Jackie Love and Mako ended up in a position where they could be dove for, you know, receiving that crashed wave is the big issue. And the fact that it kind of set up Elk, even though it didn't necessarily matter for the first maybe 15 minutes, he was always a point of pressure that Top Esports were time and time again not able to deal with.
Yeah, and looking at particularly Top Esports and what they're not able to deal with, I felt like when we're looking at BLG particularly, they always had an ace up their sleeve whenever Top Esports threw something at them. Whether it was in team fights, whether it was playing through Fog of War, whether it was setting up bot lane, whether it was having a top lane flank from Bin that they could capitalize off during team fights. BLG just had the answer, and Top Esports didn't necessarily find a way around it.
Yeah, I think it was more about actually finding a play that cracks the game wide open, right? I feel like BLG were always kind of at, like, you know, not even really arm's length away, and just consistently having the window be slightly cracked open was what allowed BLG to time and time again find those opportunities. The fact that Top Esports weren't able to necessarily lock down and pick up a clean Baron, I think, and take out some of those inner structures really did slow down their ability to kind of prevent BLG from even finding these windows in the first place.
Yeah, because how do you have a gold advantage, but you have one inhibitor tower left? You know, like that's a couple of questions that we need to look at, but particularly when we're looking at this performance here, Trouble, you particularly highlighted Elk, and Elk was a player that very much so also deserves most valuable player of this game, particularly, I mean, with the amount of damage, 38% of the entire team. That's put carry and AD carry.
I'm gonna tell people to stay tuned because we've got some Easter egg after in this desk right here about Elk. But it has been about Elk and On. These guys have played together for the longest time. They have developed together as a bot lane, playing in different teams prior to joining BLG. And I feel like right here, they have always been a point of pressure in the team. Whether this is the Kalista, whether it's the Varus, whether it's the Lucian, early game, 2 versus 2 that they can get advantage of. They bring down Shun. 1 kill is all it takes. And we've been talking a lot about Ruler as well in terms of how good are you at pressuring with Lucian. This was a team comp where they got heavily outranged, and it relied on Elk to make those early game chunks off of enemy HP bars, and he did that fantastically well.
Yeah, and then his positioning, I think, in the mid game is the other thing I really want to highlight. He, generally speaking, knows his limits really, really well. He knows when to not necessarily overstep, and it's definitely a thing amongst AD. Jackie Love's in this bloody series. Like, do I really need to, you know what I mean? So, he invented it as far as the LPL AD carries are concerned. So, yeah, I just think the fact that Elk and Honest is the pair of them, right, in this case as well, continue to prove themselves one of the better bottom lanes. This is just another plethora of games that's going to be added to the case study of that argument.
Yeah, when we're looking at Elk particularly, he is a player that when it comes to that AD carry pool, when it comes to that win rate, when it comes to being able to put the team on your back and doing as much damage as you possibly can in a role that might not necessarily always allow you to do so, because you will get dove, his Lucian is phenomenal. It is important to highlight though here that the career record treble is for 2024.
For 2024, it's just a spring split, which makes the stats like even more impressive, right? He's got a 90% almost win rate. What's really impressive is the damage percentage that he has whenever he plays the champion. He is almost the majority of any other lane's damage, and 900 damage per minute consecutively, consistently alongside 9 games. I'm pretty sure that this 10th game right now would be no different with the amount of damage that he did in game. I feel like we're talking about the problem of the Kalista and Elk. They took that away. Now, Jamada, we're talking about a problem with the Lucian and maybe having to take that away.
Yeah, and this is the problem with Elk, right? He's got the ability to play these champions like Lucian and Kalista and Draven as well, don't forget. But he's also a phenomenal hypercarry player. So it is kind of a pick of your poison because, all right, great, you stop Elk from having pressure in the bottom side by banning away Lucian, maybe taking away the Kalista. Now, you know, something like a hypercarry like a Zeri with a Lulu, and then you've got to deal with that after 20 minutes. It's going to feel like a complete nightmare. So I hope top esports have something planned. I think in terms of adaptations moving forward into this next game, the game plan has to be trying to shut down bot lane at the very least to give yourself a platform to play off of after those sort of first 15-20 minutes.
When you're talking about shutting down the bot lane particularly, are you looking forward to more AD carry bans? Because again, Kalista ban on that first rotation. Do you want them to ban Draven? Do you want to ban Lucian? Or do you want in-game setup to be more choking out the bot lane?
Yeah. I think realistically, draft here would be a band-aid to it. I think this is a lot more about gameplay. This is more about Tien maybe. I understand why he would want to path towards the top side, at least for one clear, but it did kind of set up for Elk to just basically get all of that freedom throughout that game. So early pathing, maybe trying to secure a mid lane matchup where they can actually find priority to then move down Cream a little bit more consistently to make it a 4v2 or a 4v3, where again they can just slowly drain Elk of resources, but also put Jackie Love in a position where he can actually carry as well.
I feel like I want to echo this specifically because I don't think a lot of people noticed how much Knight was doing throughout this entire game. I think it was 15 minutes into the game. He had roamed 5 times onto that Talia, tried to get his team ahead. So I feel like even though, you know, the whole glory of the flashy plays went towards Elk, and rightfully so, I feel like Knight was doing so much of that carrying behind the scenes, quote unquote, because he was also very fantastic.
And that's why I think it's your mid lane priority. Stop the engine in this game. That wasn't we can actually see top esports be again more proactive in terms of getting Jackie Love a lead. Maybe it also then bleeds into Tien having more of a lead. Maybe it bleeds into of course Cream having a lead. So one way or another, something definitely has to change, and I think it's more on the proactivity throughout the early game in again shutting down that bottom side.
Do you stop that mid lane pressure from Knight by taking away the Talia, the Ahri? Do you stop that by just trying to shove as many waves under tower, force him to stay into lane? What exactly are you looking for when you're saying shut down Knight?
I want some proactivity in terms of take the Talia away. Maybe go back to the Tristana. It worked wonders in their previous series on the upper bracket final. I feel like anything that can shove in waves and sort of roam, you don't even necessarily have to roam. I feel like just hiding in Fog of War creates so much pressure on the side lanes. And when literally both of these teams live and die by bot lane sword, knowing that one member is hiding into Fog of War is gonna cause a lot of the teams to back up. And I feel like you have to resort back to Tien playing towards the Sejuani, playing towards the Maokai, having something like a Tristana or a Talia in the mid lane. I'm assuming that Top Esports is going to move over to the blue side. So you do have the opening of banning the Aries and the Vi's and things you don't want to deal with.
But then you have to deal with the bot lane too, and it's like, you know...
You have first pick, right? You can pick your favorite bot laner.
I said earlier, draft is a bit of a band-aid for it. I think finding reliable engage as well, because this draft wasn't necessarily one that's looking to be proactive. I think that's also something that's naturally pretty important to highlight. It's Azir, it's Tahm Kench Senna. These guys aren't looking to get, you know, out into plays. They want people to come into them.
I mean,
and then
we've seen them try.
They tried, it didn't work out. Especially Cream was really struggling to find shuffles. Not even necessarily his fault. I think that BLG really just kind of man-marked him incredibly well, whether it was waves, whether it was bubbles from on, or just generally great timed flashes to respond to him dashing in. It felt like Cream wasn't able to have the kind of impact he wanted in team fights because he was put in a position where he has to almost be the initiator because of that lack of, well, engage period, let alone reliable engage.
I think we then haven't really necessarily as much discussed that top lane particularly because we're looking at 369 and Knight. This is a storyline that we're going to be looking at throughout the entirety of the series, where when you're looking at 369 saying that he is the reason why Knight got the titles that they got. Knight looking for third LPL title, 369 looking for that fourth title. That top mid lane interaction, that top side of the map is also an important key element here, not just in terms of changing and dictating the pace of the game, but also for history itself.
I think as far as the top lane matchup is concerned, Top Esports are going to be in a bit of an awkward position because I think 369 is undoubtedly a stronger tank player and a stronger utility player for the team. And whilst Bin has that in his locker, he's not going to be able to necessarily provide that same level of utility. But the issue is if you put 369 on these blindable tanks like Gragas, like Ornn, or anything in that kind of ballpark, then Bin gains access to being able to play things like the Camille, things like the Fiora. He hasn't done it super often, but like things like that as well, the Aatrox, right? Things where you get to free scale for out lane, and whether it's side lane pressure or flank pressure, that's then another avenue that Bin gets to explore, and that's a very, very scary issue if your game plan is, all right, guys, we need to play through bottom lane. We're looking for mid-game team fights. Oh, by the way, 369, here's Ornn, and then you're playing against one of these very irritating split pushers that you have no way to shut down unless 369 pulls out a bit of a clinic. So yeah, it's important that they find this very nice middle ground, and I think that's why they were looking through the Renekton, because it can shut down a player like Bin in the early stages of the very least.
I'm gonna push you on that actually, because I feel like 369 has looked incredible on tanks. He's also looked incredible on carries. Like this guy can play both things, right? We mentioned how JDG pretty much put the mark on him of being one of the best tank top laners there is, and sort of like deprived him, if you will, a little bit off of the carry potential that he had. However, prior to that, back when he was on Top Esports, he was one of the carry top laners that the team had, and he has sort of transitioned into this more bruisery / carry player, if you will, towards the top side of the map. I feel like we saw also a solo queue towards Bin, and I feel like it's going to be a huge part of allowing, if not a counter pick, just a very strong top lane pick like the Aatrox, like the Renekton, something that's more blindable to try and shut Bin down on your own. Else is going to be going around and doing this 8k lead on Twisted Fate and backdooring you to victory.
Yeah, that's the issue. You just can't give Bin freedom. Even if you want to pick something, you know, that works well for the team composition, if you do that and it's not R5 specifically when Bin's already blinded a champion topside, it's just a little bit too difficult to do.
So you can't give Bin freedom.
No.
You can't give Knight the freedom to rotate towards bot lane and give bot lane.
Basically,
freedom to be able
you
to
can't
actually give
the
them
bot
any
lane
freedom.
the freedom to get any resources and get ahead, because then Elk is just going to be up in your face. So what can you give?
You pick your poison. That's what you give. You have to pick your poison. I think the safest poison to give is probably Bin at the end of the day, right? It's top side of the map, tends to be isolated. You just kind of have to hope that whatever leads you curate throughout the rest of the map will be fine. So far, as far as that game one is concerned, 369 had Bin's number.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I think you can continue to kind of go down this angle of look for these kind of blindable bruisers, things like the Renekton, things like the Aatrox, and see if BLG are willing to handshake that. And then again, look for more reliable proactivity through the draft. maybe something like an early Nautilus lock-in. As much as I don't like it, it gets the job done, right? It's just, you press a button, boom, you've got a free knock-up, and if it looks good, you commit onto it. That's just kind of how the game goes.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of locked themselves into a composition in general that wasn't necessarily very easy to engage or make plays on. And I think you highlighted very well that Cream literally had to be faker in this particular game to try and set up plays. And unfortunately, it didn't work out because they knew that their only threat was that Azir sliding into the backline. They just never allowed that access. I feel like having a go button like the Maokai ult, like the Sejuani ult, something that is more non-committal, also Ashe could also be one of these champions that you're looking for, especially now that Tess is not on right side and they're not banning it out themselves, right? So you're looking for these easy goal buttons, I feel like, because the execution was there. When they actually got into these team fights, they were playing them well.
Yeah, but they immediately decided to take the Lucian away, and Ahri taken off as well. So that does put Top Esports in terms of a situation of, okay, do you want to continue that mid-side, top-side pressure in terms of bans, or do you want to rotate more towards that bot lane?
Well, for now, I'm peeking over at Treble's tablet.
You're looking at my notes?
I'm looking at, I'm copying her homework. No, she's got the draft on her screen from last game. There you go. This is a perfect adaptation. If they want to lock this in first,
don't get fooled. It's going to be an AD carry.
It's probably going to be an AD. But, you know, with the with the Kalista and the Lucian ban the way the Varus as well, you're kind of looking more or less, the only lane bully still up is something like a Draven, so they're happy potentially to go towards this Nautilus, and boom, the problem is already solved from game number 1 of being able to find immediate lockdown, and even if they have to suffer in the laning phase through a rougher lane matchup, specifically, the mid game can look a little bit cleaner with that engage.
And I feel like right here you have so many options, because if they want to resort into playing Zeri, as you mentioned, you've got the Nautilus to chase her around. If they want to resort into playing a Senna slash Tam Kench, but there's no Tam Kench, or Nautilus slash any melee lane, you can just slam in something like the Draven and just play more aggressive, try to dive them and set the Senna behind from the get-go. However, BLG right here, they're hinting that they're just scaling throughout this entire game. So I feel like Top Esports need to lock in some proactive picks to shut them down, like the Zinzao, like something that can gank very early on, together with a more aggressive bot side of the map.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like, oh, the Vi got left open, actually.
That works.
That was obviously the trade-up between these two drafts. So now, immediately, Top Esports, 2 forms of very, very reliable engage. I think
they look similar, right?
Yeah,
Nautilus are,
I know, they're functionally the same. Without Shun, maybe leaning on something like Jax on 3, because it's banned away, I feel like they should have a pretty good time skirmishing, and they're not going to go for an early aggressive pick like Draven, seemingly with this hover. Looking to probably go handshake for handshake on the scaling with the Jinx. Again, all of these lane bullies banned out. Why even take the risk of going towards something like Draven when it can be a little bit coin flippy?
Is there a point where you overhook a little too much when it comes to the engage?
No, I don't think so.
You can never overcook a game.
As long as you manage your tools well, right? It's a communication thing before you get into a game. It's like, okay, you know, if I'm Mako, I'm saying to Tien, if I ult, don't immediately overstack the ult, right?
Yeah.
If we need it to actually take down the same target we're killing, awesome, chain CC them, but it's just about the comms that actually come into it beforehand. We spoke about Bin's tank play generally not being as strong as 369s. They're giving him the on, so this is BLG saying, we want full-blown scaling for now, and we're going to try and remove away perhaps 369's pressure point champions on the top side.
Turn nameplates off and try to persuade me that the draft on the right is not a Top Esports draft. Because right here, BLG has turned a lot of our expectations upside down. Shun on a Maokai last game, and right now Bin on a tank in this particular game. I would love to see the reply coming in, because things like the Twisted Fate are up for grabs right now for 369. He can pull out on them what they did to him in game 5. So a lot of the carry potential, Cream Sakali as well, getting knocked out with the Azir in.
Really, really important note here. Top Esports have banned away the Aatrox, so they're not sold that this Ornn is going top. They are actually considering this as Ornn Senna bot lanes, and honestly, I don't mind it, right? Into Nautilus, into also potentially dealing with 3-man bot lane dives. Ornn is one of the better tanks in the game at, you know, defensively, not just playing them out for himself, but also peeling, right, between the brittle autos and the actual knockup itself. He does a great job. So let's see if BLG will opt into this. They're going to have the freedom to obviously go Shun's jungler on 4. So I'm actually quite surprised that Top Esports aren't banning away more junglers with that in mind. They go towards this Sins out, and that's going to strip away an aggressive option. And we asked for, you know, proactivity, I suppose, out of Cream in the mid lane. That's been stripped away from BLG.
I wonder what Shun is going to do here, because he could always resort towards something like the Kindred that he really likes, especially if you have like such a front to back, giving more of a free scaling jungler. But you need a little bit spice, because you've got bot lane farming, mid lane farming, top lane farming, and you need someone to get something going in that mid game. I love the Wukong right here. Again, it's a double flex.
If we're talking historical flexes,
Yep,
right?
it could be
If I remember right, Mad Lions were the ones that were out in the major regions years and years ago, the Senna Wukong. And whilst it doesn't necessarily provide as much in terms of the early game defensive peel, I imagine this will probably be Shun's, so I'll talk about it like that for now, but it does kind of keep top esports potentially guessing as they move into 4-5. There's the Renekton like we spoke about. I was anticipating that, you know, potentially it would be banned away by BLG, but they opted for those mid bans, and Cream potentially just going to land on a control mage, seemingly. Go control mage, scaling for scaling. Orianna scales fantastic, provides a lot of the utility. Hui is a lot more about this mid-game punch. A lot of people overestimate some of its scaling. It does a bunch of damage post 2 items, but certainly 2-item spike is where you'll see Hui do the most.
7 games this season for Cream as well. 100% win rate on the champion. Absurd amounts of damage per minute. Almost 30% of his team's damage in every single game he's played that. Rexa's gonna get locked in, so...
Do you know what's great about this? All 3 of those champions compare with Senna and go top or jungle with the exception of Ornn. So I think this will be the final formation, but we'll have to see as the swaps will continue to come through.
And historically in the previous series, Bin also played Rek'Sai 3 times in a row, right?
Yep.
But I really love the adaptation with the Ornn towards the boss of the map. A lot of non-committal engage coming in from the side of BLG, and honestly, it's gonna be a team fight fest.
Absolutely, and we're so looking forward to it as we're ready to head into the second game of the series, Top Esports against BLG, with our casters, Nymera and Mazel.
That's us.
Welcome back,
That's
everyone.
us.
That's us. I can't believe it. We're actually here. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for game number 2. Love to hear some of the different kind of stylized points that we were getting in the approach that game 1 offered us from Top Esports and BLG. But now, in game number 2, BLG have drafted a Top Esports comp.
And arguably, you'd say the other side, wait, didn't Top Esports draft a lot of what like BLG have done as well? Like the Jinx and the Nautilus, 2 big picks that they've done as well. Shows the adaptation and the flexibility we have between these 2 teams. They know each other inside and out at this point. This is their 7th game played within like a week of each other. They've had a lot of recent history. And now we get to see, can Top Esports keep that blue side win rate alive and get themselves a first win in this series?
The last series was very back and forth. We went all 5 games, but if you look at the games individually, it was literally decided by like 15 minutes every single time except for game 4 and game 5. This game 1 is a very different feel to start off this series against these 2 teams because we saw a lot of trading early on. Tian and Shun didn't even see each other, it felt like, for a lot of the majority of the early game. And now in this second game, in a game where BLG could take that step forward with the Top Esports comp, this is where Tian, the 4 goats, and the youngin need to step up.
Absolutely. Top Esports, they were slapped around a little bit towards the very late game against BLG, but it was a close game. They would like to make sure this one cuts their way instead, though. Maybe make it a little less close as well. We've got ourselves some very different drafts, really, from what we've seen from the entirety of playoffs coming through as well. The Senna Ornn is something that we do play a lot in the LPL. As soon as that was locked in, I was thinking, yeah, you know, actually the Senna Ornn looks like it's really good. It works like it works pretty well against the Nautilus. It works very well against the Vi as well. And we see that.
He didn't have the foam on his thing. How did it go off?
Maybe he was just, maybe he was so high impact in team fighting, it actually had like some recoils of the ends up blowing it off.
I see, I see.
No?
Now, do you think?
Working theory.
Working theory, there you
Yeah.
go. Do you think there's a little bit of animosity from Ben getting solo killed by 369 from that first game?
Well, the thing is, it's a very, because we wanted to talk about this at some point, right? Because we were talking about how this time last year, Ben lost out to 369, and 369 said, well, this guy only plays for laning phase. I'm going to play tanks and I'm going to team fight better than you. Well, this time, you know, 369 gets the solo kill, he loses the game, and Ben had some really good team fights. So what do you think that adds into it?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah?
I'd say so. What I find really interesting about their story, since we have a little bit of time here, is 369 wasn't a tank player when he was first gaining steam, when he was first coming in. He was the Urgot, he was the bruiser topside, he was a carry, but he has developed his style into being able to have that tank, and some of the best tank play we have at topside in the LPL, and I think it is a statement for him to have so much dominance over Ben in his track record, and I think it's something that Ben definitely is chasing after.
Absolutely, both these top laners, top draw as we get ourselves into game 2.
Crowd alive and well. We get to it now. Again, game number 1, very quiet early. One of the latest games we've seen from these 2 teams going at it together. Looking for a little engage on early on. There is another point we want to talk about. This is the first time we've seen the Ornn Senna from BLG.
From them, yes. We have seen it elsewhere in the LPL, so it's not a surprising duo in the context of the region, but these two haven't played it themselves. Last game, we were talking about how Jackal and Mako, they were undefeated on the Senna lanes themselves, so they got themselves a first loss for that one. It used to be kind of like a mark of dominance in earlier seasons of League, where you would take other people's picks and see if you could beat them with them after they've used it on them. Nautilus getting a level 1 hook, though, maybe changes things.
On realizing he probably doesn't want to take the level 1 there against Mako. But I think this Jinx Nautilus bot side is going to play towards top esports strengths.
So basically what happened there is it looks a little weird that he's standing around for the hook. He's trying to stop vision being put down on the jungle start very early on. Something that we talked about last game actually is that Tian didn't path towards bot side in a very important early first clear. And one of the reasons why top esports couldn't really end up getting the early jungle pressure they wanted is because Tian was spotted early into his clear. That's why On gave up his HP there, trying to stop the same happening to them. But now it means that On is in really not great amounts of HP.
Yeah, you got a little bit of sustain from Elk. It's going to help out a lot. And Mako taking a ton of damage on the back end of it. JackeyLove just trying to clear this wave to get them level 2 here. We do end up seeing Tian going with some of that unique pathing we know him for.
And this is great. So the thing is, Vi, not very good at fighting before level 3, but with that Q can cross the wall at least, so he's going to be able to get themselves a very timely red buff steal. I think another hook. That's 3 out of 3 for Mako from what we've seen in the last couple.
Big body, all right. You know, a little bit bigger of a target.
That he is. Mako still, he's had such a history on this champion as well, that Nautilus. With that ability to kind of like walk into the enemy jungle and make sure that they can kind of hold the bot lane to account means that there's no one really able to walk to Shen's defense, even if there were anything to happen towards that bot side on the first clear. Tian finds the Krogs as well.
Shen not going to actually see. Okay, now realizes that his jungle is gone. Was spotted out on the ward.
So now the big thing is, Shen has a couple of options, right? He can go towards the bot side scuttle. I think that's safe. We can see that JackeyLove and Mako, they're recalling right now, which means that if Shen goes into the enemy jungle and wanted to steal away a camp, there's a chance that JackeyLove and Mako come back with some extra combat stats. He goes for that. So instead he's going towards
got
mid.
around the ward there. What the hell? Cream is not going to die to it, but Shun getting some mind games of his own.
Oh, would have been lovely if he could have blown a flash. Can't quite do that. It's a shame, actually, because as we see now, it's going to be harder for him to walk into the bot side jungle. Tien's not really answering towards here now, though. You can see that Mako's here. JackeyLove is walking into bot side jungle. Again, they had the resets there. Full HP, they have the summoners if they want to do something. And Mako is just sat there and like, yeah, I'll take the Raptors. Sure, why not?
Take some chicky nuggies. He's a hungry boy. It's been really cool, though, for Top Esports. It's the first time they've had a true full-on veteran support in years, and it has looked insane between JackeyLove and Mako. But it's not only in lane, it's what Mako provides as a shot caller, as a leader to the rest of the map.
Oh, yeah, Mako is legendary. He's on the shortlist for best support player of all time. He's there, you know, and that's not an egotistical thing to say. This guy is incredibly powerful. Might see if he gets involved in this early side skirmish. BLG, they need to get something back for Shun, but this is dangerous now.
Could go for the flash over wall, but going to get that ward in. See that they're taking the red buff. They're going to push them out so Tian can't get the smite steal. Oh, double knockup from On. That's huge. And now Tian, he has to go over the wall. The first blood to Shun. And TES are left tattered.
Oh, and they lose the red buff. They lose their jungler's life after a great first clear or so. It felt like Tian had managed to shut out Shun from the game by stealing away so many camps, but they can't capitalize on it. And suddenly, Shun on the board, and that means that with particularly the bot side jungle being littered with wards now as well, JackeyLove and Mako are going to have to play with respect.
The double knockup from On, it lasts so long. And it's a setup. It's early damage. It's the Wukong that's providing that springboard.
And like we were just talking about Mako in terms of his history of a support. Now, On is a very young player, but he has a lot of seasons under his belt as well. See once it comes through here, On gets to go into an uneven numbered fight. Knight's been trading well in mid lane. JackeyLove's not moving, and this is just disrespectful. It's greedy. You're going in for a steal, but it's just not able to match the numbers, and it's an easy first blood.
On has been incredible for this roster, taking a lot of time, it feels like, to make his name for himself. BLG will move from strength to strength, going from winning bot side fight to taking their grubbies.
Now we see something we see quite often as well. Once you have a couple of levels on your support with the Sano, see his chance again. He does have
Does he
flash.
just give his life for it? Vault Breaker. Okay, he's just going to flash over.
He gets himself at least one. All right, okay. It's something. You get
He wanted to watch the Telegrubbies, man. There's a good episode on today. It's Saturday morning cartoons.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite TV show. It's educational.
League of
it's
Legends,
exciting.
Telegrubbies.
It's everything. Nice.
That's a nice flash.
Doesn't get the shove back quite back, but there is going to be that flash away all the same. So, how do we recap all of what's happening here? We're starting to get plates going down towards bot side, and it's a hook. That could be a kill.
That is. It looks like it. They're going to try to trade back on a Mako. Nice double knock up, Jackie Love. He takes the extra tower shot, but they do get the kill, evening it up 1-1.
How to say? So we were just talking about Tian in the mid lane.
He's trying to find an angle here. Knight's going to burn his flash. So Flash is just getting burned all over the place as bot side down. Elk. No way.
Yes, no flash.
No way. One more auto attack and Elk gets him right back.
I guess, we're just freestyling it now. Is there structure to this? Presumably.
No.
But is this kind of like all of this domino effect going back and forth? I think a lot of this stems back from the jungle invade where we saw that first blood go over. We've got an ult to stop the back, but is he going to get it? It's too late. I appreciate the thought. Doesn't stop it. Looks a little bit silly there.
Jackie Love's like, guys, I wasn't even there. What do you want from me? But it is some turret plates going back the way of BLG. They use that pressure from bot side to take this first drag.
And maybe we'll start seeing a bit more structure come into it now. I think a lot of things were just reactionary after reaction, just taking the opportunities that they presented themselves, not necessarily fighting on important timers, but looking to burn flashes and burn summoners and catch people out of position. This is after Orna died under turret. Because he's died under turret, Jackie Love and Mako are really low HP from the turret shots, and they've been delayed. Elk gets kills somehow after this early game. It has been an experience, folks. I love it, but I'm sat here like, in no other game should this be happening in this kind of way. All the same, though, Elk picking up some gold for himself. It's nice, of course, with the fasting center. It really gets to a point where you're not necessarily getting all the gold in pocket. Some extra kills can help you pick up some items early.
Able to get some souls under his belt as well. I think it's so huge. Get any lead in bot side, both of them having one kill apiece now. I do want to check in on the jungle path and right. At least for the moment, it is opposite sides for both junglers. There is some presence down bot side for Shun. Will be spotted out by the Strive.
That's important. Again, playing against heavy engaged comps without vision control. League of Legends is no longer a strategy game. It becomes a horror game. It's a horror survival game where you're sat there like, oh, is there going to be some monstrous gribbly thing in the dark? Yes, there will be sometimes.
Right, we need a horror game now, please.
That'd be so great. I mean, what, do you remember the Fiddlesticks trailer?
I do. That was the most terrifying
so
cinematic I've ever seen.
There was some really spooky stuff going on there. Anyway, you can someone can quote us on that later on. That one an awful lot. Not that it has been suggested by anyone else, but still, I'm sure everyone who's faced against a Rengar as well will know about that one. But still, BLG, they have themselves their ultimates. That's the big thing, right? We joke about it, but if you do lose that vision control, you don't spot out the Scry's bloom there, you're going to get engaged on. There's no flash left on Cream still. Knight could potentially shuffle him back, but with no Shun showing on the way, not going to be the case. Grub's up in just under a minute. Dragon up not nearly on the same timer, so it means that we won't have ourselves these synchronized objectives. It means that maybe we can have some conflicts around them.
And I love seeing Shun hover over Knight. Knight, a welcomed addition to BLG, replacing Yagao once again, but really providing that carry pressure from mid lane to bridge the gap to get bot lane in a place of good position.
See that Elk also moving across the map as well. We briefly talked about this. Once you get a few levels on the support, the lane partner for the center, you're normally happy to leave them alone in the lane. Obviously, they died this time. Last time they tried that, so it's not necessarily the best thing here, but that's the logic, right? But the center then goes across the map, uses the ability to just walk in as a ranged champion to get some tap damage, get some souls from other minion waves, and you can see how valuable that can be for kind of like controlling the top side of the map. Problem is, Jackie Love is getting a lot of gold from this, and there's a dive, so there's no other help.
Oh yeah, Anna's just gonna walk out to his death. Tian gonna take that one easy peasy.
Top esports, honestly, really well played for them to just say, look, you can move the center away, your one's gonna die. That's twice that's happened now, once in a 2v1, once with a dive on bot side, and now suddenly Jackie Love getting a lot of gold, gonna get himself first turret as well, likely as well, all the same. So yes, BLG, they're gonna get themselves 5 grubs, but I really think with the Jinx coming online, and of course I think Jackie Love, one of the best AD carries the LPL has ever seen, and one of the very best in the last few years, that's scary now for BLG. This game, despite the fact we talked about BLG, you can get in the early game, there's another story left to it.
We're gonna take a look at mid lane though, but I do also want to talk a little bit more about the adaptation from BLG.
Not again.
Oh no. He will be spotted out there. He's going to try to use the Unstoppable, but he is locked down from the hell there. There's the Orn Horn. He's going to flash out, not use it. Does end up getting out with his dash. Huge stuff.
He still ends up losing his flash and his ult. Can 369 live? He doesn't have Dominus.
Anything you can do, we can do better. BLG execute the juggle and take even more on top side.
So 369 is this time visited by the roaming gank squad, and BLG get themselves some gold there. Still, it's going to be first turret over to the side of Jaculov. It's a lot of plates over to the side of Jaculov. Honestly, I feel like in terms of the monetary value, I'd actually favor Top Esports in regards to this. However, they've given up objectives to do it. BLG will get themselves a turret to even out that score, but they will at least get themselves ahead in terms of the objectives, if not necessarily that nucleated gold on the scaling carry.
So we have the scaling on BLG's side, something a little bit different, where both these teams have been so predominantly early game-based teams in finding snowballs. TS have a little bit of that different style, it feels like. Hwei, obviously very strong late game, sustained damage carry from the Jinx, but the way that they approach this mid-game is super important for them.
Absolutely. I think that both these teams have very powerful engage tools. You've got the Vi combo, you've got the Nautilus. Both of them can set up for the Hwei because of the Severing Bolt and the huge damage which comes through from that. But on the other side, you've got three huge kind of like beefy front lines. The Wukong can sometimes be a little bit squishy, but on the whole, you've got three tanks with two long-range carries behind them. So both of these teams can really look to front to back and look for big engages. And that's really what we're going to have to see and how that evolves.
We are getting those first item spikes for pretty much everybody on this, the carries at least. You're getting that static shift started for Jaculov.
I think Mon is in trouble here. He has Ghosts.
Look at him. Look how fast he is. Come on.
I was wrong. He's not in trouble. He has Ghosts.
The spellbook coming up clutch.
It does, because you're sat there like, oh, hang on. I didn't have as much XP as you. Both of them got cross maps on a number of times, but you can see that really is becoming a bit of a split map. A lot of vision being put down across the board as well. We can see that again, just trying to get these angles into sidelines. Tian trying to catch someone out, maybe catching out.
Oh, he does end up spotting him as he comes around the corner. Gonna look for the engage, but doesn't find the vault breaker there. Does have Mako and Jaculov right behind him. On the other side of the map, Dragon is started by BLG, and there'll be a second Dragon in a row for them.
It's been a really interesting few minutes seeing how these cross maps come about, the vision that comes down, the pick attempts that we come through as well. Top Esports in their last series, I thought they massively outclassed BLG in terms of their macro around this point in the game as well, going in towards mid-game a little bit more as well. This is kind of the start of the mid-game now when you start flinging people up random lanes across the map rather than kind of going into the standard ones. But it feels like BLG, they haven't been as kind of thrown for a loop as they were the last time.
Tian, this game, has looked a lot more like what TS have had in the past, where he's looking for aggressive invades, things like that. But that has been a stark difference for me in this series than we saw from the last one. Is both teams are kind of willing to play the opposite side of the map, where in the last one, it was all about going to the same place and having big 3v3s, 5v5.
And, you know, both these teams, they're happy to go towards the 3v3s and the 5v5s because they have incredible initiators and carries to leverage that. You know, every time I've seen Top Esports in a final setting, most of the times versus JDG, let's be honest. Yeah, you know, like that huge matchup. It's not their old rivals in terms of that. Of course, BLG on the other side, they know that team very well too. It has been about those AD carry-centric, backline, front-to-back kind of team fights. You know, just a few finals ago, we had 9,000 damage team fights from both AD carries happening at the same time. They're both no strangers to that. Oh, had a great one for that Mako. Is he looking for a hook? Not quite just yet on. Using that Ornn's tankiness and the W to just body block for his AD carry. The engages are not going to be quite as easy to land.
Ooh, Shun is a little bit in between trouble, but does end up finding with the help. 369 rather. Cream flashes, gets the fear off. Donnie's Shadow, and Shun gets the kill. Oh my goodness. The dominoes are starting to fall for Top Esports.
I mean, what do we say? Horror Survival League of Legends. You walk into the dark and you don't come back out. Cream blows the flash. Knight gets this mid lane, this bot lane outer turret. This is when BLG tend to accelerate. As soon as you get these outer turrets down, it feels like BLG just become a different kind of beast. And yeah, it really does change the genre of the game. It feels like after that points. Shun 3-0 on this Wukong as well. Really big moment for him.
And I'm going to take my soapbox now.
All
this man
tell me
has
about
been
Shun.
building up to this moment for so long. It is a potential for his first finals, but he has been able to take Tian to task and have these aggressive moments.
And you know, Shun has been such a core piece of how this team plays, getting into the enemy jungle aggressively. We talked about Tian being a specialist. That's Shun, absolutely the same thing as well. The Wukong Q skirmishing threat, basically 100-0 the enemy mid laner. And you know, talking about Shun on a bigger level as well, I think BLG, they're a team which have tried to kind of acquire success, bring in ex-world champions, bring out Uzi from retirement, but they have developed Shun themselves in part. And honestly, this guy has been excellent alongside the bot lane. BLG have been using that to really build something special for themselves over the last couple of years.
It's been a really nice pickup from the IG developmental system. I know they're going to be missing him, but Tough Esports are wishing he wasn't on BLG right now, as he's had an incredible start to this game so far. There's the Rift Herald pop by Tiana and driven into that turret for himself. They are going to collapse over to this bot side of the map now, though.
It's going to be a Mountain Rift, and Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes. You can't really afford to give over. Even just one Mountain Dragon is a bit risky to give over to an Ornn and a triple kind of beefy frontline from BLG. Mako caught out with a root. He has flash. He's going to have to blow it. No, he's out of vision right now, and he's safe.
Mountain Soul makes it a little easier. Spider-Man gets a couple more
That's
ledges
true.
to go on.
Yeah.
It's like being in New York.
It's like a subject which I never really vibed with in school, but love in League of Legends is geography.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm sat there, I'm like, yeah, this map changes the way you play the game. It's fun stuff then. See Tian. What's he? Ah, Tian.
He's all by himself. He does have the rest of the team coming. Okay, so Bin is going to TP into the fight here at least, and so is Knight. They already take out Tian, though. He went so ham and went way too far. Jackie Love, he gets flashed on by Bin, and he has to flash his way out. Top Esports are left again in the dirt.
I really don't understand the angle from Tian there. You don't have your Renekton there in time. And honestly, the counter dive from BLG is so deadly. They fall down in a, 3-for-1? And it's going to be a mid lane out of turret. It's probably going to be the setup for the Dragon going the way of BLG as well. This is a huge game-defining moment in Game 2.
This is a red side that they have leads on. This is a team composition that if you're behind against them, you're going to have such a tough time in the later game. And Top Esports wanted to have the momentum.
Yeah, I really want to see exactly what happened with the thought process from Top Esports. Maybe we can find ourselves a replay of that.
There's no way he knew all three of them are right there.
So he has himself the sweeper. They see two then. They see two. The thing is, even that you see all three. So they elect for this. They have full information for it. They do get on top of Elk, but it just feels like the team's way too far away. He's not there comboing up the CC.
And the double TP in immediately from BLG, you automatically add two big bodies in there. And a big Emperor's Divide pushes him right back into the death's maw of BLG.
And particularly against champions like the Ornn and the Wukong, trying to get past
Can't do that.
Get past their ultimates so hard. And now they've lost themselves the setup for the Dragon. It's coming up now. We don't have all the ultimates here from BLG, but they do have some gold to bring to bear.
This is Soul Point for BLG on a Mountain Soul.
Okay, we have ourselves Tremor Sense as well. We saw that from the Rex side. BLG playing with more information, and they play the fight out better though.
Cream has to have a good angle. Tian waiting on the side in the tri-bush. Dragon is started up by BLG and already about quarter health down. 269's going to move in. He's not looking for a flank. They're looking for a front to back here. Knight was trying to find an angle. He does have Emperor's Divide available. Hand shifting stands his way over the wall. Dragon getting so low. Here comes the Ornn Horn, and the Dragon was secured by 369. They actually find a big engage right back onto him, and Emperor's Divide comes out from Knight, and now it's just like fish in a barrel, and you just gotta aim down those shotgun iron sights and take them out one by little one.
BLG move their Knight into flanking position and put Top Esports in check. Cream, is he going to survive?
No way.
No, he is not just quite. I think he's going to get chased down
He's got
here.
the speed. Okay. Oh, Shun's going the long con here. He wants to take him out. He wants to show Cream that this may be his first finals, but he will not come away a victor yet, as he is all alone under tower. He's going to try to get the back off, but Shun is there. The fear coming out, though, and the rest of the team is there to knock him down.
BLG, they win so many of these fights back to back. Now, they lose the Dragon somehow to the Renekton in that, but still, it's a huge victory for them. You can see how hard it is for Top Esports to reach the carries that they really want to. We'll go into a replay of this and show us exactly what you mean. You know, Knight is just constantly threatening the backline. It doesn't matter that he's on vision. It doesn't change anything. The fact that 369 gets that Dragon, we'll just gloss over that briefly. Big moment. I mean, it's a big moment. It stops that that objective going over. That's really important. Knight actually ends up using Jackalov's W animation. He's self-CC'd himself, standing still for the zap. This is prime target for that sweep back. And, you know, Knight, his Azir has often been criticized, rightfully so.
Rightfully so.
But this one, I really think, has shown itself as a really good team fighting tool here. And with Shun having so much damage on the Wukong, you're not necessarily missing it if the Azir dies early.
The fact that BLG have taken what Top Esports tried to approach them with in game number 1 and absolutely decimating them with it, it's not a close game. It is fully in advantage for BLG here, almost 6,000 plus in the lead. How do you come back from that decision making for Top Esports?
It's really hard now. We talked about BLG as a team very, very good at holding on to a gold lead. They have a huge gold lead now. I think they still have the 100% win rate with a lead at 15 minutes. It's an absurd stat coming through from a team which has evolved to play on the same page. I think 2023, midway through spring, the core of this roster was here. Obviously, it was Yugao instead of Knight, but Tabe came in to develop this team from a team that would go 1-1 every week to one that was actually genuinely world-beating. They got themselves to an MSI Finals, and now they get themselves onto the Baron and force Top Esports to them.
Back-to-back record-breaking splits for BLG. Second finals for the organization. Now here comes the re-engage from the Ornhorn. Baron getting a little low. Can Tian get in the pit? He does not. It is secured by Elk of all people, and a mad Elk has just come to play. They get the Dawning Shadow across the Emperor's Divide. TS are stuck at the wall, and they can't do anything about it. Ben has found the angles, and TS are left with nothing.
Oh, man, what is it with other people securing the objectives? It doesn't matter, though. BLG, they would have forced Top Esports into a bad fight all the same. They get the objective, they get themselves the kills. They're going to start once again just turning the screws. And Top Esports, they gave them a good fight in that last time around, but BLG are not playing games here.
They've just jumped up another 2K. They have a huge Baron buff to continue to push with. They're going to TP in on the front side. Oh, Knight gets feared. He's still under turret here. Okay, finally gets out from under there. As Ben with that TP makes the difference. They do end up getting it with Elk's range. Oh my god, they're just between the turrets here, Nightmara. This is unfair.
There is no safe place for Top Esports. They continually dove, and BLG are showing no mercy. Teleport onto the minion.
Keep teleporting, keep going. That carousel does not stop turning, and the death keeps coming one by one. Elk finds another one, and the inhib turret now in the eyes of BLG.
This game has just gone from 0 to 100 so quickly. A couple of fights back to back, and BLG have just not looked back. Top Esports, I think a lot of people were expecting them to go the distance here against BLG. They might have to do it from 0-2 down.
A couple minutes and another couple thousand gold. It's going to continue piling on. Over 10,000 now, moving up to 12,000 gold. BLG, lasting damage done to Top Esports base. And now Top Esports trying to get one more fight, but I don't think it's a fight you wanted. Mako's already gone, and the rest of Top Esports are left with everything to defend as they have a nice little angle. Oh my god, Knight with a huge Emperor's Divide, and that's 369 just watching as his base crumbles. There was so much trash talk between these teams. Top Esports wanting to take this one holistically, but BLG, they rear their beastly head, and they'll move up to match point.
BLG, in only their second finals ever as an organization, are really coming to play. They've never been favorites before. This team has, dealt with their JDG curse. They're not here to stop them this time. Top Esports, we thought they could contend with them, maybe bring them the distance. The first two games, the first one was close. This one wasn't. BLG, they have gone from being a good team in the LPL to genuinely being elite.
And I'm a big reader of body language. You can see massive difference between the two teams. Tian knows that game was on him. I think there's a lot of situations that it didn't go his way. Smiles, laughter, momentum to BLG. I think it's important to see if Top Esports can bounce back. We're going to send it to a break, and we'll be on the other side with our analyst desk.
BLG sitting comfortably 2-0 in this best of 5 series. The grand finals of spring 2024 of the LPL. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Ginny, joined with Jamada and Trouble. And we're going to try and dissect this one particularly because we said we wanted adaptations from top esports. We said we wanted them to be a little bit more proactive, especially on that jungle and mid lane. They listened. We got proactivity on Vi. We got the Nautilus pick. We were happy with it, but it wasn't necessarily the way that we expected it to be played out.
Draft, great. Loved it. Easy to
Really?
pilot. Easy to pilot,
Okay.
right? Very difficult to mess that kind of draft up. I don't think they did mess that draft up. I think BLG's in-game and also draft adaptations just made it generally nearly impossible to play out the game. I think the fact that not only you're holding onto this Ornn flex, then you've got so much frontline with Senna plus a DPS, it just makes team fighting very difficult. The tools, the engage tools specifically that they had, also made it impossible for the carries of top esports to play out the game too.
It was a little bit of a difficult situation to be in, but with that, we still have a most valuable player of the series, the MVP particularly this time coming around. We saw a lot of moving pieces, but if you had to get, I mean, was it? I don't know. Can I spoil it? Would I have to let you know? Yes, it was. It was indeed.
Yeah.
And the Wukong, the jungle, it was just a perfect fit this time around.
Okay, BLG's draft rolls up and they have the 3 most boring champions in existence locked in. They have Azir, they have Senna, and they have Ornn. And we're like, we need a proactive piece on the map. We have to have a proactive piece on the map for BLG. Sean sat down, locked his seatbelt, and he was like, say no more. Puts them in the backpack in the early game. Level 3 bot lane Shun, Death, Taxes, and him doing this to every single team at level 3, playing through the bot side of the map. And honestly, he was incredible. Evading vision on every single gank, taking summoners. Who in the world defends this Jinx later on from that Wukong?
Yeah, not only were his angles and pathing generally really good, I think the fact that he had this Senna right next to him, Elk following him around a lot of these plays in the early stages before the big major skirmishes, just, again, numbers advantage. It just makes Shun's life so much easier. Having all of the overhead Senna ultimate, Ornn ultimate, it just kind of stacks on top of each other. So not only was he having a fantastic game, but he was so well supported. And again, when you have these kind of tools around you, not only does your job get easier, but if you're having an on-fire game, it just elevates that level of play even more.
It's not just down to an on-fire game, as you're mentioning. It feels like it's more down to an on-fire series for the entirety of BLG. From the draft adaptations all the way to the way that this is being played out, they have been doing phenomenal. And when we're looking particularly at BLG, and when it comes to that pressure, when it comes to being in the finals, when it comes to these deciding moments, this is where they perform and this is where they shine. And I know it says 0-1. It is actually 3-1.
Apparently, the only positive win rates in finals are 369 and Mako, but Knight is actually fighting here to get that positive win rate. 3-3 right here. If he wins that one, that will be his 4th. So he will be on a positive win rate right there. And again, you see how much experience in general is in both of these rosters. Look at all the number 4s on the side of top esports. This is why we started the series by having expectations for top esports. They have qualified for MSI. They did fight versus BLG all the way to 5 games in the upper bracket final. And right now, I'm just gonna say it, they look lifeless. Top lane didn't work out. You were getting almost solo killed by a support Ornn. Your jungle, Tien, looked lost on this Vi, had no support through mid lane. You put Cream on a champion that he had looked good before prior onto the Hui. It just doesn't fit the draft. It doesn't support the Vi in no way, shape, or form. And then you pretty much have a Jinx that has to hide and run away from so very different angles, run at her. I feel like this top esports looks lifeless, and they just... I think Mazel mentioned it, when they walked off the stage, they just looked so disappointed with how this game went, and I really hope they get to bounce back.
Yeah, there was a draft discussion that we were going to have once we get the PGB, but we're on it right now, so I guess in this scenario, I would like to hear from your side of things, Ramana, because you said you weren't too upset about the draft.
Nope.
But it was that execution that, I mean, look at the goal difference. It's
Yeah, I mean, again, and I think it's very important to bring this up. Playing these mid-game team fights as Cream and Jackie Love, they're gonna suck. No matter what. You can't... You're in a mobile carry playing against Ornn over the top, Wukong flanks, potentially an Azir diving in on top of your head as well, Rek'Sai, like, the list just continues to go on. But in terms of the actual early game lane assignments, where they were placing Tien, where they were playing Mako, it was about trying to put Jackie Love ahead. Great, fantastic. But then Shun gets this read, Elk gets this read, and they're just taking gold across the map instead. They're happy to trade that gold, right? And I think the fact that, sure, you get Jackie Love in this position where You know, this game was 23 minutes. Jackie Love was 2.5 items, less than 1,000 gold away from his LDR. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get to play the game, right? So this is the kind of situation where it's awesome to trade up gold, feels great, but if you're not actually matching numbers head to head in a game like this, it's just going to end up playing out where once everybody has their flashes, once everyone's on even ground, you just get this repetition situation where tools are used by BLG to actually blow these flashes off the immobile carries, and then they just wait for their cooldowns to come back up, and they do it again once they don't have flash, and that was the big issue that Top Esports faced here.
Yeah, and absolutely BLG break the red side curse. They just found the code. They won on red side, and the thing that hurts the most for Top Esports is that they won with a very similar composition that Top Esports had in game 1.
Yeah, the same
when they played red side. It was literally the exact same type of composition with a more aggressive jungler, tank top lane, tank bot lane, and it felt like BLG just found the way to crack it, just threw pure pressure through that mid support duo. Well, I'm saying support, but it was the AD carry on the support duty, but you get the drift.
Then coming into the next game is where it gets a little peculiar, because BLG is in a position of making this a 3-0, which is of course what they would like to have, whereas Top Esports, they are holding on for dear life. This is their do or die game to be able to push this and have a chance at actually securing that trophy. But if it's down to BLG, that's not necessarily what they let them do. So we're seeing BLG winning with identical comps as Top Esports in that first game. What is there left from the side of Top Esports to be able to do here? It feels like their backs are up against a wall, and there isn't necessarily a lot potentially left in the tank.
Is it time for Draven, Jamada? Is it time to bring out the Draven?
All right, it's either you're pulling out Draven or you're going for some kind of forced lane swap scenario. I think you have to do something really curveball-y here, because it just seems like BLG have every single number of Top Esports top to bottom at the minute. Tien simply isn't having a good series, and like Mazel said, you could kind of see it in the body language as he walked off in that last game. He did not seem impressed with himself. He didn't seem impressed with Top Esports. I think the overall draft adaptations were great, but it's about the gameplay, right? And it's about where you're actually putting your pressure. I think the overall game plan, it makes sense. All right, cool, they're sending center around the map, let's just try and get Jackie Love ahead. But you have to contextually try and look ahead of the game, right? And I feel like Top Esports were a little bit short-sighted in that kind of aspect. So try and play through mid first, right? I think you just keep it real simple, bread and bar, play through mid first, move that pressure down to bot or top if you want to throw that curveball, right? As Top Esports, it's on the table, but I don't think it's necessarily the best option. And just keep BLG on their toes, because they, again, had all the tools to try and consistently make plays, and whilst they were making them, it was onto a tank that very simply is just low economy, so it didn't end up really mattering.
Absolutely, and I feel like execution aside and champions aside and into the rift aside, for BLG this would be a huge fit. If they manage, JDG is no longer on their way to stop them from getting the finals. They've been out long ago, and right now they have the chance to make history for the org. First time that they are the favorites in the LPL. Knight could have his chance for the 3-peat back to back, proving to 369 that it wasn't him that carried him to the titles, it was Knight instead. Will be such a huge statement, not just for the team but for the player as well.
But for Top Esports, there are a lot of statements and storylines on the line as well here. You're looking at Cream, the first time they're in the finals, first time going to MSI, going to an international, being able to prove themselves here on the finals is huge. They're looking at the 4-peat, particularly for 369 in that top lane, another title that could be added to the collection. And then to me brings a question in regards to the amount of pressure that the players are currently feeling, because you're mentioning towards the end of the cast, when the players walking off stage, body language maybe not necessarily being at the tops of it. At the end of the day, this is not necessarily a sprint. You want to try and play the long ball, play the long game, get it game by game. And we've seen Top Esports do that before. We've seen them push BLG to 5-game series.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, if there's one thing you would like to be able to lean on as a Top Esports fan, it is that overall this roster has a lot of, and I mean a lot of experience, right? So yeah, hopefully for Top Esports, they can lean on that, maybe play through Cream. I think he's having, yes, a bit of a rough series himself, but he's been muted by other aspects of BLG, so hopefully they can look to try and enable him a bit more.
Yeah, something particularly that you brought up earlier in the green room, Trouble, was the fact that looking at the way that the draft was played out, there was a potential to see a very aggressive Akali from the side of Cream, but that was not what we were able to see, because unfortunately it was taken away.
Yeah, I feel like right here you have two choices. You either restructure and you're like, okay, what worked for us? on blue side when we played BLG last time. Play slow, play steady, play through bot side, try to get Jackie Love ahead, or you throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. The Akali into the Azir, the Draven on the bot side of the map, the Renekton on the top side. You have 3 active lanes. You just put pressure on the map, and one of them hopefully will get ahead with a little bit of help from the jungle. But I feel like for top esports, I think the better choice here would be to restructure, go back to what worked for you on blue side, and just play flat bot side of the map.
Pressure's mounting for both of these rosters, for BLG to go down in history and claim their first title, but also for top esports to be able to push this to more games, to not go down in a 3-0 fashion. For them, it's do or die. For BLG, they're only 1 game away from lifting the trophy. Let's head over to the 3rd game of the series with our casters, Neymera and Mazel.
Welcome back to the caster desk, everyone, and welcome to maybe not the series we would have expected so far. It was so back and forth the last time we saw these two teams, but BLG have seemingly found the answer and are now 1 game away from taking their first ever LPL title.
And I'm in awe of how BLG have just found that one opening in each of these games to just tear things across. I think that in game 1, of course, it was a lot more back and forth, but as soon as, pretty much, I think if you're looking at BLG and you see all 3 of the outer turrets go down, things are bad. Now, the problem is that does happen at some point in games. It's just a really difficult phenomenon to overcome. And you know, for BLG, they're a team which, we keep talking about this, they have earned this. They've earned their place in this finals. They have earned themselves as the favorite coming into this. And now 2-0 up. This is a team that had, you know, so many big names on their roster. They brought them over. They brought over Uzi. They brought over previous world champions. You know, they had Zeka and Kingan on their roster at points too. And I know that they have Knight now, but they've earned the ability to bring someone like that back in, particularly with the core players they had from last year.
Yeah, it's been a super team in the making for years now, and falling short every time, but these last 2 splits have been record-breaking for them. This one just a couple wins more than their summer split campaign, but it is a monumental moment for BLG.
Now they're looking to stop a 4-peat from 369. They're looking to stop the redemption arc from top esports and TN and Mako's first departure from EDG. And we have ourselves a draft for game 3 coming into it.
We have Ari, Jax, Renata banned by top esports on the blue side, so changing up the ADC bans, the Lucian, Tom Kench right now for BLG.
So that means we have Kalista and Varus still up from the 3 kill lane AD carries. You have Varus, you have Lucian, you have Kalista. Now, Elk has destroyed this split on Kalista. You cannot give him that. So I wonder, even though Jackalov, in my eyes, is the best Varus in the world, he's definitely up there, particularly the poke variant of it. Do you have to take away the Kalista? What are you feeling right now? Last time in game 5 against BLG and their previous mates face-up, they did that lane duo, but they lane swapped. They can also throw that onto the table. But the first pick here and the bot lane matchup informs a lot of how we play this game.
And a big importance, I feel like, that we highlighted coming in for top esports is in game 5 of their last series, the coaching staff plus the players, they felt like they had the solution, but the execution wasn't there.
Yeah, and now we're going for a slightly different option. Now, Ashe was hugely dominant early into spring. It's still very good into the Kalista, but you were looking, I think top esports were looking for the Ashe Varus bot lane, and Elkanon say, no, you are not having both of them. We're going to take the Kalista and the Varus, one of them going support more likely than not. Jackie Love goes for the Draven.
We finally get it. You know this is when Jackie Love knows it's serious. He needs to find that carry performance. He's going to go back to one of his classics. But my goodness, if we wouldn't want more focus on bot lane, there's 480 carries down there now if Kalista's going to join.
All pressure onto the 2v2. If it wasn't enough already, this time it feels like these are 2, you know, fangs bared bot lanes. I think the Vi is going to be very important after we get ourselves towards the first clear. Level 3 Vi on bot side, very, very strong. I think, what are you looking to ban now from BLG? Stuff that impacts bot lane very early. The Poppy's one of those things. You're thinking Xin Sao, Lee Sin, a couple of these picks which can just get towards that level 3 clear and head bot side.
I like the focus from top esports on the blue side, taking away some of those roaming mids from Knight, where we've seen him actually take a pretty big resurgence in those here, moving out to the side lanes, moving into those jungle invades, and try to take away some of those tools away from the mid laner of BLG.
And one thing which I'm worried about now, Tian has had a pretty bad series so far. He's struggled, and need we say it, Tian has been struggling in finals before, something you were talking in the break about. Now he's getting hit in champion pool as well. He needs to step up here. These are the 2 picks from the jungle pool we thought would get removed. Tian is going to have to dig deep if he wants to mount a comeback.
He's got to have something that can fight Shun as well. I think Shun might be one of the best Vi's in our league.
Very much so.
And I'm really looking forward to how he can take down these 2 bot laners who are going to be squishy. But that is where the rest of top esports comes to a head. That is where a reverse sweep for some of the most experienced players in our league has to start with this game, and these last two picks are going to be super crucial in that. We get the TF ban finally against Ben.
I wonder whether we get the Orianna coming out of Knight, though. It's a nasty combo, and there are a lot of squishies you can punish with that. Orianna does more than fine into the Azir in the laning phase. It's similar to BLG played against top esports in their first game of the last time they matched up. That'll be pretty strong. I could lock in there and can save that last pick for the top lane. Stop 369 getting advantage on the same one.
Oh,
even
really?
Okay, all right,
baby,
okay.
let's go!
So it's not going to be the shockwave, but we get ourselves a massive ult all the same. Look at that smile on Knight. He is so happy watching this one. It's the Star Forger in the mid lane. Aurelion Sol for BLG looking to close out the series.
Looking to descend the skies on to top esports. They have so much scaling now as well with that pick alone to pair up with the Varus and Kalista early game fighting. It is the Rek'Sai for 369, a classic choice. And we'll see what the answer is from Bin with his counter pick, unless it's been the Kalista the whole time.
You need some kind of engage. Now, question, what was that going to be? It's going to be AoE team fight. It's the Rel. It does have a strong level 3. You can get right on top of both those 80 carries, but it's not necessarily the easiest champion to pilot if you do miss that engage.
Rumble would be a big pick to set up the team fights here. Also, both these top laners undefeated on the pick in spring.
And it has been such a big pick into the Rek'Sai in particular, because the Rek'Sai has been so obnoxious as this bruiser regen tank. You don't get to do that versus the Rumble. You can go towards an early nullifying orb and just keep burning them down. We even saw Shanji go towards Conquer and build like Randuins, go half tank in the Rumble as well. Lots of options here, but BLG, they have themselves, once again, huge, pushing early lanes. It has been met in part by top esports, particularly with this bot lane, but I'm worried about what's going to happen with, you know, this vibe if they can get in towards this bot side. BLG bot side 3v3s have been what have put them into this position as favorites of LPL.
Elk and On have taken two stalwart names in the LPL 2 games in a row. Jackie Love and Mako have not been the difference maker for top esports just yet, even though they have in the past. And I think this draft is going to be a lot on execution for top esports here. And it's a lot about what that early game pathing for Tian is going to look like.
You know what? If there's any team in the LPL which you trust with aggressive team compositions and the execution of it, it's BLG. It's Billy Gaming. They've done it the entire split, and they've taken it to the very best teams in our league. They have earned their position in this finals. They are on the precipice of earning themselves a title.
For BLG, this is the second final. A year ago from this split, they were taken down 3-1 by their nightmare in JDG. They went on to lose 7 best ofs against that squad. 369, the only one from that JDG roster on the other side for top esports. For top esports, it feels like it's been years since we've seen them at this mountaintop, but here they are again. Backs against the wall. Reverse sweep needed. Who else but Mako, Jackie Love, Tien, and 369 could do it? It's going to rely on this Draven for Jackie Love. It's going to rely on the mobility and the information gained by Mako. But I'm looking at how fast Tien and Shun go bot side. Trying to give some energy to make sure we don't go to 3-0 in Chengdu, but TES looking for a level 1.
I love what Knight's doing here. He's actually using that Breath of Light to make sure that he could proc a comet on someone in the bush. He could get him to use that. but what that would do is give vision, because he doesn't have a ward over the wall, but if you fire that Q over, maybe you spot someone. Intelligent stuff. Bot side. It's a 3v3 before we've hit 1 minute into the game.
Yo, they're bringing Knight down to the bot side against this. Oh my goodness. So both games so far, first bloods have gone down bot side. Mako gonna burn his flash early, and BLG respond with a level 1 strat.
Oh my gosh, this is such bad news for top esports. They were bold. They said, look, we'll lock in Jackie Loves Draven. You know, he was the Draven streamer before he joined Invictus Gaming and went towards the World Championship. This is his champion. Mako on the Ashe as well, putting that in towards that lane pairing. But honestly, Elk and On and the rest of the team setting them up have been so devastating early into the game, and this is no different. The very first game of the split these two played, it was Elk and On this duo of the Kalista and the Varus being so deadly and pushing in for 3v3s, and it's starting in a horrific way for top esports here in what could be their last game.
An early level 2 will be there for Elk and On, so they'll have presence and pressure in the lane. But that is where we take a look. Now that Tien is on his way down, he will be on vision.
So Mako went back to base, regened up, has no summoners. They know that Tien's here. They are trying to play as though... The thing is, now it's kind of like it's Oscar's night a little bit, right? Because you're sat here thinking, okay, well, we got to act well enough to make sure that they don't know that we know. They back off and they do
You
blow
don't
that
know
heal.
that I know, that you know, that I know.
Look, it's a whole thing, you know. It's a whole thing, information warfare, all of that. But Tien is going to be on bot side. You can see that now Elkanon are playing a bit more respectfully as Tien gets a buff steal away.
So they are going to go for the invade here. I want to talk a little bit of how these skirmishes can lead out to victories. Oh, it's Shun that gets it, I believe. No, it actually is Tien. They're going to get the flash from On. They're moving out, and they're moving in. That's Shun with first blood for BLG.
BLG strike hard, and they strike fast. This team has been so deadly around early game and around the bot side, and Tien has not been prepared for it. Now bot lane's left alone.
They can't get out of it. Okay, they're going to pull off. I thought maybe they had an angle. Honestly, BLG had an angle there, but they aren't going to go for it. Maybe lacking a little bit of that information against a big wave crash from Mako and Jackie Love.
Oh, poor Tien, though. This player, when he won that lower bracket finals, he broke down in tears thinking, you know what, I finally made it back to that final stage. He's had a poor record on the final stage, and sadly here for him today, he has been targeted hard by BLG. They have responded well to this player who historically has been the thinking man's jungler in the LPL. He was the early pather. He's come down towards bot side again, but you know, this was just kind of returning to the scene of the crime, which he kind of committed, went too far.
And Tien has been a staple, at least of top esports here in recency, obviously since his time on FPX, winning a world championship. But as you said, he's 1-4 in finals. Looking to try to add to that to some extent. As I do wonder, though, because Shun is having a lot of confidence, that enables his play so well, and it's enabling BLG.
You can't play like this unless you have a team set up for it. That's the big thing. If you're going to take away anything away from this series, you cannot play like BLG unless your bot lane and your jungler are on the same page at the same time. Of course, Knight even roamed out of mid lane as well. This team is a well-oiled machine at making sure these level 3, level 4 fights work out in their favor. And top esports have been losing out on them.
So let's talk a little bit about the way that they can approach this one. Jackie Love and Mako trying to get the kill on bot side. Can he cash in? One more, and there he goes. He gets the cash in there, but Elk wants to chase him down, gets one right back for him, and now it's Portal Combat versus an actual ADC. Both of them will back away.
You got 4 Halo Blades in that bot side. That's how much early damage comes through. It's something. It's a kill. It's nice. Problem is, you know, Jackie Love did die early on, of course, which means that he doesn't have himself the full duration at the full amount of those stacks. Tien now going towards top side, but I don't think he can really force anything else beyond that point. The early fighting just continues.
Just right behind the play was Tien. Now we get a little bit of time. We have the Rallying Soul for scaling aspect for BLG, but they definitely have a lot of early game onus on them, whereas Tien on the other side, they have that as well.
They do. I mean, we've seen the early game tools being put to bear. What are we going to get the replay? Of course, it's the team. I was like, okay, what are we going towards this time? There's too much. It's, you know, folks, you have 4 Halo Blades in this bot side. The damage comes out in such a quick amount. Then, yeah, it's very easy to give up kills, even if you have been winning just beforehand. It goes into a 1-for-1, though. Kill goes over towards Elk. And now looks like 2 grubs are taken by top esports on that top side. Not the full 3 taken.
Bin going to deny that one there. He moved in to try to pressure Tien on that side of the map there. We also have still some push going on bot side. Shoot. He found Tien knowing that he was on this side of the map. He takes the skirmish, does push him out, so they will secure that one scuttle, or at least grubby for themselves.
So Cream a little bit of CS in that mid lane.
Didn't go for it, actually.
Not just yet. He's well, what he ends up doing is pushing in towards the enemy jungle and forcing Tien back. He'll be able to get it if he wants to at that same point, but may as well take those extra.
Ooh, the slowdown. The slowdown's so big. On can't get away from this one. In one auto, Jackie Love comes up big. He is now 2-1.
Oh my gosh, this bot lane are not ready to give up, and it's suddenly, again, the Halo Blades. It can catch you off guard. It definitely caught On off guard a couple of times now. The damage is so quick.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. So close. Elk just getting some poke damage. Denies Mako from taking that Vision Ward, but in the end he'll get it anyways. But this is the kind of game you want to see from this veteran bot lane that we finally get from top esports.
Oh yeah, from Jackie Love and Mako, you know, this is the bot lane that people were excited for coming into this split, because Mako finally left EDG, joined Jackie Love. This is the best support he's ever had. And, you know, Mako is one of the best supports we've ever seen. Now, it has been a difficult series for them so far, but at the brink, backs against the wall, Jackie Love on his Draven. What a legendary champion and a legendary player of it that has been. Gives top esports a platform, at least.
And we have to applaud Jackie Love. I feel like he has been the strongest ADC over this last year, even with Ruler having so many pop-offs in 2023. Consistently, even with some of those mess-ups in late-game finals, it is Jackie Love who comes up clutch every time.
Yeah, I think that Jackie Love has been such a big point of this. Junglers fighting over this bot side. Scuttle Dragon not taken early just yet. We've been too focused on fighting. It's about killing those champions rather than dragons. We have ourselves Cream this time. Some mid lane prior definitely helps him fight towards that bot side of the map.
A little wet noodle fight top side, no big deal. We check on those noodles later when they're al dente. And I gotta laugh. So
okay, you get one.
I get one. Everybody gets one. That's what Spider-Man says. 369 though does have the healing back once he goes into the burrow, which should be just fine. Trading going back and forth.
But I'm really interested to see what's going to happen when these top laners come into the party as well. Typically, these teams don't focus on top side, despite the name value up there. We've just seen so much value out of playing towards bot side 3v3.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes through to those team fights, that's when the top laners really come to party.
8-minute Essence Reaver for Jackie Love. The time is now.
Absolutely. This Draven could be the difference maker. Dragon started up by BLG. What have we got? We don't have the Ash ult. That's a big tool missing for top esports. No XP really on makeup. Looks like with the Ren stacked up, BLG should be able to take this one for free. Tian can realistically steal this. This is a risk.
It looks like he's not even going to go for it there. The Ren too big to contest. BLG take their first Dragon. They will make it out of there. We're getting to a point where time is going to be of essence for top esports.
So, BLG have themselves again some scaling advantage if they wanted as well. See, Tian's actually going to get spotted out by Knight. Knight's only a half HP, can't realistically take a hard trade, but at least spotting him out. It's a big thing against Tian. Such a force of nature for top esports in their wins. He's been tracked a lot, he's been held down a lot with Knight spotting him out and stuff like that. Just again, stops him from being the difference maker which top esports need.
And Shun also, oh no. I love the observers. The observers is zooming in on the cannon. I love that. But it has really been a good series of play from Shun that has denied one of the best junglers in our league from a lot of these angles he's been looking for. Now we're looking at a top lane gank that Bin just dissuades because he has so much heat.
Yeah, he just uses that equalizer to clear out that wave, clears out the wave, takes a good trade, and means that Tian is kind of spotted out first by Knight, then warded off by Bin. Now you need to be careful of the cross map on bot side. You do have the level 6 coming in from Shun. This is very dangerous because you can go Vile into Varusol into death. You need to be so careful here, top.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not available. There's a 2-level difference between Mako and Jackie Love. He's going to use the Whirling Death to try to get the wave there. There's a cease and desist onto Jackie Love. They know who they need, and they get him with a piercing arrow straight through the heart.
And even though the 2v2's
way!
redive.
They're gonna get him! The Fates call in! One more auto! It's another piercing arrow, and BLG come away aces on bot side!
We thought that maybe bot lane, they'd had the vacation, they had the pressure off them. It never ends. Level 6 by the Vi. We saw this Vi being locked in, and we said, look, this is gonna be dangerous later into the game. That time's happened now. It's 10 minutes on the clock. Shun more than happy to run towards bot side, and now 3-0 Varus for Elk. This monstrous AD carry that BLG have built up over time is set to take over this game.
And that's what I love, the contrast between these two bot lanes. We have Jackie Love and Mako, some of the most known names, and we'll get back to that conversation. Tian's trying to get on a topside gank. Ben's just going to burn his flash there. Does get the Shattering Strike there on the back end. Magnus Storm 2, the knock up there from 369. Is he going to be able to make it out? He does still have his health bar. The overheat's coming up. They want to dive for this one, but he's trying to get around. They go under turret, and the juggle is complete. Top esports with a little bit of an act of their own.
It's something in top side at least. It takes a flash from 369, but bot side is potentially going to be the answer again. Here comes Shun.
Yeah, he's going over the wall. Does not hit the Vault Breaker there. Mako trying to burn something in the pit here to get some help from Jackie Love on the other side, but just going to give a kill over to Elk.
And it's a clean kill on bot side. You know, top esports, they show on top side. Tian goes towards top, then there's a dive on bot side. He gets the gank on top side, and then bot lane continues fighting. Feels like that both sides of the map are just falling into more difficult situations.
4-0 for Elk. One of the mainstays of BLG, but also a big stark contrast to what Jackie Love and Mako have done. They are so good solo that when they came together, it looked so damn strong, but it's on and Elk, when they came together, that their individuality didn't really play, but their togetherness has really paid dividends.
Think about BLG as a roster, you know, you have Bin, you've got Knight as your solo laners. Like, they should be in so many different worlds. You think this will be the players that you're focusing on. And don't worry, we focus on them a lot as well. But in this playoffs, I think particularly, it has been about these names which have become big names through BLG. I think Elk, I think On as a duo, they have really stepped up to the plate to be worthy of this team.
And I think the biggest thing is the three names that we feel like have stepped up a lot in this one, Shun, Elk, and On. They have never won a championship. This would be the first for them, and they have such a strong performance to kick it off.
They have, and you know, of course, that job's not done. Gold's even.
Job's not done.
Now the thing is, a lot of that gold is on bot side right now for this Varus. And the poke Varus in this game, I think, is going to have a great job here. I mean, you're not against the tankers here, so it's another kind of squishy target you can hit. You've got 3 squishes on the bot side of the map, which you can really do well against. You know, the Rek'Sai's itemizing towards magic damage as well. I really feel like Elk on this poke Varus could end up being a difference maker yet again.
It's going to have to be. We have those first items for everyone. I know it's been about 4 minutes for Jackie Love.
It's a potential 3v2 on bot side. I was wondering about what could happen there. Of course, the thing is, if you go into the Varus, you have the Callisto to pull them out. It's a very difficult thing playing against the Callisto support as well, because it's one thing pulling a support out to safety. It's another thing having like an instant Thresh Lantern on the other side of it, which makes you untargetable from a Callisto support, saving your AD carry. BLG, and not easy to get a hold of here.
Tien has been waiting like a predator in the wild, trying to take down a big Elk. They weigh 1,000 pounds.
He knows it. He just
they
eat that
know
much.
that he's there, and he has to pull out. That means Elk and On are safe, and Tien just wasted so much time.
It's like when you're hunting that elk and you step on a twig and suddenly the head snaps up, the ears perk up, and they run back into the distance, into the forest, and right there.
They know.
They do it again. Look, folks, not only are these players great players of League of Legends, they're pretty good at acting too. They can tell you that, they can make you believe that they don't know you're in that brush and that they did all the same. Elk On, they have taken so much of Tien's time here. He's been waiting to find a game-breaking play. It's not going to be easy, and now Shun's on bot side.
But that's the thing about these bot lanes. The 2v2 ADCs are important to keep getting resources to, and now the Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands on Elk. He's going to use the Fate's Call to get right out of that one. And that's all she wrote about the Engage, but now we have Dragon up and ready to go.
I think with that easy cholesterol kind of being pulled out, and then also the Varus, I think BLG maybe give up this Dragon now. See if Shun has anything to say to it, though. There is a Vi ultimate.
He's had the better of Tien so far, at least, and other members have had the better of the objectives. He's in there. No, he's not going to get it. He's not going to use that Vault Breaker for it. Elk and On in a little bit of trouble. Magnus, oh, they found the cease and desist. That's the Sky's Descent as well. Jackie Love's still alive. Going to pop that Whirling Death, and now it's Shun who has the flash. There's the Equalizer in. Finn on the wrong side of the fight, but maybe they will turn back around. Here comes that Breath of Light, and the breath is cooking Top Esports. It's about to be a full-on ace. Oh my goodness, it is Bin and the rest of BLG that make the difference.
BLG are fire, BLG are death around the Dragon. Their solo lane has finally entered the equation as well. Big ultimates from them mean that Top Esports cannot rearrange the fight in their favor. That's a huge moment, an absolutely huge moment. You can see that before this. Again, the ultimates from the bot lane are down. That means that they're not the heroes of this play. And you rightfully think it's Top Esports. You can look for a big one. But Cream shuffles forward. He has no mobility now. He can't get out of the play. Jackulov gets absolutely CC'd to death. There is nothing he can do as well. BLG fight back so well. Normally, I wouldn't want a non-tank character teleporting into 5 people. But if it's been, I guess we'll allow it.
Hey, he gets the pass 10 times out of 10. I think through all this, I have to continue to highlight Elk. This man is 6-0. He's had a hell of a journey to get to this point. He has been in the league since 2018, and now we get a fight here over On all by himself, and he'll go down.
It's something back for Top Esports. The thing is, though, it feels like a bit of a consolation prize at this point. They've gotten themselves, you know, a couple of odd kills here and there, but it hasn't been decisive. You know, they've gotten themselves the Dragon. That's good. That's a genuine win for them. If they get themselves the Herald, that's big too. In Game 1, we had Top Esports hitting 9,000 kills as a historical organization within LPL. We have a lot of milestones here today.
Yeah, we do.
8,000 now hit by BLG as well.
Only their second finals as an organization would be their first victory. As the side lane turret goes down to Bin, it is the Rift Herald that was secured by Top Esports. So we'll look where they want to deliver that goal.
369. He doesn't really even feel like he wants to walk up towards Bin. Bin has not felt the need to go towards an early nullifying orb. Says, look, I'm pushing in the wave anyway. I'm not looking for solo kills. I want the quickest Leandries possible to get that back. See that Knight on the other side. BLG very aware of how to play their sidelines. Instant ult there, meaning that Knight just clears out the wave. He's fine to go elsewhere after that point, and BLG find themselves safe. Again, important thing to know about this game, folks. BLG last game won in 23 minutes with a scaling composition. Have scaling again. The Rumble is going to be fantastic in teamfight against the backline. Of course, they're Aurelion Sol as well. They don't need to win all of these fights right now. They're just wave clearing.
On, actually getting a nice engage from Tien. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He does not have any tools to get out, and that's another death to On.
Okay, there's a couple of ults put in towards that. It's nice goal over. I am wondering whether you're just kind of getting that pick just onto the support is enough for them right now. Though. Again, it's odd kills, but it's not necessarily turning the game. And killing a support is good. It means that you take away some wards, but it's not necessarily the game-changing play that you want. 369 caught out just a little bit.
Oh,
committed.
they're bringing over Elk as well. Equalizer from Ben across the top. He gets denied. He's going to have to burn the flash out there. Jackie Love on the other side gets Chains of Corruption, and the engage is coming through. Look at Ben. He's going to flash with the Flame Spitter. Jackie Love got to get out of there, bud. 369 is all by himself. One hail of arrows doesn't do it. Nobody's going to go down as BLG. Ben takes an extra tower shot. He goes down now as well. Now Tien back from the grave and back ready to fight for top esports. Shun gonna go down too, and a chash in of Jackie Love.
There's your decisive victory. It's kind of handed to them a little bit, an overdive by BLG, but this is what top esports need. They need themselves that injection of cash. The Draven passive brings them pretty much even in gold after that points. That's finally something more of what they needed, rather than the odd kills.
That's definitely going to be a second item spike for Jackie Love as well. Even though Elk is already on that, it's important that this Draven gets any resources possible, because he is that bridge damage over to Cream. We did get that Leandri's second item completed for Knight now. We get the engage on mid lane. Look how much damage he does. Fate's Call used. Oh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow across the map. The snipe comes down, and another one goes over the top.
Top esports again, not ready to roll over. They're 0-2 down, but they do not want to see things end here. I think BLG, they've kind of lost control a little bit. They've fallen asleep a little bit at the wheel, and top esports are punishing them. You cannot afford to do that against opponents the level of top esports. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. I would imagine that top esports will get that. They get themselves 2 turrets in one fell swoop. This is a massive phase of play in the last few minutes. Top esports mid-game macro has been something they have beaten BLG with before.
And it's some of the best mid-game macro that we have in the league. It has been incredible to watch the quick decision-making that Top Esports has had 15 to 20 minutes in, and we see that here in the little fights. But the biggest thing is continuing that momentum forward.
And now with the dragon spawning, BLG, realistically, can you fight this? I wouldn't put it to them. I think when you're walking into a Draven with this much gold in his hands, it wouldn't be advised at that point. To teleport in from 369, BLG, they're kind of spectating. Can they catch someone out on the retreats?
Oh, they might actually have an angle here. Does look like things are going to calm down a little bit there in the end, but the dragon was already secured. Now the move in. BLG looking for. They have the Sky's Descent, so they're really looking for a fight right now.
And they're also looking to just cut off easy access towards this mid lane. It's going to be a mid lane outer turret falling. That's a big thing. BLG, we talk about how when they take these outer turrets, they just run over the map. It's going to be that mid lane turret falling just now. It's a big moment.
Shouldn't take in a couple of turret shots, you know, no big deal. Make the minions feel better about themselves.
Really just felt like 1v1ing a building.
Ben tried to do that last time and he got killed, so.
Yeah, he did. Occasionally that happens. Folks, leave that to the architects.
I see. Now we have Baron on the table. This is something Top Esports can play around. The sustained damage, not necessarily there, but they have the damage profile. Collector completed for Jackie Love. We'll see topside.
Ben is caught out here. There's no one coming to respond to this. Knight could teleport, but I think Ben's just out of position.
Yeah, he's completely out of position. This has been in trouble before, and he's all by himself in a 1v4. As Tien comes over with the Shattering Strike, 369 pays up.
Honestly, Top Esports, real credit to them here for just getting these pick after pick after pick. And now with Ben dead for 30 seconds, they can get themselves a Baron start, force BLG to come into that.
We've seen this before. Sky's Descent available. BLG moving in to pressure Top Esports under the Baron's ire. He's in the pit here now. Tien needs to make it happen. He's a world champion for a reason. They're going to go for the engage. They got Knight, and the Sky's Descent will come down in the end. Shun's in the pit, but it's way too early. He's going to go in onto Jackie Love. They actually take down Tien, and now they get the double knockback there. Shun can't get any more damage down, though. And that's a TP. They're going to move out this time, as that's a big Flame Spitter waiting to come down. He's getting immediately chunked, and maybe we take back his pass to being able to TP into 1v5. On has that Fate's Call used. Oh, Jackie Love dies to the Baron. No! He misses the piercing arrow there, as now they're moving forward. They get the Void Rush, and there it is! 369, baby! Rolling all nines!
And he gets himself 1,000 gold shutdown. I wonder how many shutdowns he needs to get to add like a 12 onto his name or something. Top Esports around the Baron again show that BLG cannot afford to disrespect their long-range Ash arrows. I really think it's Mako. He's making a lot of the difference here. against BLG. Pick after pick has left BLG scrambling. I think they kind of fell asleep a little bit. They were so in control of this game. Wow. Fantastic play. Arrow out of Fog of War. Knight goes down. Yes, he gets the ultimate. And the double knocker from Shun back into it means that the damage is still pretty good. But still, the fact that the Assault does not get to play this fight is a big amount of damage missing.
Mako using that piece of terrain to block the Enchanted Crystal Arrow sightline there, and an incredible moment where Knight was ready to put them down into Pound Town, and it's really Top Esports showing a lot of grit here.
And the Baron getting involved with things as well. Seriously though, we haven't had a lot of chance to talk about Cream in the mid lane as well. He walks away with a triple kill. You know, as Azir in game 1, I think a lot of people walk away with that, say, oh, he didn't hit the engages, whatever. I think that was on BLG. This game though, I really does feel like Cream, he's not allowing BLG that same ability to outplay him. He wants to take things into his own hands. 5 and 2, Zhonya's completed. That stasis will be very important.
And again, this is the farthest that Cream has ever made it. He was the OMG prodigy. He was the guy that was dragging OMG's dead body across the finish line so many years ago. And his first split on another team, his first split on Top Esports, he's in the finals.
And he's also become, you know, he was the Akali guy, he was the Silas guy. He played a lot of these melees. He was a Yone player. He wasn't really a mage player. However, in this split, he was put on Azir duty. He did some great work on stuff like Karma and Hui as well. Azir in this game, at least, has been a heck of a string to put on his bow. Top Esports now getting vision control. Sat on pink wards, trying to force BLG to once again disrespect the Ash Arrow.
They really want to get a play with Mako. They're going to force the hand of BLG once again. This is just a play that they can continue returning to. It's like a well. You just drop the bucket down and you come up big.
How much water does this one hold, though? BLG, they are still pretty much even in gold. They have themselves some big ultimates use. They don't have the big Aurelion Soul ultimate, though. So that's important to know. Top Esports, it's been working for now. You cannot just expect this to work for forever, though. Your setup still has to be clean.
I would expect that with that back. Okay, Jackie Love didn't actually complete the full item differential in that third item yet, but he's getting to that point. Elk on the other side has completed his third item.
And that's going to be really important. That Edge of Night means you can't just ping him on with a skill shot for free. That Ash Arrow can't be the primary target onto him. You need to use something first. Now, Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. It would be Soul Point for Top Esports, and done a good job of kind of winning over the objectives this time around. Azir turret down in mid lane, vision control established. On bot side for Top Esports, they'll be looking towards a quick Dragon take and then go back towards the Baron. I don't think BLG can contest on the Dragon, so it means that they'll have to let that one go for free.
And in the last series, these games were decided by 15, 20 minutes every time. This series has been much different. We had a very, very close game number 1, game number 2 not so much. Now, DS trying to start this reverse sweep with an engage from 369. They won't find anything there. They don't burn any spells, but they do have presence on the map.
See, though, the angle from 369 potentially could have been a flash knock-up over a wall. See that BLG, they have to be so careful of side lanes now as well. In the previous games, their side laning has been fantastic, but they've been picked off this game. Top Esports, their macro has been one of the defining factors about this team. They moved around areas of the maps very well. You can see that BLG, they have to keep poking their heads into this Baron and say, are you starting it? Do we have to contest? Are they looking for a fight?
They are looking for a fight. They're going to cease and desist right over on a 369. He's tanky, but he ain't that tanky. There's the engage from Tien. A flash out from Elk. The equalizer coming in from Bin. The Breath of Light trying to dissuade any more engage. Mako's almost dead, but On's getting chased down now by Jackie Love. He's going to try to use his leaps, but there's the flash. Oh, he auto-attacked the ward! Okay, he finally gets the cash in there as Top Esports will take down one of the damage dealers of BLG.
And they also get a lot of flashes for that too. That's big. Elk, no flash. Bin, no flash. And Jackie Love with another kill. This Draven, again, legendary in his reputation, starting to be a huge threat if you're not landing that equalizer directly onto his head and pinning him there. Feels like really Top Esports, fantastic vision control, fantastic pick play, and they keep going back towards the Baron. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
The well is there for a reason. You're always going to pull up water unless you're in a drought. Now they see if Top Esports is in drought or in full spring water. They are 5,000 away from burning down this one. It looks like we might flip it soon. Not going to go in the pit just yet. Not going to be denied. Oh, he does get denied. Cream, the man with the difference, has that engage, has that denial from BLG, and now it's Top Esports moving in like the predators to the prey. The Void Rush comes out for 369. It gets him, and now on the back line he is, but he's all by himself. The Breath of Light comes up clutch for Knight. Knight able to make the difference. Then BLG, somehow, some way, they're looking to take down Top Esports after the fight went their way.
Equalizer's coming up in a few seconds. They're going to try and snipe another kill.
Sundisk coming out. He's not going to get Cream. He went for Jackie Love there anyways. Oh, flash forward on. He wants it. He wants to make the difference, and he does. That's so big. from Top Esports are dead!
Gigabin, Giga BLG, they take all Baron buffs with it. Top Esports fought so hard for that objective, and they're denied it not even 30 seconds after they claim it on the top side of the map. You cannot afford to think the fight is over against a team like BLG. They teleport back in, and they sweep them off the face of it. Where are we starting this? Okay, we're starting off with the ability to go into the pit itself. Cream uses the ult to keep Shun out of the pit, but that means the sweep is not there to stop the carries from running over the backside of this fight. If it comes to it, I think particularly with this Varasol pinning everyone into this choke point, it means that you can't have a stable front line. Cream gets tagged over and over again, and with this kill here, Asol gets to reset his W as well. The extra mobility at the end of the fight with the teleport, with the reset W, means that BLG can chase down the kills.
And the desk had talked about the unsung current of this team in Knight, our MVP for spring, and the golden left hand of BLG. He is the scaling carry. He is that consistent damage now for them.
He's not necessarily been the main character of either of the series versus Top Esports. You can never count him out, though. His Talir in Game 1 was absolutely absurd. And this Asol is getting to the point where it's 3 out of Asol. I mean, do we need to say more than that? He's stacking up a Storm, and next time he has that big ultimate, which is now, that could be what sees BLG through to their first title.
We have to take a look at Top Esports. We talked so much about it. It's literally 4 of the GOATs of our league, with Cream, an up-and-comer from OMG. We thought so much veterancy would mean that they have the grit to take a 5-game series here to bring back the reverse sweep, but BLG are rebuffing them at every turn.
Swing and a miss on the arrow towards the bot side. Tian gets chunked out here as well. That's the
No
Vials.
way, he can't get caught. Chains of Corruption there, he's dead! Elk finds him again!
It is so hard to survive against the long-range nuke of BLG if you're caught out of position, and this is again creeping closer and closer to BLG, getting that map control, which ends games against them. This series means so much to this team. Of course it is first seed from the LPL in terms of MSI. It's a championship as well, but for each of these players' journeys, it's such a big milestone for them.
You might not know Elk from his time on Team WE. You might not even know him from his time on Ultra Prime, but you know him for his time on BLG. The man is 10-1-6 in a defining game, and you have to put some respect on this guy's name.
BLG, they have done so much work making these players into superstars. 2023 was the year they went from a good team to an elite team. Now they have gone from an elite team to maybe the best damn team in the LPL. There's Dragon coming up now. If we solve for Top Esports, the fight isn't done. There is every chance they can fight their way back. They need to find this backline, make them use their tools for less of efficiency than they've done in their previous fights.
This is a soul for Top Esports. BLG need to deny it. Tien on the other side of the wall, gonna take the Hex Gate, gonna go for the engage. He actually finds it. He has the Magnet Storm on Knight. Sky's Descent is available, but he's locked down so heavily. Is he gonna get the pull the trigger on? He's gonna use it to try to save his life, but he can't. That's a lot of damage back. Look at On. They are caught though, as Top Esports are getting the fight turned right back on him. We've seen this before, Nightmara, as it's BLG who will not give up the fight so easily. On has that Bates call pulled, not gonna pull Elk into it, but it's back to the Dragon we go.
Oh gosh, you cannot take your eyes off of any member on the back of it. These fights are not front to back. They're all over the place. Dragon's been started up. Top Esports, they're walking in blind.
They have the Ren from On. They have the potential. Tien needs to make it happen. He's a world champion for a damn reason. He gets killed. He gets denied. And Top Esports, they are completely dusted. Here comes Cream. He misses the engage, but it actually gets On. Doesn't matter though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. Jackie Love trying to get the damage down now as well. But Flame Spitter, he tries to get the blast from Shun. That's a nice response from Jackie Love. The mechanics coming out clutch.
Oh, Mako just about lives. It's not Soul for Top Esports. It's not the end of the game, but it's definitely not what Top Esports wanted from that one. Tien, once again, really feels like BLG have just come down on him like a ton of bricks. Tien has not had room to maneuver. He has tried to find these clutch engages. He does get on top of Knight just before that Dragon comes across, but he can't get that steal. BLG, they are once again showing why they are so hard to just execute. Finishing off these fights so difficult.
Oh? He's trying to get the weaker member on that one, you know. But I think the coolest thing, and I think fans of LPL for a long time will listen to this and maybe agree, it's so cool to see some of these rising stars take it to some of our legends in the league. Shun taking Tien to task. When would you have that on your bingo card?
I mean, you look at the all-time head-to-head, Shun has actually had his number as well.
Yeah.
The great and wonderful thing about LPL is that you can have legendary players from different eras all playing together now in the here and now. And some of them, even though they are potentially in the best roles of all time, have only won like one title or something. No, we've got players on BLG which have never won a title. We've got Cream in the mid lane for top esports in the mix as well. You get this wonderful blend of old and new and everyone fighting their hearts out. That place in history.
And I love it because for two teams that have literally decided most of their season by 15 minutes into the game, we've had multiple long games in this series.
And that's fantastic because it means that these old gods of each of their roles, the new blood, can decide it here in the now.
Baron started. We've seen this before. Top esports, they want to burn it. They want to take it. Shun can't get in the pit. The Baron gone to Tien. They don't want to take the engage on the back end of it, but they need to start positioning out of this mid lane.
Okay, top esports, they claim back some vision. It's an important thing for them. I think BLG, after kind of committing towards the bot side of the map for that dragon, they lost a little bit of control towards the top side. Again, top esports, very good at their macro, very good at getting that ability to move across the map, particularly around these objectives. They have occasionally flummoxed BLG with that one. What can they do with this Baron, though? To be able to push in safely. And they have to do that over a lot of wards from the side of BLG as well. That'll give Shun some extra information to flank, give Bin a chance to potentially turn this Baron around on him.
The thing I find interesting at this point in the game is there's a couple options for engage on the side of top esports. There's really only one big option for BLG and Shun. He has to kick it off.
I think he's got a great angle, right? We've got Hex Gates. That helps you get behind enemy lanes. Yes, you're pushing in towards mid lane here, but look at a couple of these wards just around the place from BLG. Bin could potentially teleport in for an equalizer at the point. He doesn't have to, but there's a chance there. Just watch out for that. Top esports, they are, however, getting some big territory gains across the map before BLG find their way to break this push.
They will take the lead in gold. They will take a couple turrets. The tier 2s giving a little bit more gold too in the side lanes. They're using this Baron well. They still have about 2 minutes, and it's a 3,000 Baron power play right now.
And, you know, that gold in pocket has led to huge items coming in from the side of top esports. I mean, need we say more about this Draven? He's almost at that full build, Jackie Love on screen.
And it's Jackie Loves Draven, you know.
Yeah, this is how he started it. You know, he was the Draven streamer. He went pro and said, okay, fine, I guess I'll win a world championship. Again,
I'll model a little bit. No big deal. If anybody doesn't know, he's a model. Or at least he was.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. But Jackie Love throws out a lot of those axes onto the wave. Means that Bin has to use that ultimate in return. Bin's going for this more tanky build on the Rumble, which means he can be a bit more obnoxious in that front line to try and survive with those axes, but see how easy that'll be. All the same, top esports with the Baron have managed to safely push in. That was the question. Could they push in, but safely? The answer is for now. So could they push in, but safely? The answer is for now, yes.
Minute left on the Baron. Oh, engage over here. Oh, 369, they have so much damage here. The Morellos is there too to keep the healing down. 369 gonna burn his flash over the wall. Meanwhile, another tier 2 goes down. So that's all outer turrets down for BLG.
So nothing standing outside their base. They've had some of their properties removed.
They should talk to somebody about that.
They probably should. See if there was any planning permission for those demolitions, because it did feel like that wasn't part of the plan for BLG. This was poised to be, for most of this game, actually a pretty clean victory. It felt like after that early game, when Elk was so far ahead, surely that should be it. That's the great thing about, again, these players, though. They do not give up easily.
And that's also something we've seen from BLG is without leads, even though they have lead, their late game decision making can sometimes feel like a chicken with their head cut off. And I think top esports would definitely want to take advantage of that.
I think on the other side as well, I'd really just say top esports are very good at late game decisions.
Yeah.
On the whole. Now we do have ourselves Soul potentially for top esports going, assault misses, that's a big thing for BLG. What else have they got to force this? They're losing mid lane priority. They don't have vision of bot side river. Top esports, they have the run of the map right now.
Able to try to get that enchanted crystal arrow. Does go a bit wide. Mako wanting to find the right targets here, but the dragon is up. This is Soul and a Hex Tech Soul for top esports.
Yeah, you do not want to give that one over, especially with someone like the Ashe as well. It kind of gets that chain.
Oh, it's going over.
It is going over so quickly, though. It's Soul, Baron in the last few minutes. Top esports are playing the objective game, and BLG are not getting clean fights.
They can't get the damage down. It's going to be a couple ultis down. Enchanted crystal arrow still very far from going in. Now Shun is in there, but he gets his G8 popped. Equalizer on top. The skies have descended, but can it change for BLG? It looks like top esports are fighting tooth and nail. They get on Spade's call. Meanwhile, Ben's forced out of the fight, and they're flashing forward onto the bot lane of BLG. They'll find everybody except for Ben, and they'll shove it right up the gut.
This is not going to be a clean sweep. This will not be the easy road to a title. Top esports let out a defiant shout, and they will not go quietly into the night.
The night is dark and full of terrors, but Top Esports will light the flame that lights the room. And they move on to the last 2 towers here. They have resurged, the 3 world champions of the experience across the board. We got a series on our hands.
What a late game between these two teams. For the most part of that, I thought it was going to be BLG running away with it. Once again, they had themselves great leads, and Elk on the Varus, it felt like it was such a huge thing. Somehow, we have ourselves again another, blue side victory. Important thing.
No problem.
We did have that one red side from BLG just before this, but it's really important for Top Esports to say, look, we can take games here and now in this series. It really feels like we're starting to brew up something special now.
Oh, it's going to be fun. I am hoping for 5 games, but it was more... There was no way that this was going to go 3-0. With the amount of experience, with the amount of power on the other side, there was still something left in the tank, and I love to see it. We're going to send it away to a little break. We'll see the lounge on the other side.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering.
Top Esports rise from the ashes and get themselves the first game on the board. 2-1 this time around, still in favor of BLG, but it means that they're not out just yet. Welcome back to the LPL Spring Finals 2024. I mean, coming into this, we said for Top Esports particularly, this was do or die. It's not only that you don't want to go down in a 3-0 fashion, you also want to give yourself a chance to actually win that trophy. Hold it, cherish it, celebrate it, and they're just one step closer, but even though it didn't look as convincing.
Absolutely. We were talking about, do they bring in the Draven? Do they maybe rely on the Ashe? Do they play everything all at once and then just play aggro top? And even though there was a Rek'Sai top, 369 was playing aggressive, Cream was playing aggressive, Tian was running into every single one of them, and they picked up the Draven and the Ashe. We had 480 carries.
We did, and with that we also only get one MVP though. That's about it. So I'm gonna assume it might potentially possibly be Dracula, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right.
That's a good shout for Cream.
Yeah.
Look, I've been here for a while. You know, recently not so much.
Okay, Grandpa.
But all of last year, look, sometimes you saw some strange MVP votes. That's what I'm saying.
No, you're not gonna believe this. Okay, do you want to actually know who's the MVP?
Yes, who got MVP?
It's Mako.
Oh.
What? Let's go. Supports represent. I mean, very well deserved. When we're looking towards that ball lane particularly and the importance of the lane on the game, support comes to mind too. You want that synergy with the jungle. You want the synergy with the mid lane, and that's exactly what we saw.
Skirmished really strongly early on, found loads of good arrows as well. I like this call. I like this call to give over Mako MVP. I think he did deserve it in the end.
You know what? Munch had a fantastic tweet where he said, Jackie Love, the world champion, in Jackie Love fashion, game 1, flashes into a bush, face checks, dies, loses his team the game. Game number 2, Tian engaging in world champion Tian fashion, loses Top Esports the game. He's like, Mako, your turn. And he showed up. Not in terms of how Munch expected him to show up at the game, but to actually support his team. Fantastic performance, I think, from the entire crew. I feel like even though it wasn't the cleanest game, I think they all showed how much they wanted it. If I can take anything out of this game, is the passion that Top Esports threw into the Rift to try and drag this over the finish line.
Yeah, more than anything, I think they showed this game that they're still hungry to make plays.
Absolutely.
Right? Even though game 1 was, well, game 1 and game 2, they had the options, but they didn't necessarily find the correct plays. This game, you know, with the abundance of frontline and the abundance of engage tools, you know, through Arrow, through Rek'Sai, through the jungle as well, they were still able to go toe-to-toe with BLG, and that was what we were expecting coming into today after what happened in the upper bracket final. So now with Top Esports hopefully feeling a little bit more reinvigorated, now it's about, okay, what adaptations not only will BLG make, but seemingly Top Esports will likely have to make just because they've dragged on this series for an extra game.
But now you've also poked the bear.
Yeah.
Now BLG is like, okay, something in our draft, something in our gameplay didn't necessarily work. And I really want to focus this time around potentially more on the Aurelion Sol here, because historically it's a pick that you want to play into the Azir. It works out, but it didn't.
Yeah, I think Rookie has showed a great example of how insane Aurelion Sol can be in these fights. They didn't let him breathe. They didn't let Knight breathe at all. Every single time he would step forward, they would just instantly shut him down with the Rek'Sai, with the Ashe arrows you mentioned previously, Jamada. And I feel like Top Esports, again, they threw their bodies into this game because they wanted it so bad. I feel like the goal graph also showed how even this game was. Like, at the end of the day, we were literally preparing for a 3-0, right? We're like, okay, wrap it up. We're all leaving. And then Top Esports managed to pull it back.
No, we weren't. Don't say that.
No, don't say that. Yeah, no, I mean...
I was not trying to get my flight changed.
You know, I'm just trying to be honest, you know? Keeping it real.
It did look dire though, right? BLG still are showing us that they're vicious, right?
Absolutely.
In these early games. And they can be clinical, but this was just one of those games which a few mistakes kind of lead into Top Esports having, as I kind of mentioned in that game 1, like the windows, right? It's windows opportunity.
Yeah.
Game 1, they left very few windows open for Top Esports to actually come into it this time around, even though they had, you know, I'm not necessarily sure it was a huge gold lead, but in terms of game state, it was starting to look horrid, right? So now, I think moving forward, BLG, this is probably their wake-up call. This is why I put down 3-1, because I didn't trust BLG to 3-0 them, right? This is how BLG tend to operate. They got a little bit, in my opinion, overzealous. And you could even see it in the lead that they got, right? It wasn't necessarily as clean on the macro department side of things either. Now, I think Top Esports, what they probably want to do now moving forward into this next game in terms of adaptations, continue to make it messy, right? BLG are one of the few LPL teams alongside JDG, and it's probably who they learned it from, where if the game starts to slow down, they will stabilize. and they will very quickly accrue their gold, get their items, and then they'll start to pick the fights that they want, or actually set themselves up to react to fights that they're happy to take. So Top Esports, in my opinion, this same kind of mentality of looking for fights constantly, even though it didn't necessarily work every single skirmish in this game, that's what you need to try and do, I feel like, to unsettle BLG moving forward into this game.
And I feel like the funny part right here was like, we've seen Elk on Varus, we've seen Elk on Kalista. They were like, okay, guys, which one do you want? And they were like, yes. So they locked in both for the bot lane, both the Kalista and the Varus. As you said, a little bit overzealous. I feel like, again, I call this the lonely Vi. I call it something else behind the scenes, but I'll call it the lonely Vi. Again, I feel like Sean is the only one who can blind Vi without anyone else diving in and make it work. However, in this particular sentence, they really did shut down the Vi every single time he would move forward. The problem remains the same for Top Esports. You're gonna have to play on red side, and only BLG have been able to break the code and get a win on red side. So again, you're gonna have to face all the AD carries that Elk is gonna come at you with, the Lucians, the Varuses, the Kalistas, all of them, and you only have 3 bans alongside Vi, Ari, Nico, and potentially Aurelioso.
Yeah. There's so much proactivity, I think, that can come back out now of BLG once they're back on the blue side, right? Getting first pick, being able to shape where you want to go for 2-3, and even if you end up being countered, sometimes, and even though I said, you know, one of the opening statements I said today was that for Top Esports, it'll be the kind of thing where you can seek to benefit a lot from finding a counter on 3, banning away 2 counters to whatever you picked on that 3rd slot, getting 5th pick as well. But Top Esports haven't necessarily utilized that particularly well. Hopefully this game specifically kind of wakes them up to it just a touch, because lane matchup to lane matchup, with the exception of top lane, but it's Rek'Sai, so who cares? They got positive matchups, 1-to-1 in the bottom side of the map, and in the mid lane in terms of Azir should be able to get shove, that then sets up for TN to then get free move. All of these things should flow succinctly with one another. They just necessarily didn't in the early stages throughout. It was BLG that obviously took the lead. If they can find that on red side, I think they have a higher opportunity of success, and again, just making sure they maintain some engaged tools.
But you also said that when we're looking at the draft particularly, that's a band-aid for their problem. So as much as you're looking for the picks, you're looking for the bans, you're looking for the proactivity, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's something they could win, because we've seen the second game, we've seen the draft, we've seen, as you already touched upon, BLG coming from that red side and being able to close it out. So yes, to an extent, you want to see a change in draft, but it didn't necessarily translate into a win.
I mean, again, like, draft can only get you so far. It can make your games very easy, or it can make your games very, very difficult. And in the case of BLG, no matter what, as Top Esports, you're going to have to go hand for hand with them eventually, right? You're going to have to get mechanics checked, or you're going to have to mechanic check BLG in one way or another. The draft will only get you, you know, 20 minutes into the game if you're playing for early game, or, you know, if you don't get rolled over in 20 minutes.
That's like 2/3 of the game.
Which is 2/3 of the game. So yeah, it's a difficult balance to find, but it's a tightrope, unfortunately, that Top Esports are going to have to walk very carefully.
And I feel like this is why this game being won by Top Esports is so important. Hopefully the momentum will carry through, because even though that was a very messy game, they straight up outhandsed BLG in every single one of these fights. And I'm gonna give huge props to Cream, because we were like, he's been shut down from Night game after game after game, going all the way back, even if you want to regular season, but he stepped the F up on that Azir, and he got his Faker Flays, and he got his Faker ultimates in this game. And in particular, when that bot lane got shut down, when 369 couldn't play against the Rumble, it was Scream that stepped up on all those mid-game fights to bring them out of that hole so they can close it out. So huge props to him. We can see that every single one from Tess can step up. Now they just need to get it together.
I'm gonna mention it because I mean, Cream has been a bottle job in the past. We all remember the OMG versus EDG series when he was on mid-Kai'Sa and he went in. This game was a good first step in showing that he can be present in a finals, but he has to maintain that, and he has to make sure that his composure doesn't falter. He doesn't necessarily see his name in the headlights and then go for an immediate play. He has to make sure that he keeps that same level of, you know, discipline that at the very least he seemed to find here in this third game.
That's the question. That needs to be answered. Can Top Esports keep the momentum on their side? Or is the BLG bear poked, and are they out for revenge? Will they close it out in a 4-1 series, or will we go all the way to Silver Scrapes? Let's find out at the 4th game of the series with Nymera and Mazel.
Welcome back to the caster desk, everyone, and I couldn't be more excited that we actually get a 4-game series.
Okay, so we talked about like the BLG bear being poked. Do you agree with BLG being a bear? What kind of animal would you attribute to them? As the expert on bears.
It's a great question. My time as a zookeeper tells me yes. No, they are definitely a bear in waiting. You don't want to go into their den when they're hibernating, but they seem to hibernate a little bit in that last game. I think we were talking about it between the games, and it was interesting to see them kind of fall asleep at the wheel a little bit, and Top Esports really took control.
It felt like they lost focus. That's the big thing. They lost focus, and it felt like particularly Mako punished them for that, with the Ash arrows continually pinging key targets over and over. And I think the on switch was firmly switched off. I think the support of BLG on needs to stabilize a little bit more. We're back with BLG on the blue side. We knew that was going to be a likelihood. This time, Top Esports planned the Ash on the red side, and it does mean that once again, we're getting these AD carries left up and available. The kill lanes, the Kallistas, the Varuses, and the Lucians.
I want 4 more ADCs, all with Halo Blades again. Let's do it. The biggest thing about this was that BLG were on the red side there. TES were able to pick that blue side. Even though BLG came away with their first red side win, blue side has been dominant. It has literally won every game except for the one we just saw in this series. Now the Azir is the first lock-in for Knight this time around.
Are we sure about this, folks? We're giving over the Callista, which Elk has run the entire league on. I mean, yes, you can then get an AD carry counter pick a little bit later, but it really does feel like, you know, Knight's Azir. Is that what you want to be first picking? This is not the champion which I want to see Knight on. You're giving over a lot of important things. Cream on the Talia, which can roam out of lane much easier than the Azir because of the global ultimate. The Callista for Jaculov now, who is incredible on this pick too. I wonder whether BLG need to reconsider what's happening here.
It's a tough one because you have so many strong picks making it through, that mobility out of mid lane, but this makes a difference. On the Nico, could have some really big engages, which is what BLG were lacking last game that the Des talked about.
That's a great call, actually, yes. So now you've taken that Nico, which can be a flank threat. The thing about the support Nico is that if you fall behind, you are paper. You die very, very quickly. Yeah. I think most of the time we've been seeing the Callista go towards the Halo Blades lethality variant as well. It is a poke Callista, so you play from a longer range. That means the Nico has a harder time reaching them. So really need to see how Elk on play from the laning phase. It's been solid from them so far. And that's Tian who picks up that fire on the other side. They will be trying to go through the hail of arrows and the sand soldiers to try and reach the carries in this game.
They will indeed. I think that setup is also important. But in second phase, the most interesting thing is how many jungle bans do we get towards Shun? Right now, we're starting off with the 1. Xin Zhao taken off the table by Top Esports. But with that Vi locked in, you're definitely trying to dwindle down Shun's champion pool.
So, bot side with a Callista and a Varus, it is always going to be about the early fights. We've seen every time there's a kill lane, these junglers go bot lane and they try and make the best of things. I think that removing some of the early power picks from Tian, very, very important. What else can you remove though? He did this with a Maokai. You don't necessarily need to have the level 3, you know, the uber early game fighting champions like a Vi, like a Xin Zhao. You can do it with something like that too.
We actually get the Wukong, so more respect being given over to Shun. The Camille, a ban towards 369 potentially, or with that support role, because the Camille Callista, pretty good
What,
combos.
you think it's gonna be? You think it's gonna be like the Nico top, flex something else into support? I'm not gonna throw too much heresy around that stuff. Needs to stay in solo queue, folks. All the same. Has been a couple of top lane bans, all the same. And of course, yeah, with the Camille, of course, away from 369, it's a little bit different. Well, not even 369. It would have been the support Camille. I get it now.
It all makes sense. All full circle.
Full circle. Now we are looking for dive partners for TM. Now, it's something which, you know, I think Troubles talks about it a lot. When you're playing Vi, it's very good to have some follow-up. I think sometimes having long-range ultimates can help with that. Rumble ults can help. But a Rakan flying in alongside you as your very literal wingman helps a lot.
And especially when it's Mako. I think the biggest boon for Top Esports has been the fact that Mako can not only play 2v2s, but he is so active on the map with Tien. And with the Rakan, he will be more than active. The Renekton is locked in for Ben here, so maybe throwing down the gauntlet to 369 a little bit.
Now, Shun, what's he going to go towards? He could have gone towards something potentially like a, well, of course, the Poppy's banned out, but, you know, you're still looking for something early game presence if you can. It does fit that draft again. When you have something like that Varus and the Nico, you want something that can help them out. That Lee Sin, it'd be difficult to play into
Let's
Talia.
go!
So it's not going to be that. He says, look at this Talia, look at this Vi. I don't necessarily want to be playing diving into them because of the amount of CC. Let's go towards the Kindred instead.
Give Shun the sticks. Last time around, game number 4, Kindred didn't work out very well for him. But this time around, with the support around him, especially with the setup from on the Nico, it's going to be really big. But they're giving the onus to this guy for his second finals.
As the last pick. Oh, this is just wonderful.
Gragas.
This is wonderful. So we get Shun on Kindred. That's a great historical pick for him. But 369's Gragas is legendary. This guy plays it both the AP and the full tank variant as well. You can play a bit of both with the Rod of Ages kind of being the halfway house. We'll see what build he goes towards, but it doesn't matter what items he has in there. Just his ability to outplay with the CC, to team fight, to lane with this champion is so big. Against Bin's Renekton, that top lane matchup might actually now be quite fun, specifically because it's 369.
Big man with the plan, a known Gragas enjoyer, but also just something really important for the spacing of top esports team fight. And that's what I want to talk about next, is how they approach these games.
I think particularly when you've got the big CC of the Rakan, of the Vi, when you have someone to lock people in place, the Cascade is going to punt people out into the place that you want them as well. I think top esports, they put together a very strong team fighting composition. I think their carries are good. I think their disruption is good as well. Are really looking at 369 to stand up in particularly this game. It's not necessarily been a series of top laners so far. I think 369 can make it about him though in this game.
In game number 5 last time around, top esports, the coach felt like they had the right plan. They had the way to attack BLG. In a game 4, your back's against the wall. Yet again, you've got to make that execution matter. Last game was not clean, but you staved yourself from darkness. And now game 4 needs to continue that momentum forward. BLG on the blue side. This is their second finals ever as an organization, and they are still one step away from claiming that Silver Dragon Cup.
It is a daunting task ahead of both of these teams, I suppose, but particularly top esports in this game because they have not won on red side versus BLG. That challenge starts now.
Crowd still in it to win it. We get the level 1s yet again that have been commonplace so far for these early games.
Well, I'm now wondering, with Kalista making their way towards topside, as a topside invade, are we going to get ourselves a lane swap?
That's what they said the choice was last time.
We will see what's going to happen. Well, let's just see how far Jaculov goes, because what you can do is have the top and the jungle stick together. With this, it looks like there was a potential option there, but just look at where Jaculov's going. That'll be the telling sign. BLG, they don't exactly have advanced notice on this. They don't have all of the wards available to it. It looks like we're going towards... Where is Jaculov going, man? He's just moving towards mid lane, keeping it in the question. It looks like it's going to be standard lanes. The question has been answered. None of those shenanigans this time.
Not just yet. But I think a big thing we talked about last game was the undersung current of Knight for BLG so far, especially against top esports where he hasn't felt like the main character. Cream had main character energy last game. Oh, yeah. And I think for a guy who is in his first split on an organization that has been known the tops for top esports, but also with 4 extreme veterans, it was so nice to see him pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. And, now we've got, Knight on the Azir again. This is not a champion he is famous for. He is famous for a lot of champions. This is one which a lot of people have criticized over time. His last game in the series was good, though. I'm not going to complain about that one. Feels like in this time, he's again going for the tank build. When he's been playing at this split, it has been about the tank Azir. I think that's important in this game. You have 2 other carries to go towards. You're going to be a bit more of an engaged threat and threatening that backline. Well, maybe someone like Shun or Elk can deal with that extra damage that needs to come out.
Bot lane's still going to be the name of the game, it feels like, between these two. Elk last game went like 10 and something, ridiculous on the Varus. But for me, it's the fact that we do have some bot side pathing right now for Tien, opposite side for Shun.
That's why it's kind of important that Mako's getting chunked out, because if Mako is low HP, they can't go for big plays. Mako hitting Qs though on Rakan means that HP gets to be regen back a little bit. You need to really keep an eye on that Rakan HP bar. If that's low, you can't really go for bot side plays. Want to flip things up towards the top though. Talked about 369 on Gragas. Again, this guy is a legendary top lane. He can play tanks, he can play bruisers, he can play carries, he can play everything right now. But particularly this Gragas, which also has builds which are all of the above. You can actually do all of those builds there. This champion really stands out in his champion pool, and particularly against stuff like the immobile backline and also the Kindred ult. Very big in this draft.
Very, very big, and I think the matchup itself very big. We've seen them have big influences on the backline in all these fights, but it's also 2 legendary top laners. Bin getting to go back to MSI, where he had a pentakill on Camille, not too shabby. But it's seriously been a split about integrity and growth through that top lane. The difference we've seen in the picks and the flexibility between tank and carry for 369, and the growth of that for Bin as well.
Absolutely. I think, Bin, he's a player with a lot of depth in his history. You know, he's a world finalist. He's an MSI winner. He's an MSI finalist from last year as well, with RNG, of course, not with BLG from last year. Even that, he reached the finals at that point. This guy is this guy's got history to him. Shun, a little less international history because, of course, it really was just last year where that started to come about. But particularly on this Kindred regionally, he is one of these Kindred players, to be fair. It is somewhat, and not all of it, but he is somewhat of a regional specialty between players like Shun, like, of course, Milky Way as well.
And he had like a 66% win rate, I think, before the last series that he had, where they took the loss against Top Esports. But it's definitely something where it changes the style of approach from BLG, where they did have a lot of facilitation from Shun for a majority of this game. Now he's on the carry.
Yeah, he is. It does mean it's harder to look for dives. You have three very squishy champions, so all you're realistically doing here is poking. Shun walks down, and you force them under turret. You're not really doing that level 3 dive threat, which BLG has made an absolute lethal weapon against so many other teams. Another quick thing I want to talk about on bot side as well, just a quick last hit on this, it's not the poke virus for once. It's definitely going to be the on-hit lethal tempo, which means that JackeyLove will be more about the extended damage in fights. He needs to play from a closer range because it's auto-attack rather than that big Q pierce range instead. But interested now to see whether JackeyLove can pilot this in the positioning manner you need to.
That's been one of the biggest questions about Kalista. We've seen so much back and forth between the lethality and the sustained damage carries. Just using some vision control with his clone there. Gotta get a decent amount of damage on a Mako. You gotta watch those piercing arrows on the backside, but now we also have the objectives coming up. And with this priority bot side, BLG should be able to take first dragon.
They can do if they want. Remember, there have been a couple of times they've had priority bot lane. They've chose to kind of forgo that first dragon instead. You can see that Tien, he's on vision. You know that he's on the bot side of the map, and that's going to take away the Gromp, which is, of course, okay, so that's fine. I was wondering.
Oh! Cream trying to strut his stuff against Knight there. I like to see it.
Yeah, it's sort of like,
the golden left hand's quick, man.
He is very quick. And also, he has, like, just held that shoulder. I was like, I've got a shield from my E. I'm going to be fine. So he ends up winning that mind game. That's important now, actually, because
it is.
That's a flash blown before level 6 from Knight. Now Knight can end up losing that shuffle in there. Cream, no, he had a fantastic main character game last game. Now, without a flash coming up against Shun and Knight with their level 6s, particularly for that Azir coming up, big moment for him to now play safe.
And I also think this is a big moment for Cream to start branching out with that Weaver's Wall. He's not going to get that that moment right now when the objectives are being taken out, but that is something to look forward to from Cream, because that is a staple of how Top Esports can win this one, is the side lane pressure or the block-offs of the Weaver's Wall. Meanwhile, BLG had started up the Dragon and will secure it.
He will do. JackeyLove is on a reset. No chance of him walking in towards that play as well. So BLG take the Dragon on a good timing to make sure the Kalista cannot be a part of that fight. Grub's not been taken just yet. There's a pink ward in the back of the pit from Tien, I believe. He might have put that one over just there. But Top Esports, they have information on whether that was going to get started up. And now he will be starting those up.
The 1v1 on top side here. Ben trying to take down 369. The cast comes through. 369 walks away.
Spin just using that dominance to make sure it's a strong trade. It also means that the cask not available from 369 for a big fight that could happen on top side. And actually with this set, Tien, so what Tien ended up doing was jumping into the back of the pit, taking one, then jumping out. I think as soon as the cask is using that grab, you think, look, okay, let's not go for it. Renekton is a champion. I know a lot of people have had issues with him over different seasons of League, but particularly, it doesn't matter what season it was, he was always good around playing the 6, 7, 8 minute mark in top side of the map. With that first dominance of the game, you don't want to take fights against a high rage Renekton, especially with 369 below that out.
Did you know that crocodiles have over 1,000 pounds of bite force?
Is it gonna bite one of these guys in top lane right now?
No, he's fine. No. Nobody wants to go into the river where
I love
the croc
this.
is.
I love this, where it's just like I almost want there to be a documentary playing in the players' ears at this point. It's like you try and gank the Renekton. Did you know he's got 1,000-pound bite force? And they're like, no, you know, funnily enough, Mazel, I didn't know that. I'm going to leave top lane.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. Little things you pick up as a zookeeper here and there. But I do wonder how they can approach that one, because 369 on his Gragas is going to have so much to deal with in the late game as well.
I did know that crocodiles have very weak opening jaw muscles, though, so you can hold them shut.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why you can, like, you see, like, Steve Irwin and stuff is, like, playing with it. Yeah.
So you just need to hold the mouth shut somehow. How does that apply to this? We will figure that out. Stay with
have
us
some,
on
like,
that one.
leather straps or something for Top Esports. Tie that mouth down, man. Ben is going to have some fun. I do wonder, though, now that we're getting close to those first items, we actually had the stop-off for the boots for JackeyLove to get some of that mobility on the hop, skips, and jumps. But now Shun looking for a mark here on the
No,
Tien.
so Tien's just used his smite onto the blue buff, so he can't smite away the Gromp, and that's an ult coming in from
Blossom,
On.
they're gonna flash. They know he has nothing left, and they want to mark so badly for Shun. He's gonna flash, he's gonna get it, and that's the first one and first blood for BLG. Oh no, Jackie Love gonna flash. He does get the piercing arrow to the back, but BLG strike first on bot lane.
It does, and now if you get the Gromp here as well, I'm pretty sure that Shun is just about to get his 4 marks. They're gonna use the Nico clone to cancel the back.
Oh, the piercing arrow doesn't hit, but the hail of arrows does, and Elk gets one.
It's the bot side jungle bot lane combination again. 2 kills in the bot side. You get so much gold onto some very important carries, and Jackie Love on the Callista cannot live under bot lane turret. This could be such a big moment.
And how are we 9 minutes in and BLG have a 2,000 gold lead?
So much of it is about Shun using this Kindred early game as an absolute wrecking ball. As soon as this champion was released, the favorite thing for Kindred to do is walk into enemy junglers and just fight them. Flashes beyond the grand entrance, blocks out that Vi Q, so it means he can't escape. Fantastic use of that summoner spell from Shun to win out on that play.
God, I'm gonna cry. They haven't even won yet, man. Like, this guy is popping off against TN, man. Like, how do you do this? The growth from this guy from IG to BLG has been insanity.
And, you know, top esports on the other side, you know, so many big players on this roster, which now going to have to fight against another deficit from BLG. They cannot afford to lose focus this time. There aren't any Ash arrows this time for Mako to throw at them, which is a big thing. Actually, Mako was huge at that point. So that's a flash away from Knight. Here comes On.
Oh no, he's completely locked out. Now the Fate's Call coming in as well from Jackie Love. They have the Land's Respite there, buying so much sustained time, though Knight will end up falling to Cream. Jackie Love has stepped forward now. On and Shun there to back them off. It is a kill given over, though.
It is, and Knight flashes out of a short-range combo. Does get that Lamb's Respite, but it's not enough to give him complete ability to turn that play around on out onto the map. Here comes Mako.
That Tangle Barb was massive, but he still goes down in the end, and it's, of course, Jackie Love who picks up the kill.
Well, if you're not winning in bot lane, move the bot lane somewhere else. That's exactly what happens from top esports. They take Jackie Love and Mako, and they make some huge plays in the mid lane. What is this at the cost of, though? You're losing huge amounts of gold towards this bot side. You have a teleport coming in to continue the cross map coming through.
They got to keep the tempo going. They got to keep the momentum going. They do not want to be dragged down in a 3-1 series as Cream gets the Chains of Corruption over from Elk. It is not followed up on. They did deny him for a little bit, but he did end up getting that turret in the side lane.
While this is happening, so this is an extended cross map for cross map, right? Top users, they go mid, they try and respond to bot lane because Elk has stood there. Let's be careful here now. Cream does that flash. He might have been forced to blow it again. Even just a Dirk on the Varus is enough to give a huge amount of damage, but still, with the extra cross map, BLG are going to get themselves likely 5 grubs towards top side. So at the grand scheme of things, yes, good kills from top esports. That's gold. That's important to take away some stuff like flashes away from Knight, so he's a bit easier to pick off as well. Maybe 369 can use a cast to threaten him in the next fight, but they do lose out on those grubs, so we need to see whether BLG can use that to really wreck some towers.
5 grubs, pretty big for this comp as well. A little bit of siege potential there. Dragon will be traded back over for those. Elk has hit his first item spike on that opportunity. We also got the Kraken Slayer for Shun.
Do so. We're starting to get towards those big damage moments, and that means that when you misstep, things are going to go out of hand very, very quickly. One person I really need to highlight in regards to that, On has had great early games. His mid game and last game, though, was off. That was off. That was the
off.
Yeah,
on,
it's
off.
It's the switch, folks. It's the switch, and I really want to see it on this Nico. The big problem is this champion is very, very squishy if you fall behind. He's up here trying to make a play towards top side. 369 though has the Sunfire Cape. He's going for the full tank. Shun's on top side. Realistically, can you actually dive this though? I don't think so.
That's a 5th mark for Shun, slowly but surely hitting. I mean, that's insane. You're 12 minutes in and you already have your first spike. 7 is the next one. You're on 5.
Yeah, the extra range increase, very important. If you can use it to make it a little harder for Vi to get Qs onto you, for the Talia to get a big combo onto you as well, it means that the Kindred can fight easier. It is still a hard game for a Kindred, regardless of the amount of marks you have. Because if suddenly you have a Vi pinging you with the ultimate into a Talia, into the Gragas, you're going to get displaced a million miles away from your home of the Lamb's Respite. And you're also going to just get burst out all the same. So Shun's positioning needs to be perfect.
Let's talk about top esports a little bit more. They have so much CC. The coordination and the execution is going to be the biggest question for them.
Absolutely. I think that top esports, you know, I think one thing which you can always say about this team is typically that they are very coordinated. It's another mark, 6 on the board.
How does he do this?
One more mark, he gets that next range increase like you're talking about. Of course, even with that, the damage, the attack speed from your Q, the damage from your W and your E as well goes up. Elk, spots out.
That's a big boy right there, Elk. You got to be careful. He does have his friends, and you know, friends are more powerful than a solo member. They do have the double marksman up here, and 369. He's going to be rolling some threes here, and he gives over a kill to Elk.
Oh, he almost finds the angle. Tien just around the corner, could have done something special, but instead gifts over a kill all the same. 4P, look, he wanted to be the 4P champion. Honestly, it feels like in this game, he's found himself, even on his recognized Gragas, in a bit of an awkward spot.
And the biggest, the starkest difference from the last time we saw Shun take the Kindred into Tien, he didn't even have 4 marks by like 20-something minutes. This is a resurgence in a style on the blue side that BLG are comfortable with. They have moved their pressure to top side, and they're trying to take another outer turret.
Again, at least getting that teleport out. You have the 5 grubs, makes it so threatening to go on these towers. And again, if there is one part of the game which you need to be afraid of against BLG, it's when they get all of those outer turrets. Knight is going to get those on
He's got on here. He is not off right now. He is on. A double Tangle Barb there, as well as the Pop Blossom. But they do save Knight, and he'll have his flash coming up soon.
I mean, this is the problem with, you know, support Nico. You don't exactly have the one-shot potential of a mid lane one towards your first item, but still, just that. This is a big thing which On does. Whenever his mid lane ready to carry a court, he just throws himself at the enemy team and says, okay, let's go for it. I like to call it a full contact League of Legends. As soon as one person is caught, everyone just flies in to make something happen. On and 369 are both real big proponents of that style. Herald started up towards that top side. What have we got? We've got a teleport from 369 and Bin if they want to influence proceedings. BLG, they could respond if they want.
Looks like they want to. I thought maybe they just go for the mark on the other side of the map, but they actually do TP.
Comes Knight.
Knight's going to join. The Rift Herald already gone, picked up by Mako. TP now in from top esports. Bin on the top side here. They will just get a bunch of summoner spells burned by both sides.
It's a safari around the Herald. You sat there like, if you look out to your right, you'll see the Herald being killed. They don't do anything there. They don't exactly go towards the steal, but still, sadly for them, 2 teleports down just after they've blown creams. I thought that they could use that global advantage better, but sadly, can't quite do that. Top esports, once again, doing a really good job around the objectives. That's how they beat BLG last game, realistically. They just ended up having much better setup around the objectives when things got a little bit more crazy.
Now we get to a point where we're a minute from another dragon. It is a Mountain Soul this time around. I think both teams are going to be very happy with that. But we're in more of an even state of those objectives than we have been in the entire series so far. So I do expect these objectives to be contested on rotation.
So, what does it mean to contest these objectives then? We can see that Shun is down towards this bot side, at least getting some vision control first. He's not going to be able to get that scuttle. He's just hanging around in the back of this pit, seeing if he could do anything off of vision. No, he can't. So, vision control established for now for top esports. That will give them some extra ability to go allow 369 or Mako into a flanking position. Very important for them to have access to the backline. If you can get this miracle Rakan engaged, the Cask on top of that, the Vi on top of that, I think BLG's team composition falls apart. So they need to do everything in their power to stop top esports getting to their backline.
For a series that has been all about momentum, even if it is just the second dragon for either side, it doesn't feel like it's going to be given over so easily. You have positioning from the mid lane for top esports. They're going to try to gain priority there with that Rift Herald pull. Get into the dragon pit.
On has flash, has ult. He is a Nico support. It's squishy, but you still have the CC and you got a decent amount of damage. Herald put down as a counterweight in mid lane. Fush is in that mid lane. Makes it harder for BLG to get into River.
He also has the flash engage. Find a big Pop Blossom, makes the difference. Now we have a mark over on Cream. The rest of the team coming in. Dragon started. Bin on the side. He will not be spotted. He has a full-on flank. Cream has his. Weaver's Wall coming across to deny. They will be blocking them up. They don't have the damage to take the dragon yet.
Early on that, they get the Varus ult through.
Chains of Crystal. No, it's the Chains of Corruption. Pop Blossom on the 4 members! Oh my goodness! BLG take the dragon here now. No, they want the fight. That's the Emperor's Bide going a bit wide from Knight. Look at Bin though. He has bought enough time for the dragon to go down. And BLG, like they've done all series, will pull off the fight.
Oh, the Varus ult from Elk was absolutely phenomenal. Catches out the jungler unawares. And Tien goes down. Sadly for them, it will mean they give up a dragon, they give up a kill, and BLG, despite the fact that they didn't have the prime setup, just hit their skill shots and win the fight. It's going to be 5 grubs now used with, you know, triple range characters onto this mid lane outer turret. That's another tower down for them. Huge moment here.
big momentum. 4,000 gold in the lead now for BLG. It had been 2,000 since 8 minutes, and we take a look back.
So this Weaver's Wall's too early, basically. It comes down just as the Varus ult hits. You're not in position to smite for that dragon as well. And as it comes down, On just goes straight in and goes for the juggler. And as we said, Knight puts them in check as well, goes towards that flank and really makes sure that the backline of Top Esports don't have the easiest time going forwards.
And I know you talked about On throwing his body. Sometimes that works, man. This guy has been such an incredible... He's gotten props for missing, from Mako. His play has improved so much in the last 2 years, and that's why I love focusing on these two bot lanes, because we have very differing styles, right? Two carries on Top Esports that have been so good individually coming together. For BLG, they were not good individually. They had some good moments, but together they are literally Megatron at this point. Like, they are unstoppable.
Yeah, BLG, again, the reason why so many of these players can look good is because everyone has systems in place to help them play like that. They know that when they go in, someone's following them. When they're making plays on the map, they know they have a global in place. They know they have pushing lanes because everyone plays these lanes out as aggressively as humanly possible. It's all playing towards everything that they can, and it really does feel like BLG in this game are so, once again on point.
Yeah, he has had some interesting moments in the past, but here, coming up clutch, as there's the side lane pressure from Knight, trying to take down a final outer tower here for BLG. And now we actually have full item spikes for everybody, as a second item has come across for Elk in the edge of Knight. A little bit more safety there for the Varus. Getting close to that second item for Jackie Love.
Jackie Love on this cluster. Again, we said it was going to be harder to team fight on the on-hit Varus. The on-hit... I mean, technically that could go. It's the Heal Temple, and here comes Elk. Shield
they're
prone.
under turret here. There's the body slam, and they're going to take down Elk. The double TP in for BLG. The Pop Blossom on 3 members now, though. And what fight did you get? What did it cost you? And as Thanos says, everything, as BLG will be rebuffed by the cask of 369. Bin has made the difference.
Oh, Top Esports dive too deep onto Elk. They go way too far, and BLG mop up. There's no smite, there's no Callista, and Baron's on the table.
We've seen BLG on this position before, as they were the ones to stop Top Esports in a similar one. But BLG now forcing the hand of Top Esports. Here they come to answer. Mako goes in. Nice double grand entrance. Body slam on top of it all. But they have the damage right onto Mako and right onto Cream. Look at the flash from Shun. He wants to be the difference maker, and he's found the Lamb's respite to save the day.
He doesn't go down, but honestly, Top Esports stopping the Baron after losing jungle and AD carry. That's a huge win in my eyes. They don't end up getting any kills back, but the Baron being stopped after what should have been a game-changing fight is absolutely huge. We'll need to see what happens on the resets after this. This is what happens here in terms of what happens with the Varus. He hits himself an ult. What happens here in terms of the all-in, though? It's a half-health Tian here. Does he end up getting his spell shield blown? It's the Pierce. Jackie Love ends up using the Pierce towards it. It's a good skill shot from that. Really important, because if you don't blow that spell shield, this play is much harder to make out. On, however, on the other side of it, just punishes the overengage. The initial pick, it's good, but they just go too far.
And I think Bin's body in all of this is so difficult to deal with. He literally is just walking at Jackie Love and at Cream, and it becomes so much harder to navigate. Now, we did get that Leandries completed for Cream. We are going to have a little bit of that damage potential, even if Top Esports are down 4,000 gold.
And when you've got, Renekton, Dash Champion, Kindred, Dash Champion, you got the Azir as well. There are, I know even the Protobelt technically from as well as a Dash. This Talia, even if they don't hit the combo, can just deny a lot of angles for these champions to get themselves really clean team fights, which means that BLG, they need to choose their angles well. If they do, they might just walk away with a third win. They might just walk away with their first championship as an organization. We have to go back to that, folks. This is for first seed at MSI. It is for an LPL championship. So many of these players, so many legendary players in the LPL will only ever see one title. BLG might just be, as an organization, and for a lot of these players, find their first.
3 out of the 5 members would be their first ever LPL title in Shun, Elk, and On. On the other side, Cream in his first split with Top Esports. Mako in his first split with Top Esports. And 369 back home. They want to get this to 5. They want to make good on Tien's promise of putting down Shun.
Okay, so let's just take stock of things. Baron, Dragon up, on a flank, has flash. He's off vision, that's important. But Top Esports, they're hanging around towards bot side right now rather than top side. If they go towards top side in a unwise angle, maybe On finds himself something. He's spotted out now.
369, a little bit of trouble. Use the body slam out of there. Dragon has been started, already down about 4,000 health here. Top Esports going to use the Weaver's Wall. Block off. Shun is in the back of the pit, though, and Shun will take those all day. No, Tian gets the difference, as now he will be burned down, though. He gets a flash out of Ben. Ben's on top of Tian. The cast comes through, but they wanted him the whole time. Cream was left out by his lonesome, and that's going to be the cleanse. So immediately bought by Jackie Love and trying to get out of that Chains of Corruption.
Oh, now they're on the wrong side of the map. Shun walks forward. Top Esports.
Oh my God.
They're so far from home, and I think they're getting sent back in caskets.
My goodness, BLG are chasing down Jackie Love, and they're going to even pop the Pop Blossom, because why not? As they will take Top Esports to task here. Shun's looking on the other side to try and chase down the big man. He's got some legs, he's got some moves. Let's see if he can get away.
You might just be able to. You can maybe just teleport back to base. I think if he teleports out, though, the problem is that you lose Baron after this on.
Oh!
Does he stop
He
it?
missed
No, he
it!
misses
He
it!
missed the Tangle Barb!
Oh, 369 makes it out alive. He goes to top lane. Thing is, though, he's half HP, and he can't come back to the play. So after these fights have gone so long, Baron now in favor of BLG.
Tien denied the soul last time, the soul point last time around. They are not going to go for the 50-50, and honestly, it's a great call from BLG.
Yeah, and I think the problem is when these plays go very long, but they don't quite work out, it means your resets are a mess. One thing which Jamada said on the desk, Top Esports were really working well within that mess. We've got an ult incoming from Mako.
Knight already popped. They have so much damage. Look at Mako tanking those turret shots. Oh, not going to go down. The rocks are not enough.
So Mako uses that W to go in. Of course, didn't have that ult just maybe that could have been the difference. Again, it's the mess.
Yo, the cask. Ben's still perfectly fine. Again, we said he's a crocodile.
Fight forces, that's something he needs to be worried of. But still, Top Esports, they are trying to do what happened last game. BLG, try and get BLG to lose focus. Go into that mess and just say, look, we have a lot of veterans. We know our macro's clean. We have ourselves some really good globals and long-range engage tools. Let's see if we can fight our way through the mess.
And that's the beauty of what Top Esports have been approaching these last 5-10 minutes on. They are literally roaming around the map together, trying to find these picks as best as possible.
And particularly if you're out of position, there's a Vital, there's a Talia to combo right after that point. Talia, nasty, nasty combo, especially with these items. And with all the things said and done, you know, Top Esports, it felt like they were handedly losing in a lot of these fights, but they haven't lost the Baron, and it really does feel like Top Esports, their macro is again just a little bit more sharp than BLG in the mess.
Yeah. The mid-game has been their bread and butter. They have had so many quick decisions made that win them games over this season. A lot of people would have said, oh, it's BLG and JDG again in the finals. But Top Esports took them down. They've taken everything that was given to them. And now they need to take one more to bring it to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, Top Esports, you know, this is a team which a lot of people know over history from the LPL, because this is a team which has been in so many finals, so many titles contested by them. 2023 was an off year for them. They didn't make it to a finals, they didn't make it to an international event, but this team expects excellence. They've shown glimpses of that excellence in this series. I'm going to show a little bit more. They're still down some gold. They're still not necessarily out of this game.
3 world champions. The veterancy abounds for Top Esports, as Shun has a little bit of trouble getting that blue buff.
So a quick check in there as well. Somewhere amongst the mess, Shun on 7 marks. Second range increase, and he's getting towards those 3 items as well. He is going to hit like a truck. It is going to be very, very nasty.
The double marksman comp starting to come online for BLG. There you go. All rest on there. But the Baron has been started up a couple times now by BLG. Top Esports moving around to try to catch out Knight on the transition to this Baron pit.
When we're looking into these kind of plays, playing around Fog of Horror, again, trying to make sure the game doesn't become about horror survival, people jumping out of the darkness at you. You need to look at how many flashes are available. I think Shun has used this flash very, very well on the Kindred so far to get himself into those pockets of danger. Going into Fog of War, Cream starting to put out some big damage too. Being chunked out just a little bit. Need to be very careful about this Fog.
Talia has been an unsung hero, it feels like. A lot of undertone damage. But we did get that side lane turret yet again, so that's all outers down for Top Esports.
This has so often been, again, where BLG start to really run away with things, because they can get those extra angles. There's no turret to spot you out anymore, to force that wave into just more even place on the map. We've got Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. No real vision from Top Esports towards the bot side. I think there were 1 or 2 blue wards, which are currently being covered by the portraits of Talia and Vi. Use the word for a bit. And now BLG pushing up that mid lane. They got themselves a lot of items. I think particularly with the Azir getting to the point they have a lot of armor in inventory as well, with the Frozen Heart, with the Zhonya's. I wonder how Knight can be a more engaged factor as well at some point.
To me, it feels like this fight, even though it's not for a soul, it's not for any lasting impact, it feels like we're on the precipice of the game-deciding fight. It feels like with this 5,000 goal. Oh, gonna get the flash out. That's big.
Big thing. Again, one of the big things about LPL is that we fight to remove tools. We fight to remove things like these flash and these ultimates. However, with them committing towards bot side, Top Esports start up the Baron.
They already do. And they will immediately pull back off of it. They just wanted to get BLG's attention on the top side of the map here. On is using his clone to spot out Tien. All 5 members over this way, except for the Dragon being started up by not only Shun.
Yeah.
And he's got Wolf there with him.
Again, Top Esports, again, I love how they're playing around the same. Okay, if you're trying to go towards the bot side, we'll go towards the other side. They're very coordinated about how they're moving across the map. You do see that they don't quite make it work this time. It's now Soul Point over to BLG. It's extra stats over to them, particularly to, you know, the more frontline members. Actually, Knight, he's built up so much armor. That can be a big factor too. Top Esports, they have managed to stop BLG closing the game and taking a game-ending Baron, but they're not really getting ahead.
So we talked about the pick potential for Top Esports so many times. That is still feeling like the way into victory. But we have 3 item spikes for both Knight and Elk. Feels like you just want to take a front-to-back fight and take that ADC.
And
Chains Corruption goes wide. Double Pop Blossom there, and they get him. That's a complete wipe. Top Esports have nothing left in the fight, and it's 3-6-9 that tries to make the difference with the cast, but it can't. And now on the other side, it's double kill for Shun, and it's BLG running away with it.
It's the solo laners, it's the Knight in shining armor that makes the killing blow. A team effort for BLG to turn the series.
Calm, cool, and collected. Look at those faces. They have one goal in mind, and it's a first title for BLG.
You really want to see if they can do that. Tien, he's hanging around the outside of the pit. Can he get in? It would be a difficult one. He has a flash. He has an ult to carry him somewhere. Knight wants to block out the pit, though, and he'll do just that.
Denied as the Baron goes over. Now Bin finds the angle over here on Tien. He might still have it, too, as the burn is starting to come through. Tien ends up backing away, but BLG, they move to topside.
Baron on 5 people. Huge, huge victory there for BLG. They slaughtered through towers. You got the Demolish, you got the 5 grubs, you got the Baron, and this is going to be Top Esports now scrambling. They have a flank teleport. This is them trying to slap back before BLG can make use of the Baron.
They have to. Tempo plays have been the best thing for Top Esports. They're going to try to pull it here.
Cream.
Double TP. Got Mako over on this top side. Got a weird angle from Knight. He's going to have to shifting sands his way out. He flashes immediately and does it. He is out of there, and it's Knight that makes Top Esports cry.
I mean, you know, initially, we got the fight continuing on.
Literally on to on.
Yeah, you know, eventually, this is a bit of a trivia piece for you out there. Knight initially wanted the name without the K at the start of it. He wants to be Knight, the darkness of it. Feels like he slipped away into the darkness there. He just put a random letter in front of his name. Turned out it turned into something else, and something truly legendary as well. This guy has been such a warrior, such a bodyguard for this team. He has not been the main character in this series, but that play there shows exactly why, again, he can make those game-winning moments. Bin as well. Huge shout-out to him. Every fight this Renekton has been crucial.
Man! And Knight makes the difference again. Shoves him right into the maw of BLG, and our spring MVP is that for a reason.
And now with, again, 5 Baron buffs available, we've got Flash available for Elk if he wants to go for a Flash Varus play as well. Maybe he can get involved in things as well. BLG are looking to push the dagger in.
BLG lost in their only other finals. It was last spring against JDG 3-1. There is no longer any nightmare for them in front of them. They've taken down JDG for the first time in 2 years. They have taken Top Esports down a peg, and now they're on the cusp.
Top Esports, they are scrambling. Can they wave clear in time? How far is this going to be pushed by BLG? It's 2 inhibitors. They're sticking around. They have the 5 grubs. They are looking to go a little further.
Want it. They want it so bad, Nightmara. They want to finish the game right now. One Nexus turret goes down, but BLG, all they need are a couple more structures, and they are champions.
They have built towards this.
There goes Tien. Last gasp effort. Can Top Esports, the might, go down? They are done as they lose their main engage.
It's one thing. Have they managed to survive? Is the blood enough to buy space?
Oh, the flash goes, they get him! Oh my gosh. BLG, they've done it. They got 1, they got 2. They are on the cusp, and they've done it. They are on the road, and they make it to silver as the Dragon Cup will go their way for a first time in BLG's history. They are champions.
This team has built over years, over time, loss after loss, it felt like last year, but they finally see themselves to the podium. This has been their mountain climb. It has been well earned. It has been hard fought, and I am so excited to see how much further this team can go.
Not only do they bring in Knight, not only do they find strength in their early games, they have done a double record-breaking split in summer and spring. Now they return, and for the first time in the organization's history, but also for Shun, Elk, and On, it is their first title and much deserved.
Knight completes himself in his own way as well. A three-peat of LPL. Very rare to find these occurrences. Very rare to find a team like this in BLG.
And Billy Gaming, for the first time, will lift the Silver Dragon Cup. Chengdu, beware! Huge congratulations to the team. Huge congratulations to that man right there, Elk and Shun and On. Not only were they the newer pieces, the ones without the titles, but they were the ones that felt like were the driving force of this game.
Again, if there is one thing you can take away from this team, is that it doesn't work if you don't have all 5 players backing each other up, supporting each other, and doing the best they can to make all of each other look the best they can.
Early game has been dominant from them. Both these teams will take you in 15 minutes, but BLG, they showed us a different side today. They showed us the fact that they could go scaling. They showed us they could win on red side, damn it, and that has not been the case at all in these best of 5s, and it just feels so damn good that they make this run, that they make it to that top spot and find the Silver Dragon Cup after trying for so long. You talked about it earlier. It has been a super team in the building for years, and now they finally reach it.
Really does feel like this team has so much more to give. They're such an exciting team. The way that they play around bot lane, the way that they play around their late game team fights, the way that they just have this great chemistry together. The ability to make these skirmishes appear out of nothing. They really are such an exciting team to watch. I cannot wait to see how they perform at MSI and, of course, coming back into LPL in summer.
Yeah, and it's going to be very, very happy stuff for BLG as a whole. Again, been building to this for a long time, and I think that's where, you know, top esports with a little bit of a record of having some slip-ups in the finals, definitely going to be kicking themselves for this one, but it was absolutely that BLG, even in those messy games, were the better team today.
I keep thinking back to this team and how last year it felt like they made themselves from a good team into genuinely an elite team.
Yeah.
This team, just looking back at how they just continually built, they've put in players after players to see if they could fix the remedy, and this is finally the ability for them. This is the chemistry, the equation for them to get everything rolling, finally be the best team in the LPL.
And that guy on your screen right there, Shun, soft spot in my heart for him. He has been my favorite player throughout the LPL. In my first interview with Oshin, I told him, he asked me who my favorite player is, I said Shun. And to see this guy's growth from IG, from coming up from IG Developmental, from IG Young, so many years ago. His first year was with Rookie and the Shy on his solo lanes, and it didn't work. I'll tell you that right now. And I think to see this growth from him as a player, not only in his carry potential, but also what he's been able to facilitate for BLG, especially this year, that kind of growth means that this guy has the potential to be one of the best junglers in the LPL.
I have to say, there's something really quite cathartic about, there have been a lot of people saying, oh, but I don't like playing jungle metas with like Sejuani and the Maokai and whatever. This dude just blasted top esports with Kindred.
Yeah.
This guy's been playing the carries. He plays everything. He can do your level 3 gankers. He can do your team fight champions like your Maokai ultimates, your Wukongs as well. He does it all right now. And again, the most special thing about this team is that it feels like when someone tries something different, the other players on the team help them do that.
And just a quick little thought on Bin right there, right? It feels so good to overcome 369. I know it meant a lot to him. So we're going to actually hear what the desk has to say about all this, and we'll send it over to them.
BLG have secured their first LPL title in the finals of spring 2024. I mean, the sweating doesn't even come close to describing how every single one of the players are looking right now, but also in terms of their emotions. Unfortunately, we're not going to have a direct translation, but I think the look on in their faces, in their eyes, they are beyond proud of themselves. My God, are they looking good for international?
It's hot in those arenas for one, and yes, they were made to sweat, but they did get there in the end, and it's been a very, very amazing journey, not just for this roster and its iteration from last year as well, but as an organization, BLG have been trying for years. Like Mazel and Naimera were saying, they've constantly reshaped rosters, they've attempted super rosters, nothing quite stuck, but there was something about this roster in 2023 that was deserving of a title at some point, but they were just simply bested by a JDG existing. This time around though, they're able to beat their demons, not only in toppling JDG throughout this year so far, but then making it the whole run, taking down Top Esports here in the final.
Throughout of all the roster iterations, throughout all the equations of trying to make it right, of putting in superstars like Uzi, Kuro, you name it, they've tried it. They found that one constant that has given many teams a title, and Knight makes such a statement right here with a three-peat in the LPL, with a back-to-back-to-back LPL titles, going into MSI as the first seed from the LPL, defending his MSI title. Even though he's in a different team, he's still going in that as the king of MSI from 2023. And I think it must be so cathartic for him as well. You know, the whole, even though it's banter, the whole 369 and Knight in JDG, who was it really the difference maker? Knight put his foot down and so really was the difference maker.
It was a team effort. Looking into how every single one of these games played out, at the end of the day, when BLG wanted to make it work, and that's what they wanted to do since the very first game, they did. And every single one of these players stepped up to the plate and are very deserving, not only of the trophy lift, but of everything that comes with it. The title, the happiness, the glory, the fame, it's all worth it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, just the fact again that it's been so long for this organization, right? The build-up has really paid off, and now it starts to really set, you know, good omens for MSI, right? It's typically, and especially in recency, 3 years of LPL domination at MSI. You know, for BLG now, they're looking towards MSI and saying, all right, we can truly take on the world, you know, towards the bottom end of the map as well. Elkanon continually stepped up. Bin has always been a strong performer at you know, the internationals he's attended, so I'm looking forward to seeing what, you know, evolves from this BLG roster as they've continued to grow over the year.
And even though we can't really hear, and even if we did, a lot of us would not understand what the players are saying, I just see relief in Elk's face right now. I see relief. He said that me, On, Shun have never won a title before. They're coming in technically like as not rookies necessarily, but in terms of like holding a title, there was so much experience, international experience on the side of Top Esports, and they managed to work against that current. And again, relief is what I can see in their faces, especially knowing that not only have they won regionally, but they're walking into these internationals looking like absolute monsters on the Rift.
I'm just happy for Shun. Really, you know, and I'm sure Mazel will also be happy I'm saying this, but you know, Shun has been such a young, talented jungler for a long time. Well, long time. You get the idea. But he started off his career.
Young and long time.
He started off his career with such high prospects, and it feels like this is the payoff that, you know, we've been waiting for. He struggled on the IG roster, moved over to BLG, and he's just been able to find his footing so effectively. So to see it culminate in this title now in spring, where, you know, the good feelings moving in to MSI are there. Again, you just kind of have to feel happy for everyone. As the saying you just mentioned, Trouble, the fact that they were basically just second fiddle for so long now, and to do it in a convincing fashion as well, has got to bolster the confidence. Even though, you know, yes, they slipped up in that game 3. It felt more of a
just push the boundaries a little bit.
It felt a lot more as if they were somewhat limit testing, right? And you know, I think it's also maybe the correct place to say commiserations to Top Esports, as you know, frankly, they've been trying to find another title for a very, very long time, but today was simply not the day. They didn't show up as a unit, unfortunately, and that is competition. At the end of the day, you have to show up when it matters, and they showed up on just about every other day. But when it came to finals, push came to shove. For the title, for all the marbles, they didn't.
Yeah, I feel like the upper bracket finals really showed what Top Esports can bring and how far they can pressure BLG. However, it just wasn't the case today, and in the case of TN, he just adds another second medal in his inventory, I guess.
Yeah, and with the medal ceremony taking place as well, they're further solidifying their names in history, really, when we're looking at the LPL. In whether it's in regards of the organization getting their LPL title, or some of these players getting their first titles, some of them getting multiple titles under their belts. It's solidifying a legacy, it's solidifying their history and their mark on the LPL until the end of time.
Yeah, they've finally been able to start off that legacy, right? It was a legacy for most of this BLG roster of second places. Knight came in for Yagao. It was a move that people were strangely divided on. They couldn't make their mind up because Knight had such a poor performance at Worlds, right? Throughout 2023.
But it's also what both players bring, right?
But it's about, exactly, it's about what these players simultaneously bring, and the differences in play between Yagao's typically a lot more facilitative style compared to Knight, who can play that but likes to be more proactive on some of the carries as well, has changed BLG for the better.
Yeah, been, as being highlighted, one of the key pieces of the roster, but every single one, as we've already touched upon, of these players have had their series, they've had their moments, they've had their highlight reel play in this series, and that's something to look forward to for that calculation, that adaptability, that aggression when it comes to the international stage.
Yeah, and I know you normally are able to say this about all of the best teams in the world, but truly BLG is a team that has a threat in every single position. Top through support, it doesn't matter who. If they want to make a game plan around the player, they'll do it.
And might I say, I'm just gonna make a very bold statement here. Elk looks like the current best AD carry worldwide. The performances on Lucian, on Kalista, on Varus, the different playstyles that we've highlighted, playing for the late game, playing the Senna for more scaling into the late game teamfights, his spacing, his positioning, his flanking, the way they're playing dives through the bot lane with Shun and On. It's a bold statement, but I feel like currently, he does look like a contender for best AD carry in the world.
Yeah,
that's something that we're going to find out.
He was just prized, crowned, I believe.
English is really difficult.
The MVP, yeah.
Oh, he got the MVP.
He got the series MVP. It came up on the top of the screen there. As yeah, we get confirmation in our ears as well.
It
is
also
Elk.
finals MVP. And that's again another title that Elk can add to his title collection, which he now has.
Garia, the best AD carry in T1, is shaking right now.
But again, really well deserved. And Elk has been a player that I've had my eyes on for a very long time. Even before he made it to this BLG roster, he looked so promising, made it over, and just immediately something just snapped in Elk. And he really has taken it to the next level for a really long time. For the last year and a half, he's been in Ruler's Shadow to a point, but now it seems like with JDG's small downfall, Elk finally has his place in the limelight.
And that's something that, as incredible as it is in front of tens of thousands of fans in a live arena, and we're not even going to talk about the people watching at home, it's still something surreal. And this is the regional part. This is LPL. This is without taking into consideration MSI and the craziness of internationals and the pressure that comes with it, and that opportunity and that ability to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head with the other best the world has to offer when it comes to League of Legends.
Here's the cool part, right? Every single region, when they crown their champion, they're like, we are the best in the world. We can prove that we can get MSI. We can beat any team. It has been a never-ending story, especially between the LCK and the LPL. Many championships, so much experience behind a lot of the players with these trophies moving into these internationals. However, I feel like this time, the LPL, and very traditionally, the LPL over in spring, the 56% record in winning MSI and showing up like this in the finals with a very, very convincing victory from the side of BLG. I think they've got huge chances into literally going into this competition.
And it will be on home soil. So that adds a little bit of extra spice to the competition even further.
Yep, more fans, and we've seen what home crowd advantages look like, especially in the East, in China, in South Korea. When you have these, it's hard to really call them derbies, but when you have these rivalries played out, you see it. When it's in South Korea, the Korean fans, they will keep it silent when it's time to bring on the Chinese fans, and vice versa. They really do act as a sixth man on the rift inside of those arenas. So it is a soft advantage that I'm sure BLG and of course Top Esports will be happy to try and abuse, and it will bring all the more pride, all the more, want, hunger, desire to perform at this international.
So that's lifting that trophy. You've lifted the regional one. There's one more left up for grabs by the end of the month, and then it's summer. It's on their way. But that's a hunger that's an amount of success and a hunger that you've now tasted as BLG particularly, where you're like, okay, this is what it's like to win. This is what it's like to not be number 2. This is what number 1 spot feels like. And that is fuel to the fire heading into MSI. Because realistically, the way that they've shown up today, I think scary doesn't even go to describe what they're looking like going into MSI.
BLG, as we said, have tried for years. They've brought players back from retirement to try and make it work. And they've always been second best. They had a huge record last year, 15-1. They couldn't just make it through. JDG was the blocker for them. Another record this year in Spring Split. They break the previous one from last year, and finally, not only did they manage to go past JDG, but they take it all the way to the finish line. And I will echo Eugenie, they do look damn scary.
It just feels so hard to really gauge in some ways, though, how teams will always match up when it comes to internationals, right? I think the thing that always comes with these discussions is there's so much differences in play style. There's so much differences in, the level of competitiveness inside of the region. I think it's why the LPL is often going into internationals. I'm not going to say overrated, that'll potentially be the wrong word, but sometimes feared, right, is probably the better way to put it, because the top end of the LPL is so damn aggressive, right?
Oh, I can tell.
Oftentimes than not, you can shift around the top. Normally, first place is the best, but naturally, but second through fourth, you can shift around in almost any order, and on any given day they'll beat each other. The LCK, it feels like sometimes you have your very defined first place, second place, third place.
All right, well, let's hold our horses a little, because we're talking about MSI, we're talking about international titles, but let's take a trip down memory lane, because if you have the memory of a goldfish, Zoomer brain, then you might have forgotten what had happened this series. I don't really know why you would, but either way, I think we need to highlight exactly how BLG won this and the dominant fashion in which they were able to do so, because yes, one game might not have gone in their way, but every single curveball that Top Esports threw their way, BLG found an answer.
Death, taxes, Shun, bot lane dives to get Elk and On ahead. I think it was what solidified series number 1 in the upper bracket final, and I feel like it was what also solidified this particular series that we watched today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Playing through the bottom lane, it was very, very important this series, and it was one of the main things that we highlighted coming into today. When push comes to shove at the top end of the table, oftentimes than not, it's just about it is about, who can work their AD carries in a more, focused way. Who's, utilizing the tools that they've got to supplement their AD carry the best, set them up for front-to-back team fights, set them up for dives efficiently. And throughout this series, it was BLG. We saw that one game on Draven where Jackie Love, yes, was, set pretty far ahead, but even then, there were moments like this in this B-roll where he was still put down by BLG, right? So again, the bottom laners that we have here, incredible.
I'm honestly in awe in ways that they execute these bot lane dives. A lot of the team fights looked scary. They looked messy. You saw stopwatches going down. Tamken just eating another target. It felt so well played and coordinated from the side of BLG. It's almost scary how to the point you see these teams, because I feel like in general, they were the better team overall.
Yeah.
Shun not only flexed his carries, but he also flexed his facilitators. He also flexed his bruisers. Knight was like, my job here is not to be flashy. My job here is not to allow Cream to play the game. He did not. Bot lane, absolute snowball. Bin did his job. They played the side lanes. They played the vision control. They played the team fights perfectly. The only game that they ended up slipping on was when Top Esports actually pressured them to the T, and it felt like they fell a little bit short in terms of draft as well. So I would say that was an oopsie. Overall, draft's great, gameplay great, side lanes great, team fights great.
BLG, great.
BLG, great.
You know, like that's the thing when we're looking at BLG, particularly in this series. And so far, overall, their entire performance on the LPL, we've seen them in the upper bracket final as well, is they have a plan and they stick to it. And you can try and change it up a little bit, and you can try and make an adaptation yourself, but they are ready for those adaptations, and they're ready to still stick to their guns and play it out how they see they want to play the game. And this time, particularly, just through bot lane.
Yeah, through bot lane. I mean, it's the age-old tactic, right? It's play through bot, get mid priority,
Still
bring
need to
4
buff
people
the
down to the
role.
bottom side. No, they don't. Bot, like, look, you're gonna get me on a rant on LPL finals after the champions have been. I'm not gonna do it. You're not gonna bait me into it. Yeah, it's just one of those things where coordinated, in coordinated play, ADC can just be made to be an incredibly powerful role. Elk was able to demonstrate it time and time again. BLG were able to demonstrate it as a whole, as a team, as a unit, as we get a look one last time at the PGB from that fourth and final game.
I want to highlight Cream here as well, particularly because Cream is a player that, you know, coming into the series, not a player who has had that international experience, who's had the titles, who's had the fame, who's had the glory, but yes, he was maybe not given the opportunity to actually play, but you're up against Knight, and Knight had his number, yet still doing most damage on his team as the mid laner, trying as hard as possible to set everyone else up for success. That's something to be proud of.
This guy came in as like the melee assassin guy, the Akali Silas guy. In this, well, before this
Someone say
series
Silas?
rather, his karma, his way, he actually sided towards these champions. He was willing to be one Azir. He was actually very confident into his development in playing the control mages, and his way and karma up to that series was 100% win rate over 7 games throughout the entirety of Spring Split. So when we're talking development and him evolving as a player, he has absolutely done this. The last 2 games, he stood up tonight. He carried top esports through a bad early game and terrible skirmishing in game number 3, all the way to victory. And his Aliyah in the last game also looked phenomenal. So I feel like he shouldn't be hard on himself whatsoever. He came in as the only person with no international experience in top esports, with no regional titles, and yet I feel like he did the team proud.
Yeah, I think he proved himself tonight, Cream. I think, sure.
Tonight?
Yeah, you can argue he...
It's like the middle of the day.
Anyway, did a great job at, you know, showing that he can be top of the table mid laner, and he has been throughout the year, but this series, I think game 3, game 4, he proved that he can, at the very least, stand amongst the best, and
Absolutely.
now he's going to get to go to MSI.
And stand among the best
Yeah.
internationally.
Get to play against Chovy, get to play against Faker.
Against Caps.
Against Caps, of course. Humanoid. And whoever they have over in NA.
Oh no!
I'm joking, I love it.
Listen, what, you want to repeat
love the
that?
shade, I
You
love
want to
the
say that
shade.
louder for the people in the back?
I said I love NA.
Love the shade.
Okay. I mean, listen. At least, you know, they made it to quarterfinals in World. Either way. But you know what? LPL makes it to the finals. And that's something to look forward to, because usually they do at international events. So it's going to be interesting to see whether it's going to be BLG, whether it's going to be top esports, whether LPL does make it to the finals. But at the end of the day, the track record that they have, the hands diff that they have, the macro diff that they have, the team play, everyone being on the same page, and if someone gets caught, the whole team just throwing their entire bodies into it and deciding this is a team fight that we are going to take and we will play this to the best of our ability, that is something that makes them scary. It makes them, to an extent, unpredictable. And most importantly, it makes it very difficult for you to slow them down once they get an advantage on you early.
There was a particular game with JDG, and it was Gao getting caught on a side lane. Kanavi jumped in, kicked everyone away from the follow-up, and then that was the game that turned the series around from JDG and pulled that victory for themselves. So I feel like
that was against top esports last week.
Absolutely, and I think it brings out the question of bad calls or good calls. If teams are on the same page, it does not matter, because not second guessing on that split second is what makes a good team to a great team.
It's true.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, Jamada.
Yeah, Jamada finally agreeing.
What more to say? I mean, but that is also, I think, like the lifeblood of the LPL, right? No matter what team you look at, very often hesitation isn't really in in their vocabulary. They all throw themselves at plays, and I think the best of the teams here in the league, BLG, Top Esports included, is they understand the discipline side of it when it makes the most sense.
Yep.
And that's what separates the great from the good.
Yeah, and they have a couple of weeks until MSI starts. Well, a couple of weeks is a bit of a overstatement, but still, they have some time for MSI to start, and they have the Top Esports particularly having time to go back and look at what went right when they played against BLG in the top bracket final. Look at what went right in Game 3, particularly against BLG. Something to learn from, but also in terms of maybe what didn't go their way against from the side of Top Esports. I mean, we touched up on drafts, we touched up on red side, we touched up on the need to bring creativity to these series. And that's something that we've seen glimpses of, but not necessarily come to fruition to the extent that they would have hoped for.
I'm still surprised we didn't see any lane swaps out
I was about to say, they looked scared to do that.
Yeah, they did look a little bit stressed to do it. And I think that's something that I wouldn't say necessarily would have caught BLG completely off guard. They would have been ready for it. I'm sure they would have had some sort of plan. But the fact that they didn't necessarily go for it, I think it was... it was either game 2. I think it was game 2 they could have gone for a lane swap, and at least as far as the draft is concerned, they did not. And yeah, with that in mind, they just kind of folded over in that game. So yeah, I think Top Esports will still be happy. I think realistically, to close out, it's just about, again, finding consistent and easier ways to play the game if you're feeling a bit unsure of yourself when you come into a series, because that's what it felt like in game 1. And then game 2, they shored that draft side up, but gameplay-wise, it still felt like that. And it was only in game 3 where they really took a waking up stance of that style of play overall.
And I don't want this particular final to take away from what Top Esports has offered to the LPL, has offered to, internationals, unless you don't want to remember, because you're from a U like us.
Yep.
I'm talking about 2019. Some players are in this roster right now. However, Top Esports, they have such good qualities. I think particularly in that series versus BLG, the top bracket final, they showed what they can do when they play for that bot side. I felt like they were kind of traumatized by a lot of the dives that didn't go their way. However, that was their win condition, playing through Jakilov, getting Jakilov and Mako ahead. Mako has been playing this game for 10 years. International titles, domestic titles. He is one of the GOATs when it comes to the game and to the support role. Jakilov, also a bunch of titles on his side. This is a world champ class bot lane, and I felt that when Top Esports managed to get them ahead, the rest of the map was very able to stabilize on their own. However, I just didn't see this today, and I know we touched on Tian earlier on. I just don't think it was his day. It feels like in terms of pathing, the creative one that we've highlighted, it wasn't there. Not many aggressive dives towards the bot side of the map. I just feel like it was, unfortunately, an off day for Tien, and that translated to how the team played overall.
And that's okay. Sometimes we have those kind of days, and luckily tournaments take a longer time. And, again, yes, it's about showing up on the day, but it's also about learning and adapting as things go wrong. And that's something that we've seen Top Esports is able of. And we've also seen what they can do, as you touched upon. They have so many formidable players on their rosters, every single one of them. They have some great approaches to the game that they can continuously explore. And that is something to be feared as well when we are looking at internationals, because, they could stomp LEC respectfully.
Yeah, pretty easily.
Or disrespectfully.
Or disrespectfully.
Doesn't matter.
Because we are waiting for confirmation of the draw show start right now. If you're wondering why we're still here yapping away, I do think that
it's because they get paid by the hour.
Yeah. How did you know?
So we're standing on purpose.
For clarity, I have no idea. Not us anyway.
No, you do.
Yeah, I mean, for the rest of the world, yeah, realistically, Top Esports, BLG, Gen.G, T1, they are looking terrifying amongst themselves, right? I think that at the very least, if G2's level of creativity is anything to go by, they have an opportunity to do some funny things. In terms of overall mechanics and the levels of play that we've seen over in the LCK and the LPL compared to the LEC, I'm not buying it. That's about it. I feel like NA, however, definitely have, strangely, a lot to prove.
Yeah.
Moving into
However,
this
he did
MSI.
forget who their mid laner is, so I don't know if I'm buying this.
When you're looking at the LCS particularly, I feel like it's their top side that is looking a lot more promising, because when you're looking over on the LEC top side particularly, I mean, you have Phoebe, that's a top lane that we highlight time and time again, but the LCS, it's playing through top, having top laners that can just smack the respectfully out of their opponent. Yeah, I was gonna slip. And that's something that we see LPL and LCK teams do as well. So for them, I'm not as worried.
I feel like for the Western world, it has always been a side that was on fire, that top lane, because over and over and over again, from the LCK, from the LPL, you will have these hyper-aggressive top laners that will literally just pin you down in lane, and then you'll just never recover. You will never be able to come back up for air. And I feel like it has been a mission for the West to try and find this kind of top laners that will play a lot more aggressively. We have seen great glimpses of that coming from Broken Blade, as you mentioned, Ginny, and I feel like going into these internationals, this is a matchup that I would love to watch again.
Yeah, and before we dive deeper into that, we're going to be heading over to a break because we will be back afterwards with the MSI Draw Show of 2024. I know you guys are dying to see who's going to be matched up against who, so make sure that you stick around because we'll be back shortly with the Draw Show.
Clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
我是今天的主持人熙然。今年的英雄联盟季中冠军赛将会于5月1日至5月19日在中国成都举办。来自全球的12支顶尖强队将会齐聚成都金融城演艺中心，进行今年首次的全球赛事亮相。而在今天的抽签仪式上，我们将为5月1日至5月5日的入围赛阶段进行比赛抽签。在正式的抽签之前，让我们通过一则视频来了解一下本次英雄联盟季中冠军赛的比赛规则。
Chengdu, here we come. MSI is back with an updated format. 12 teams will compete their way through 2 rounds of double elimination battles, and the stakes have never been higher. For the first time, the winning team will secure a spot at Worlds 2024, adding a slot to its region's count, while the second best placed region will add a slot to its own count. To succeed, they will need to evolve faster and surprise everyone, even themselves. It's time to become the unknown. Here's what you need to know. This year, MSI will host 12 teams. LCK, LPL, LEC, and LCS will send 2 teams, while LLA, CBLOL, PCS, and VCS will send 1 team. We're keeping last year's format of featuring 2 double elimination stages, play-in stage and bracket stage, continuing the success of last year's tournament and keeping the stakes high for every single match.
R7 will survive the storm that was GAM.
Play-ins will kick off with the second seed from LCK, LPL, LEC, and LCS, as well as the top seed from LLA, CBLOL, PCS, and VCS, being drawn into 2 best-of-3 double elimination brackets. The winners and runners-up of each bracket will advance to the next stage to join the top-seeded teams from the LCK, LPL, LEC, and LCS, and will then be drawn into 4 matches to kick off a single best-of-5 double elimination bracket, culminating in the grand final on May 19 to determine the MSI 2024 champion title. You can watch all of the action May 1st to 19th on lolesports.com, and be sure to log in to collect drops and be eligible for watch rewards in your region.
在了解完本次季中冠军赛的规则之后，让我们抽出本次的抽签仪式嘉宾。他曾获得2017年 LPL 春季赛冠军，并于同年前往巴西代表 LPL 参与了季中冠军赛。有请苏汉伟、西叶。欢迎西叶。各位玩家们可以看到，我们面前有4个不同的台子，每一个则代表着不同的种子池。而每一个不同的种子池里有着不同的2支队伍，其中第1种子池包括来自 LPL 的 Top Esports 以及来自 LCK 的 T1，2号种子池包括来自 LEC 的 Fnatic 以及来自 LCS 的 FlyQuest，3号种子池包括来自 PCS 的 PSG Talent 以及来自 VCS 的 GAM Esports，4号种子池包括来自 LLA 的 Astral Esports 以及来自 CBLOL 的冠军队伍。由于该赛区的决赛尚未进行 ，Loud 以及 Pain Gaming 之间的胜者队伍将会代表 CBLOL 前往成都参与本届 MSI。在每一个种子池中，第1个被抽到的队伍将会进入到 A 组，而第2支被抽到的队伍则会进入到 B 组。请各位玩家注意，接下来的抽签顺序并不代表 MSI 入围赛的赛程顺序。赛程将会在后续再行公布。我们本次的抽签将会从4号种子池开始，第4种子池中包括来自 LLA 的 Astral Esports 以及 CBLOL 的 Loud 或者 Pain Gaming。请西叶率先抽出第1支队伍。来自 LLA 的 Astral Esports 将会进入 A 组。
LLA 的代表队在参加了5次总决赛后，终于结束了亚军魔咒，完成了对卫冕冠军 Movistar R7 的复仇。3年来，我们将第一次在国际赛事中看到全员是拉美选手的队伍，每一位选手都有能力来 carry 任何一场比赛。 Astro 经常依靠配合以及强大的团战来取得比赛的胜利，而这一点则源于选手们在比赛之外都是非常亲密的朋友，从而创造了一种有趣的氛围，并将之转化为惊人的协同能力。
接下来，请西叶抽出第一支进入 B 组的队伍。来自 CBLOL 的冠军队伍将会进入到 B 组。
CBLL 的春季赛决赛将会在当地时间4月20号进行，对战的双方为 Loud 以及 Pain Gaming， 而其中的胜者将会来到成都参加今年的 MSI。Loud 继续在联赛中创造历史，他们是第一支获得本土联赛3连冠的队伍。在更换了一名主力队员后，他们继续向着4连冠发起冲击。PNG 作为联赛中有着最大的粉丝群体的队伍，他们自2022年以来从未缺席 CBLOL 决赛，并有机会在3年后再一次参加国际性赛事。
第3种子池的2支队伍分别是来自 PCS 的 PSG Talent 以及来自 VCS 的 Game Esports， 请西叶抽出第一支队伍。来自 PCS 的 PSG Talent 将会进入 A 组。
PSG 太平洋赛区之王回来了。如果 PSG Talent 不在这里，那还叫 MSI 庆典吗？按照传统 ，PSG 在获得 PCS 春季季后赛的冠军后，将继续前进，尝试他们在国际夺冠的机会。经验、稳定性与韧性，他们唯一缺少的就是与之相匹配的奖杯。下路新加入的 Betty 可能会为这支战队增添能让他们更进一步的秘料。连续3次赢得联赛 FMVP 的俊佳也已经准备好从上届全球总决赛不尽人意的表现中走出来，在 MSI 赛场上扬名立万。
接下来，请西叶抽出第2支进入 B 组的队伍。来自 VCS 的 Game Esports 将会进入 B 组。
GAM 作为 VCS 的主导力量 ，GAM Esports 将又一次在 MSI 中大显身手。长期双人组合 Levi 和 Kiaya 搭配上 Emo、Easy Love 和 Elio 这3位国际赛场的新面孔，请不要被他们的新面貌所迷惑，他们仍然是我们熟悉和喜爱的超强攻击性队伍。GAM 再次来到国际赛场，希望将他们在国内的优势转化为国际上的成功。当他们登上成都的舞台时，请做好准备吧，并迎接不间断的攻势。
第2种子池的2支队伍分别是来自 LEC 的 Fnatic 以及来自 LCS 的 FlyQuest。首先，请西叶抽出进入 A 组的队伍。来自 LCS 的 FlyQuest 将进入 A 组。
在 LCS 春季赛中 ，FlyQuest 以本土强队的身份击败了各路强敌，获得了本次 MSI 的参赛资格。尽管他们在决赛中失利，但这支战队仍然极具威胁性。与他的前队友 Core JJ 和 Impact 一样 ，Fly 的中单 Jensen 自2019年以来将首次重返 MSI。这支由年轻选手和传奇选手所组成的队伍，正渴望着在成都证明自己是 LCS 中最出色的队伍。
接下来，请西叶抽出第3支进入 B 组的队伍。来自 LEC 的 Fnatic 将进入 B 组。
作为欧洲的代表性队伍 ，Fnatic 第3次重返 MSI 舞台。在近15年的时间里，他们曾13次登上国际舞台。这个传奇俱乐部无需多言， 他们在 LEC 春季赛常规赛中以绝对优势夺得第1名。随后在季后赛中的一路成功，则让他们自2018年以来首次重返 MSI。这支由欧洲和韩国选手组成的全明星阵容，将在成都为 LEC 增光添彩。
接下来就是第1种子池的2支队伍，分别是来自 LPL 的 Top Esports 以及来自 LCK 的 T1。首先，请希叶抽出进入 A 组的队伍。来自 LCK 的 T1 将进入 A 组。
LCK 的赛区骄傲从季后赛的下半区中脱颖而出，历史性的第7次进入 MSI。虽然 Faker 和 T1 去年在本土赢得了召唤师奖杯，结束了他们的国际赛事冠军荒，但他们最近3次的 MSI 之旅都以失败告终。在成都 ，T1 的目标是开创全球性赛事霸主的新纪元，他们要努力捧起自2017年在决赛中击败 G2 后的第1座 MSI 奖杯。
接下来，请希叶抽出最后1支进入 B 组的队伍。来自 LPL 的 Top Esports 将会进入 B 组。
Top Esports 回来追逐往日的荣光了，而在最近几年中，他们似乎有些壮志难酬。他们曾经是 LPL 最强的战队之一，但后来让 JDG 和 BLG 等队伍占据了舞台中心。现在的他们似乎已经厌倦了看到别人代表 LPL， 因为 TES 又回来了，并希望击倒所有对手。他们在常规赛中排名第2，并且在季后赛淘汰了 JDG。现在他们希望首次夺得 MSI 冠军，并且证明为什么每个人都认为 MSI 是 LPL 锦标赛。
各位玩家注意，刚刚的抽签顺序并不代表入围赛的赛程顺序，赛程将会在后续进行公布。以上便是本次2024英雄联盟季中冠军赛抽签仪式的全部内容。再次感谢希叶来到我们的现场参与抽签仪式，感谢。5月1日，让我们齐聚成都，再见。
Right. I hope you guys enjoyed the MSI Draw Show just as much as we did. I was totally not sitting here sweating, but B bracket, best bracket, let's go. Woo.
B for best.
We're gonna make it out.
Look, it's I think definitely the more favorable of the 2 brackets as things start to shape out if you're a European fan. I think for...
So you're not a European fan?
Look, when it comes to internationals, I'm, you know, what's the word I'm looking for?
You're down in the dumpster.
I've got dual citizenship, you know?
You know what he does? He just goes with the teams that win. With the region that
with
win.
the LPL.
Be reasonable here. You know, I spent all of last year here in this lovely region that is the LPL. I've got a lot of love for it.
You've spent almost 3 years in the LEC as well, Jamada.
Hey, look, man. This is just the way the cookie crumbles, okay? I dedicated my heart, my soul, my life.
His sanity passport?
Some of my sanity. So, you know, look, it's nice that for me at least, that I get to see potentially a top esports fanatic buy, depending on how that first round goes. Yeah, I think both these brackets though look incredibly competitive, no matter what you say. And I think especially for you know, the minor regions as well, they honestly have a pretty solid shot, depending on, you know, the day at which they get some of these teams drawn. That they could take some games, and not only take some games, take some series.
Absolutely, and I think it was also awesome to see the Gold Zia right there, WE's mid laner, semi-finalist at Worlds, semi-finalist at MSI, and actually, Easter egg for all of you fans out there, it was G2 who stopped his road. at that MSI back in 2017. So
let's have a look
That's
at
one for the
bracket
books.
A. Let's have a look at bracket A particularly. Let's look at where FlyQuest, PSG, EST, and T1 are currently sitting at. I mean, I am personally really looking forward to T1, obviously making.
Sure.
Realistically, any predictions you want to throw out here already, or do you think it's going to be a matter of whoever shows up on the day?
Man, Astral Esports have it cut out for themselves. Their first best of series versus T1.
Baptized by fire.
Absolutely. It's their first international appearance, and they do have Jose Diodo in the team, who has been somebody that's played in the LLA for a long time. He has 2 LLA domestic titles. He played over in NA. He has an academy title in NA as well. So he has been somebody. He's only 22 years old.
NA near airport? Is that the one you're talking about?
He's only 22 years old, but he has been playing since 2017. So he's got incredibly high experience.
Yeah, he's been around for a while, and his stint in the LCS rather definitely did display that he's got that dog in him from time to time. And to be honest with you, if there's ever a time
We all have a dog jungler, dude. What?
True.
Why
But
are
if
you
there's
calling
ever a
Jawad out
time,
like that?
I'm a top laner now. Anyway,
He switched because he didn't want to be that.
yeah, exactly. If there's ever a time to make an impression, not only is it your first appearance and international, it's against bloody T1, right?
Whoa, yeah.
Even if you lose the series, even if you take a game, even if you make it like genuinely going into that series, you just go, you know what, we might lose. Let's make them sweat for it, right? Yeah. I think having that mentality is going to be incredible for them. And no matter what, I think the rest of the teams will likely be very, very competitive inside of that bracket as well. FlyQuest, PSG, that side of the bracket on the upper side will also be, I think, very, very hotly contested.
Yeah, let's have a look at bracket B, the bracket where we have Top Esports as well as Fnatic on there. I am a little excited about this one particularly, but looking at the way this bracket plays out, I still feel like at the end of the day, it matters on who shows up. There is a chance that Fnatic does the classic Fnatic.
Are you inhaling that copium right now?
Yeah, I'm practicing being an LEC fan. But also at this point, can I be an LPL fan as well? Do I need to have more reps
he
in?
gets to be both and you don't? Like,
Do I have to be more reps in?
We're going to have to, not only is it more reps, but I think we're going to have to consult the seniority here in the LPL.
You're
right?
literally like 21 years old.
Okay, whatever
I know
that
you don't
means.
look it, but...
So, that aside, yes, I look young for my age. Not quite 21 though. If you are a European fan,
yeah,
you were screaming and shouting and dancing when you saw...
Correct.
Correct. Once you saw that Fnatic Roar on this side of the bracket. GAM, yes, they will be a tough opponent. Like, you can never really underestimate the VCS, and we've come to learn that specifically from GAM over the years, whether it be GAM or the older version of Gigabyte Marines. Going into Top Esports, given what we saw today, sometimes you can see that they will crumble under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah. Listen, man, I don't know if I'm happy if I'm European from this particular draw right here, because you've got MSI defending champion in Top Esports. You've got 369. Then you have a GAM that their jungler, Levi, has had 10 years of competitive experience, 4 international years of experience as well. He has revolutionized a lot of the times the way that jungle is played, the Nocturnes, the Rek'Sai, you said before.
Student has a question.
I have a question. Would you take that over T1?
Hell no.
Okay, it's kind of choose your poison, because I feel like...
No, it's not a question for me. Let's just be real. Like, T1 international buff, they are scary. Top Esports, yo guys, I love you. They have a history of choking at internationals. What can I say? Like,
so does Fnatic.
So does Fnatic. But
what if the whole group just chokes and CB LOL and GAMs go through?
Hey, look,
honestly, that'd be great.
You never know. At the end of the day, like, Top Esports, when they're on form, they're incredible, right? But they've got some serious demons behind them, some of them individually.
We saw them today.
We saw them even as early as last year for some of these members, right? Yeah. Moving into internationals. So, hopefully for them, they just cruise through, right? And it's easy pickings, but still, you have to be on your best behavior. You have to make sure that you're dotting your I's, crossing your T's. And as for the minor regions, I still feel like in this side of the bracket, they have a very, very solid shot to make it the whole way through, especially if, again, we've seen how volatile Fnatic can be, in particular domestically. if they don't bring their A game internationally and, you know, top to bottom, they're, you know, I think for me, especially with Fnatic, it's about when they're actually playing together, right? So if we're not seeing that, they can very easily be picked apart by teams that are with lower expectations and arguably in some cases far hungrier than some of the teams from the West.
I'm looking at that bracket, the B bracket, I'm like, that's an explosive League of Legends in terms of teams and play styles that we're getting. We've seen Fnatic when they play for that early game, full gears in. Top esports, I don't have to say anything. You guys have seen it throughout like the whole LPL season. And then you have GAM, who's also playing that way. CBLOL is known for the bloodthirsty early game and that activity early on. So I feel like Bracket B is going to be so entertaining to watch overall.
Yeah, and CBLOL, they still have their finals today as well, so make sure you tune in for that so you know who is going to be going up against top esports. You know, just scout out the competition a little. Tune in for some great League of Legends. But thank you to the both of you for joining and for giving your honest, unfiltered opinions about the fact that we might have a chance.
If you're
At least you might have a chance.
You guys said that.
Maybe.
LPL, definitely, it's looking
LPL
great, I
has a
think.
solid chance, yeah.
Of course,
They're doing
56% win rate. Like, that's higher than your solo queue win rate by a mile. So that's something that they should be very proud of. Not that hard to achieve. Either way, thank you as well for those at home for tuning in for today. It was an absolute pleasure. I hope you guys take very good care of yourselves and are ready to tune in for MSI 2024. Make sure you cross your I's and dot your T's to get that close enough and tune in for the start of the international competition of the year 2024. Take care of yourself, guys. See you then.